1 week before hostilities, China's telegraphed its intention to invade Taiwan for months, assembling a force of 1.2 million to take on approximately 400,000 Taiwanese defenders can't be done in secret. Nor can the vast armada of transport ships be gathered together in ports across China's coast along the Taiwan Strait. Hundreds of military vessels are supplemented by thousands of smaller civilian Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels. Every available inch of deck space has been accounted for. The invasion to take Taiwan will be the largest amphibious operation in human history, absolutely dwarfing the Normandy landings. It'll also be the bloodiest campaign in history, with casualties estimated to reach 1 million from both sides combined, if not more. The Taiwan Strait separates Taiwan from China by 100 miles. During their travel across the strait, Chinese ships will be incredibly vulnerable to Taiwan's vast hordes of anti-ship missiles. In the last few years, Taiwan has kick-started its domestic anti-ship manufacturing capabilities, prompting China to accelerate its timetable for invasion. However, steady U.S. supplies of Harpoon and air defense missiles have created one of the densest concentration of anti-air and anti-ship defenses in the world. For months, China's been infiltrating Taiwan with special forces and intelligence agents. A campaign of sabotage has slowly been carried out across the strait on both sides, with Taiwanese operatives also sabotaging Chinese transportation infrastructure. Technically already in a state of war, neither side has yet to launch missiles against the other, but that's about to change very soon. In response to the Chinese buildup, the United States and its allies have been steadily moving men and equipment into the region. But the United States, the world's preeminent military power, is unable to bring the majority of its combat power to bear against China, a crippling vulnerability. That's because the U.S. has global defense commitments, and the sudden evacuation of American military hardware from around the world would leave security vacuums that could prompt major regional conflicts. The EU has sent a token force of ships and non-combat support equipment, not wishing to get heavily embroiled in a military conflict against China, given the threat that Russia now poses on its own border. However, they have supported the U.S. in a sanctions campaign against China, hoping to deter President Xi Jinping from invasion through the enactment of swift and severe sanctions at the first sign of his military buildup. It's not as easy to sanction China as Russia, however, given that China and the EU enjoy about $700 billion in trade in a year. Many Europeans question the decision to back the US politically. The South Pacific is not their problem, after all. But that's not true at all. If China takes Taiwan, it'll be in control of the world's largest producer of semiconductors, giving it a near total monopoly over these vital components produced in few other places. This will give President Xi Jinping and his authoritarian Chinese Communist Party unprecedented leverage over every modern nation. Australia, the Philippines, and Japan have gone all in on their support of the U.S. For all three, China is a major security threat. Not only is China engaged in a dispute over certain islands with Japan, but China taking Taiwan would in effect break the first island chain, which has for decades contained communist powers in Asia. China breaking containment would hurl the U.S. out of the West Pacific and give China control of the most important shipping lanes in the entire world. Australia especially would be even further isolated from its allies, leaving it at the mercy of China. South Korea finds itself in an incredibly precarious situation. Under its mutual defense treaty with the United States, it's technically an ally of America and treaty-bound to defend it. It has done so in every war since the Vietnam War, and both nations working together have successfully deterred North Korean aggression and kept South Korea free. However, a war with China will open up a conflict on two fronts for the small nation and could encourage North Korea to attack the South. It'll have to carefully weigh any decision to support or not support the United States in case of a war. Of course, if the US shoots first, then the terms of the treaty no longer apply, and both China and the US are heavily incentivized to shoot at each other first. Both nations' counterforce capabilities are so significant that the war will heavily favor the one who shoots first, possibly even deciding the fate of the entire conflict. Both the US and China are just as incentivized to not shoot first, as whoever does so will likely lose all international support and be seen as the antagonist. The US risks losing the support of Asian nations if it shoots first, and the support of the rest of the world in a campaign of sanctions against China. But for China, the decision is a little easier than for the US. It knows it'll already be seen as the aggressor the moment it crosses the strait, and it also knows that if it doesn't shoot first, it risks having the entire invasion effort irrevocably sabotaged. China assumes it'll lose most Western support in the invasion alone, and it only really risks losing the support of the global South if it shoots first against American targets. Day 1. Always bet on China shooting first. The war begins with the greatest missile attack in history. Thousands of missiles lift into the skies off mainland China and from ships and submarines off the coast. Many of these are targeting Taiwan, destroying known command and control nodes, communication networks, defense installations, and troop concentrations. A rain of high explosives comes down over the island, and the damage is catastrophic, with thousands of civilians caught in the crossfire. Hundreds of these missiles, though, come down on American targets throughout the region. DF-26 and DF-21s, dubbed carrier killers by China, scream down from space onto U.S. ships. American Aegis vessels greet them all with a hail of SM-3s and SM-6s. The ship's AN/SPY-1 radars track the incoming ballistic missiles as the Aegis network calculates a firing solution. As the missiles discard their initial boosters, they establish communications with their home ships and link up with the U.S. GPS system to receive course corrections to their targets. The kinetic warhead packs no explosives, instead slamming into the incoming missile at a combined close rate of thousands of miles an hour, delivering 130 megajoules of energy to the missile and annihilating it. U.S. ballistic missile defense is good, but not perfect. Most of the incoming Chinese missiles are intercepted, but not all. However, U.S. ships received plenty of warning of the incoming attack thanks to satellite missile warning systems and have been steaming at full power to make themselves more difficult to strike. Despite this, dozens of U.S. ships across the Pacific are seriously damaged. One aircraft carrier is sunk, with the loss of its full air wing. Just 30 minutes into the war, and China has caused billions of dollars in damage to the U.S. Navy. The second wave of missile attacks targets U.S. and allied airfields across the South Pacific. China's decided to go all in, knowing it can't allow the U.S. to have any breathing room in the Pacific. It targets airfields from Japan to South Korea to the Philippines and even some in the very north of Australia. The attack guarantees that all of the U.S.'s partners will enter the war in the Pacific, but it's seen as a necessary cost to pay given how vulnerable China would be without knocking U.S. air power out of the theater. Shore-based air defenses and missile cruisers throughout the South Pacific attempt to knock the rain of ballistic missiles out of the sky, with mixed success. The biggest problem that the Pacific allies have is the sheer number of missiles being fired at them versus the total number of air defense assets available. Inevitably, China overwhelms Pacific defenses, scoring crippling hits on military facilities across the Pacific. Runways are easier to repair, but airplanes are not. The U.S. has criminally underinvested in hardened aircraft shelters, and despite having widely dispersed its aircraft in anticipation of a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack, still suffers over half of its regional combat power damaged or destroyed. Fuel depots and maintenance facilities are destroyed by the missile attack, and even more surface combat vessels fall under the onslaught of hundreds of missiles being fired by the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force. The barrages deplete stocks of Allied ballistic missile interceptors and overwhelm the defenses of Japanese and American ships. Guam has been devastated by the ballistic missile attack, which has targeted the island with great prejudice. As the gateway to the Pacific for the U.S., it's America's most important base in the region, and now it's mostly ruins. It's not just the airfields and aircraft hangars that have been destroyed, though. It's also the special military docks needed to resupply and maintain the U.S. Pacific Fleet. On the heels of waves of missile attacks, waves of Chinese H-6 bombers fly toward Okinawa. Surviving Japanese and American aircraft scramble to defend the vital air bases on the islands, but cratered runways make the task even more difficult. Armed with long-range standoff weapons, the H-6s fire volleys of large air-to-ground missiles against the island. The Allied interceptors are redirected from trying to take down the bombers to engaging the large missiles with their own air-to-air missiles. It's a dicey proposition, but some hits are scored. However, over 100 missiles continue making their way toward the base. Patriot air defense batteries fill the sky with interceptors, knocking even more out of the sky. Several dozen, however, penetrate the battered U.S. and Japanese defenses to devastate military targets. It's been 2 hours since the war started, and the U.S. has suffered the greatest military defeat in history. Tens of billions of dollars of hardware has been destroyed. Much more has been seriously damaged. At least half of the U.S. Pacific Fleet is sunk or rendered combat ineffective. The U.S. has bet big on its ability to beat the rain of ballistic missiles that the PLARF can deliver, and in the real world may be more or less effective than in our scenario. But one thing is for sure, it will not escape the steel rain scot-free. Now though, the U.S. retaliates. U.S. ships have been unable to operate close to Chinese shores due to the missile threat, but U.S. submarines face no such limitations. China has notoriously poor anti-submarine warfare capabilities, and now America's silent service gets to its grim work with disturbing efficiency. The subs are unable to operate within the Taiwan Strait itself due to the shallow depth making them vulnerable to detection. But in the East and South China Sea, there's no such concern. American attack subs pounce on the People's Liberation Army Navy, sinking dozens of surface combatants in short order. China's own submarines are increasing in sophistication, but still notoriously noisy and also fall prey to America's boats. Some of America's submarines are armed with the new Maritime Strike Tomahawk, which has a range of 1,000 miles and features the ability to self-designate targets without the aid of external platforms. While the U.S. plans for the bulk of the submarine fleet to eventually carry this weapon, it's only entered service in 2023 and thus is available in limited numbers. Those that are available, however, are launched against Chinese ships in the Taiwan Strait itself, which are even now streaming across the strait to start the invasion of Taiwan. The Maritime Strike Tomahawks join the reign of anti-ship missiles such as harpoons coming down the Chinese sailors' heads from Taiwan. Chinese air defenses struggle to defend the invasion fleet, but like U.S. forces across the Pacific, quickly become oversaturated. Hundreds of ships are struck, many are sunk, become dead in the water, or are forced to turn around. Overhead, Chinese attack aircraft are screaming toward Taiwan to suppress the island's missile defenses, but must contend with surviving elements of the Taiwanese air defense network. Incredibly lethal Patriot batteries engage Chinese aircraft, while the surviving Taiwanese Air Force lobs AIM-120s at the incoming attack waves. Inevitably, though, Taiwan's air defenses are overwhelmed. With 1,200 combat aircraft versus Taiwan's 300, it's a numbers game, and the numbers heavily favor China's side. Day 2. Fierce deliberation rages inside the Hall of Power in Beijing. Before hostilities began, the United States had pulled back a significant amount of its air and naval power to the safety of Hawaii. Chinese military planners want to strike at Hawaii with ballistic missiles and long-range bombers, while U.S. carrier operations are still disrupted. However, the Chinese Politburo fears that attacking Hawaii directly will only galvanize the American people, whom they're hoping to be so demoralized by taking the largest casualties the nation has faced since Vietnam that political support for the war will evaporate. Inevitably, the decision to attack Hawaii is made. Chinese bombers follow on the heels of a ballistic missile attack against Hawaii by the PLARF's longer-range missiles. Hickam Air Force Base Command Headquarters is destroyed, a serious setback for U.S. Pacific operations. The incoming bomber attack is spotted by AWACS surveillance platforms, but F-18s struggle to rise to meet the threat due to intense damage to the airfields. Only a few of the bombers are downed before they release their long-range standoff attack cruise missiles, which bring further devastation to the U.S. Air Force and naval installations on the Hawaiian Islands. Hawaii isn't as badly damaged as Guam, but America's ability to fight in the Pacific has been seriously degraded. As feared by the Politburo, though, the American public is enraged by what is now being called a second Pearl Harbor. Public support to prosecute this war until its conclusion, no matter how painful, skyrockets. Off the coast of China, U.S. submarines launch cruise missiles against oil pipelines and storage facilities along China's northern border with Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula. The attacks destroy one of China's few land-bound oil import routes. Only its pipeline along the western border is intact. This is a critical concern to China, as the U.S. Navy has already sprung into action in the Gulf of Oman to shut down Chinese shipping of badly needed oil supplies. With 60% of its national oil consumption coming in through sea lanes, the Chinese economy will have to switch to severe austerity measures to support the war effort. American Marines stormed the Chinese naval facility in Djibouti, backed up by a shore bombardment from U.S. naval vessels and Allied aircraft. The fight is completely one-sided. China knew it would never be able to hold the small base, and the move is largely symbolic. Djibouti launches a diplomatic protest against the United States, which goes largely ignored. Runways have been quickly repaired across the Pacific, and U.S. and Japanese fighters begin to engage Chinese air forces over Taiwan. However, the tyranny of distance works against the Allies, as they're forced to cross hundreds of miles of open sea to arrive at their battle space. This leaves them reliant on airborne refueling, though luckily the U.S. maintains the largest airborne refueling fleet in the world. Sortie rates are still very low, and without carrier support and the transfer of hundreds of combat aircraft from other theaters, the fight over Taiwan is at a stalemate. U.S. F-35s and F-22s are a deadly threat to Chinese air forces, but the Chinese PL-15 is a superior air-to-air missile over the AIM-120, outranging it by an estimated 10 to 15 miles. This means that against a fourth-generation plane, China has the advantage, and China's J-20s may not be a true fifth-generation stealthy aircraft, but their low observability combined with the PL-15's range makes them a deadly threat to Allied fourth-generation aircraft. AWACS platforms are especially vulnerable to J-20s, and the Allies struggle to keep their critical AWACS in the sky as numerous planes are shot down by the Chinese. On the beaches, China is landing troops successfully but at horrific cost. The Taiwanese have created miles upon miles of booby traps and shore defenses just in case of such an invasion, including underwater pipes that release oil, which is then lit as Chinese landing craft approach their shores. Thousands of Chinese soldiers are killed before reaching the beach. Those who survive are greeted by stretches of beach littered with booby traps and mines, with heavily fortified defensive positions maintained by Taiwanese defenders. Shore bombardment helps soften these defenses up, but any aircraft attempting to provide close air support is immediately threatened by man-portable air defense systems. Week 2. Chinese special forces have launched raids against U.S. Air Force bases across the continental U.S. These hit-and-run attacks use suicide drones to seriously damage high-value American aircraft, such as tankers, AWACS, and B-52 bombers. The damage is enough to make these planes non-mission capable and require weeks of repair. U.S. Air Force security forces are completely ineffective in repelling the surprise attacks due to a lack of training and basic incompetence. In Taiwan itself, Chinese special forces have also attempted assassination strikes against Taiwan's leadership in a campaign that started on the first day of the war. However, Taiwanese special forces, assisted by American Delta Force operatives deployed to the island ahead of the conflict, successfully have prevented attempts on the president's life. A few senior politicians have been killed by Chinese special forces or precision strikes, but the Taiwanese government remains relatively intact and safe on the eastern side of the island. West Taiwan, meanwhile, is a battlefield. The Chinese have successfully established a beachhead, albeit at a terrible price. Missile attacks against their transport fleet continue daily, and every major amphibious transport in the Chinese Navy is either sunk or damaged. The effort largely continues with civilian assets pressed into service as the Chinese Air Force continues to attempt to wrest control of the skies from the Pacific allies. Taiwan airspace remains contested as Japan and the U.S. struggle to keep up flight operations while forced to fly from the Japanese islands or in the Philippines. The People's Liberation Army rocket forces, however, have expended most of their missile inventory, allowing the U.S. Navy to press closer to Taiwan. American Marines based out of Okinawa prepare to deploy to Taiwan, landing on the friendly eastern side to support Taiwanese defenders. On the west side of the island, China is embroiled in brutal urban combat inside some of the most densely populated cities in the world. The Taiwanese people largely have nowhere to go, as the PLAN has refused to grant access to civilian evacuation vessels. International pressure continues to mount on China to allow for the evacuation of civilians, but it refuses to bow, instead offering civilians exit from the island to the mainland. Few Taiwanese citizens accept the offer, and tragically, anti-ship strikes by the Allies inevitably destroy a large ferry carrying Taiwanese civilians. Chinese propagandists immediately flood global media with tales of the tragedy, gaining traction in some parts of Europe, South America, and Africa. The skies over Taiwan remain contested, with the loss of hundreds of combat planes on both sides. Chinese aviators enjoy a high chance of rescue, while American and Japanese aviators only rely on rescue from Taiwan Coast Guard vessels. Half of them perish at sea. The loss of combat-trained pilots impacts the U.S. a lot more, as it's already facing a shortage of combat pilots. However, it entered the conflict with more aircraft than China, which helps offset the impact of the losses. Week 3. In the Malacca Straits, U.S., Filipino, and Australian vessels have enacted a complete blockade of Chinese shipping. China protests at the UN that the blockade should have been lifted, claiming that the stop of its seaborne trade will jeopardize the lives of millions of its citizens. The loss of imported oil is a pending national crisis for China. A war for public opinion is being waged around the world, with the U.S. enjoying favor in Europe and South Asia, and China being favored in Africa and South America. The U.S. has engaged in a missile campaign against mainland China, as China's anti-access area denial assets are slowly depleted, allowing combat aircraft and the U.S. Navy to approach closer. American stealth bombers strike at Chinese ports and supply depots on the coast. The Chinese Navy is faltering as it faces attack by advanced U.S. anti-ship weapons. LRASMs delivered via F-18s, F-35s, and B-1 Lancers feature stealth characteristics and artificial intelligence to invade Chinese fleet defenses until the last possible moment. China's success rate in shooting these missiles out of the sky hovers at just over 30%, and packing over twice the explosives of a harpoon, this new generation of weapons proves lethal. However, it's America's Rapid Dragon program that is China's greatest threat. Consisting of entire pallets of LRASMs and other standoff missiles, Rapid Dragon utilized normal transport aircraft to deliver dozens of missiles at a time. A 3-ship formation of C-17s can now bring over 120 LRASMs to bear against Chinese ships, an absolutely incredible level of firepower. China's dwindling supply of J-20 stealth fighters, the only platform capable of getting near enough to escort its C-17s to threaten them, means it's slowly but surely losing the naval and air war. Both sides have lost incredible amounts of firepower, and the U.S. fourth-generation aircraft fleet has been decimated. It's also lost large numbers of F-35s, but the planes are having an outsized effect on the conflict. However, they're limited by their very low sortie rate and the limited 6 long-range missiles that each plane can pack. With surviving U.S. carriers now finally able to operate closer to the Taiwan conflict area, the Navy's F-35s are starting to make a significant impact on the air war. Week 4. Combat aircraft continue to surge into the conflict from both sides, but the numbers are starting to favor the Allies. The inclusion of the Japanese and Australian air forces as well as American combat aircraft from other theaters means the Allies are able to replenish their losses faster. They still suffer from the tyranny of distance though, with Allied aircraft having to fly hundreds of miles to and back from a conflict. Losses among the U.S. aerial tanker fleet are mitigated by the sheer number of tankers the U.S. operates, but the intensity of the air war means large numbers of tankers are needed for each attack wave. This is putting a severe strain on America's tankers. Off the coast of Los Angeles, a Chinese nuclear submarine launches cruise missiles against the power plants in the vast city. The damage is moderate, but knocks out power for several days to large swaths of LA County. The attack is largely symbolic, but does result in hundreds of deaths from vulnerable citizens, mostly the elderly. Rather than deter the U.S. population, though, it only emboldens them to further support the war. Chinese influence agents working across college campuses and organizations across the U.S. fail to significantly impact public opinion. America, however, has suffered over 5,000 dead in 1 month of fighting and lost over $10 billion in combat hardware. Even if the war were to stop today, it would take years for America's military to rebuild. Week 5. Chinese forces take nominal control of Taipei. They'll find themselves beset by a wave of partisan fighting. Pre-war polls showed the vast majority of the Taiwan population rejected the idea of reunification with China, and thousands of citizens regularly engaged in basic close-quarters combat and first aid courses taught by military veterans across the island. The air war over Taiwan has shifted in favor of the Allies as China's inventory of modern aircraft begins to dwindle and it's forced to dip into older and older stocks. The conflict has consumed incredible amounts of munitions on both sides though, and the US is struggling to resupply its forces with cruise missiles and other precision weapons. The bombing campaign against mainland China has spurred fierce debate in Washington, not just because of the loss of aircraft, but because as Chinese forces are becoming frustrated on Taiwan and global sanctions and a blockade crash the Chinese economy, many fear that China will turn to the use of nuclear weapons. One thing is clear, for the Chinese Communist Party, Taiwan is a matter of national survival. If the party fails to secure Taiwan, it will lose all credibility. A population angered by the effects of the blockade and sanctions will take its anger out on party officials. Already, Western influence agents are sowing the seeds of a potential democratic revolution amongst the Chinese youth. But it has no hope of succeeding without the defeat of China's armed forces. Week 6. America's naval blockade of Chinese trade has caused global markets to tumble and had an outside impact in Africa. Anger against America stirs as millions are impacted by the U.S.'s attempt to strangle China financially and choke it into submission. People living in Africa already impacted by the war in Ukraine once more see this as a Western problem, not theirs. Chinese influence agents stir up anti-Western sentiment across much of the developing world. The West has ignored the global South for too long, giving Chinese influence an outsized effect. The United States attempts to create internal security threats inside mainland China by providing weapons to Muslim extremists in China's east. However, to move weapons to extremist groups, America seeks the help of the Taliban and their connections with tribal forces in Pakistan's lawless tribal regions. Negotiations turn sour very quickly, and the Taliban refuses. In retaliation, the U.S. launches several airstrikes against Taliban military targets, claiming Taliban forces were presenting an immediate threat to civilians. The story fails to gain traction in global media as it's buried by an avalanche of news coming from the South Pacific. Week 10. American Marines have joined the fight on Taiwan, arriving via safe eastern ports. Their deployment is made possible by the fact that Allied air power has finally forced China to remain mostly on its side of the strait, though it's still able to target Taiwan via standoff weapons. The deployment of ground forces is controversial inside the United States, especially given the significant losses already suffered by the U.S. Navy and Air Force. America has already suffered over 15,000 dead and wounded in fierce Pacific fighting and from a fresh wave of long-range ballistic missile strikes. The fight to throw the People's Liberation Army off the island promises to bring thousands more casualties. In Japan, the choice to deploy its own ground forces is met with fierce resistance from large segments of the government and population both. Japan has been undergoing a period of transformation from a purely self-defense force to redefining its concept of self-defense to include even preemptive expeditionary offensives in the interest of self-defense. However, the population has been slow to catch up to this shift in official policy, and the deployment of Japanese soldiers to Taiwan has become a lightning rod for anti-government protests. Chinese forces control most of the western side of Taiwan, though they are bogged down by several pockets of fierce resistance inside the cities. Much like Ukrainian defenders in Mariupol, the Taiwanese defenders face a hopeless situation, but are forcing China to dedicate large amounts of resources to containing them. China has studied the war in Ukraine carefully, and it knows it must win this invasion quickly before significant U.S. firepower arrives on the island, and international opinion turns even more against it. However, its options are running out. Its navy is being challenged both in and outside of the strait itself, making it difficult to resupply its invasion forces. American submarines are having an outsized effect on the conflict, striking quickly and slipping away into the depths. Because China lacks the ships to transport enough troops, only a partial national mobilization has been enacted. As the casualties pile up, the effects of sanctions and a U.S. blockade of its Pacific trade hit home. China must be close to considering some significantly difficult choices, and one of those choices is the preemptive use of nuclear weapons. This sparks major controversy inside Beijing, as China has an official no first-use policy. Ultimately, though, it is settled. China will not use a nuclear weapon in combat. Instead, it will conduct an atmospheric explosion hundreds of miles off the Taiwanese coast. It's meant to be a show of strength and a fait accompli to the United States. Many, however, do not believe it'll work, given the U.S. was not deterred by Russia's nuclear threats in Ukraine. Others fear that the test will signal a step toward the breaking of China's no-first-strike policy, a move that will not just lead to nuclear exchanges between the U.S. and China, but even if it remains only limited in scope, destroy China's credibility on the international stage. The invasion is not failing, but it's also not succeeding. Given enough time, China might or might not gain the advantage on the ground in Taiwan, even as the U.S. gains the advantage in the air and the sea. A third conclusion, however, is forcing President Xi Jinping's hand. The American naval blockade in the Malacca Straits and the Gulf of Oman cannot be broken, and the austerity measures imposed on the Chinese society threaten to unravel it completely even as its economy tanks. The nuclear option looms heavily in Xi Jinping's mind. President Xi Jinping of China has officially ordered his military to be ready to invade Taiwan by 2027. Retaking the island has been a priority for China ever since their civil war ended in communist victory almost 80 years ago. Numerous presidents, including President Biden, have pledged that an unprovoked invasion of Taiwan would warrant the full response of the U.S. military. Because of these declarations, a full-scale war between the U.S. and China could break out soon. But if such a war were to break out in the next few years, how would the two militaries stack up against one another? Before delving too deep into the capabilities and limitations of each branch, it's important to note how they are structured, organized, and led. The largest occupational force structure for the U.S. military is the Combatant Command. During the Cold War, the U.S. created the concept of combatant commands to give a single commander authority over huge numbers of personnel and vast quantities of equipment across all services. These combatant commands, or COCOMs, are set up by both geographic and functional areas. For geographic combatant commands, they're divided into NORTHCOM, SOUTHCOM, INDOPACOM, AFRICOM, EUCOM, CENTCOM, and SPACECOM. These COCOMs roughly correlate to the continents of North and South America, Europe, Africa, and the Indo-Pacific region, respectively. Of course, the newest COCOM was created in 2019 after President Trump created the Space Force. Outside of these geographic combatant commands are the functional combatant commands. These organizations are comprised of STRATCOM, CYBERCOM, SOCOM, and TRANSCOM. STRATCOM is focused on nuclear deterrence, global strike, and coordinating forces across service lines. CYBERCOM brings together all of the cyber warfare elements of each service and ensures the protection of communication and computer systems. TRANSCOM brings together all the logistics and lift capacity across the Department of Defense. SOCOM brings together all special forces assets under one roof, since special operations often involve coordination between the various services to pull off high-risk or complex missions. China, on the other hand, has only recently started to incorporate such a model. Beginning in 2016, the Chinese military completely restructured their military to have a command and control apparatus similar to the US model. In China, there are 5 military theater commands. These are the Central, Southern, Northern, Eastern, and Western commands. corresponding to the areas of China where they operate. The Chinese also have two semi-equivalent functional theater commands. These are the Strategic Support Force and Joint Logistics Support Force. The Strategic Support Force has the same functionality as Cybercom, but also includes electronic warfare, intelligence, and psychological warfare. The Joint Logistics Support Force is comparable to Transcom. Knowing how the backbone of these militaries work is important to understanding how various units of all types would be commanded, equipped, and moved into the field. Unlike China, the US has had decades of experience coordinating and moving mind-boggling amounts of personnel and equipment to far-flung places around the world. These combatant commands have been crucial in clarifying command structure and bridging the gaps in capabilities, operational procedures, and lingo across the service lines. China simply does not have this experience. Additionally, with their theater commands located within China and no experience performing combined arms campaigns outside Chinese territory, they do not have the capacity to plan, much less carry out prolonged campaigns far from Chinese shores. At best, China could plan invasions no further away than the First Island Chain, an imaginary line that roughly encompasses the South China Sea running from Japan to Taiwan and ending with the Philippines. This unity of command has enabled the US to wage war in numerous conflicts far from its shores since the end of World War II. With the command structure out of the way, it's time to look at individual military branches within both the Chinese and the US military. Let's first start with the Army. In both the US and China, the Army makes up the backbone of their ground forces. In the US, the regular Army is comprised of about 480,000 active-duty soldiers. Of this number, about 150,000 could be considered combat soldiers in one of the Army's 31 brigade combat teams. The brigade combat team is the lifeblood of the US Army and is comprised of infantry, armor, and striker BCTs. Each BCT has its own support structures, fire support, aviation support, and so on to make them independent units capable of carrying out full-spectrum warfare. Supporting these combat troops are several 100,000 logistics and support personnel. There exist dozens of different specialty support combat troops, as the US is ranked #1 in the world for its tooth-to-tail ratio. The tooth-to-tail ratio is how many supports and logistics troops an army has per combat soldier. This ratio came into public view during the disastrous Russian invasion of Ukraine, where Russia has sent many thousands of combat troops to the front lines with almost non-existent support in the rear. A strong support arm is vital for militaries to ensure combat troops get the equipment, material, food, medical care, and rest when needed. China simply does not have a comparable system. Though President Xi created the Strategic Support Force in 2016, US planners assessed in 2022 that the Chinese military is still woefully unprepared to resupply its forces in a peer-to-peer conflict. For decades, the Chinese army relegated logistics as an afterthought, basing their planning around their Korean War experiences. Units would draw supplies from stationary depots and railheads. If units advanced or were destroyed in US attacks, they were left critically undersupplied. China did not learn its lessons from Korea, and as late as the early 2000s used this rudimentary and backward system of supply. But even after the 2016 reforms, there hasn't been much progress made in the area. It's currently unclear how China plans to resupply its troops. The military could divert personnel from its combat units to supply functions, or it could also be that its vast militia forces that we'll get into later could be mobilized in a time of war. Perhaps one of the reasons why China cannot resupply its troops in a timely fashion is because of the process for moving material. PLA logistics planners have complained bitterly that moving equipment around requires 5 or 6 different layers of approval. Perhaps this is because China uses its militia forces and has to coordinate itself between political and military chains of command. Of course, this is just one issue, and the most likely answer as to why we don't know how China could resupply its troops is because China probably doesn't know either. Besides their lack of dedicated logistics forces, China also has an all-volunteer force that is comprised of just under 1 million active-duty soldiers. The People's Liberation Army Ground Force is broken up into theater commands that are further broken up into divisions and brigades. The Chinese have adopted the US model of using the brigade as the basic building block for creating operational and strategic plans. As far as the equipment difference between the two, the US enjoys an advantage of about 1,000 tanks over China. However, this gap is further widened when comparing the actual capabilities of Chinese and American equipment. The standard main battle tank of the US is the venerable M1 Abrams. Introduced into service in the 1980s, the tank has seen combat in numerous major conflicts and has proven to be the most successful tank on the post-World War II battlefield regarding both survivability and kill ratios. Despite many of the hulls being decades old, the Army has introduced a variety of modernization programs that have essentially rebuilt everything in the tank except for the hull. New engines, new gun sights, and new armor packages have made each generation of Abrams deadlier than before. For China, the main battle tank they use is the Type 96, introduced late in the Cold War. This tank weighs about 30 tons less than the Abrams, has less armor, and has an underpowered engine. In the tank world, a tank's maneuverability can be classified as its power-to-weight ratio. The power-to-weight ratio is how much horsepower an engine can put out for each ton of weight. The higher the ratio, the more powerful and maneuverable the tank is. Depending on the armor package, most Abrams tanks have a power-to-weight ratio of 27. This blows the much lighter Type 96 tank out of the water. The only comparable tank that the Chinese can throw at an Abrams is the Type 99. Introduced into service in the 2000s, the Type 99 supposedly has more armor and technological advancements than its Type 96 predecessor. Despite this, the Chinese have only recently begun equipping its tanks with an active protection system. Active protection systems are a combination of radars and weapons that give tanks an onboard capability to perform kinetic kills on inbound threats. Considered standard on modern tanks, the Chinese have been doing their best to equip their 600 or so Type 99s with the system. On the contrary, the US has equipped all newer versions of the Abrams with Israeli-made trophy active protection systems. It's also ordered and begun to install these same kits on Bradley fighting vehicles. These systems are important because the US Army not only has more tanks and armored vehicles than China, but they are better armed and protected than their Chinese counterparts. Another major advantage the US Army has over the Chinese is that despite China possessing about twice as many rocket, tube, and self-propelled artillery as the US, all the US systems are newer and better. Take for example rocket artillery. In China, the backbone of fire support for their infantry brigades are derivatives of the PHL-81 multiple rocket launcher. This launcher and its later variations make up about half of its total inventory and almost all of its modern inventory. Essentially, the Chinese systems are domestic clones of legacy Soviet Grad rocket batteries. These would have to contend with the US's M270 MLRS and M142 HIMARS systems that fire the MGM-140 Army Tactical Missile System, the same missile system that's been sent to Ukraine and has had devastating effects on Russian troops. The American system's extended range and accuracy make it much better. While China claims to have a 280-mile range with its systems, analysis of legacy Grad systems show the true effective range is just a fraction of that. Compared to the real battlefield successes of the HIMARS, accurately hitting targets out to 300 miles is a statement of fact. Even though the ones sent to Ukraine have been purposefully limited in their range, testing has shown these extended ranges are well within the system's capabilities. As far as navies are concerned, the US Navy is the strongest navy in the world without question. At active duty strength, the Navy is made up of about 350,000 personnel. These personnel or support crew control approximately 296 ships, including 70 destroyers, 20 cruisers, 11 aircraft carriers, 31 amphibious ships, 22 littoral combat ships, and 69 submarines. On the other hand, China possesses the world's largest navy with about 742 ships. However, this figure is misleading since the majority of its ships are not large surface combatants and submarines like the US possesses. Of its noteworthy ships, China only fields 2 aircraft carriers, with 1 more on the way, 26 Luoyang-class destroyers, 32 Zhengkai-class frigates, and 74 submarines, about half of which could be considered modern. Over the past 20 years, China has made very impressive gains in the quantity, capability, and tonnage of its ships. This is because China committed to transforming the Chinese Navy from a green water navy, or one that primarily operates in internal waters and close to shore, to a blue water navy, one that operates far away from its home country. But while these numbers might seem scary, when comparing individual ships and capabilities, the Chinese Navy is again no match for the US. The vast majority of the Chinese Navy is comprised of small patrol craft or outdated vessels, better relegated to a museum than the open ocean. The backbone of the Chinese surface fleet is its modern Luoyang and Zhengkai destroyers and frigates. These ships are equipped with missiles, sensors, and vertical launch systems that are comparable to US systems. But despite this, the Chinese have made these platforms to be more single-mission platforms compared to the multi-mission platforms US surface combatants are built for and whose crews are qualified for. Take, for example, the Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. This class of destroyer is arguably the most capable ship the US has ever made. While there are extensive differences between the hulls due to upgrades, each ship can carry out full-spectrum warfare. Each ship can independently serve as air defense, surface warfare, anti-submarine warfare, electronic warfare, information warfare, area denial, and perform maritime interdiction operations along with naval surface fire support. Each ship can also launch and recover aircraft, has a sonar dome, a towed array, torpedo tubes, and layered self-defense loadout. The destroyer and the older Ticonderoga-class cruisers can perform practically any mission the U.S. asks them to do. Additionally, some destroyers are equipped with the newest Aegis baseline, making them capable of detecting and taking out incoming ballistic missiles. By comparison, Chinese surface combatants are designed to try and take out U.S. ships with an array of advanced surface-to-surface missiles. However, due to their limited cell capacity, U.S. ships can carry up to 2 times as many missiles as the most advanced Chinese ships can carry. This means that U.S. ships can stay in the fight longer. Chinese surface combatants are also usually equipped with a passive sonar array back aft. This means that Chinese ships are way less capable at detecting submarines than U.S. ships are. Only recently have Chinese shipbuilders installed the sonar domes as seen on U.S. destroyers and cruisers. Such a lack of capability will hurt them in a peer-to-peer conflict with U.S. submarines. Unlike Chinese surface combatants, the Chinese submarine force is totally outgunned and outmatched by U.S. submarines. The primary attack submarine class of the U.S. is the Los Angeles class, and these are getting phased out by the newer Virginia-class submarines. In addition, the U.S. fields its submarine arm of the nuclear triad on the Ohio-class submarines. These submarines can hold dozens of nuclear missiles, and several decades ago, the U.S. converted several of these boats to SSGNs. These are arguably the most powerful offensive weapon in the U.S. Navy, since these boats can fire more than 100 Tomahawk cruise missiles while being totally undetectable at sea. The super-secret Seawolf class is the last kind of submarine the U.S. fields. With just a handful in service, the Navy mainly uses these boats to perform sensitive reconnaissance missions around the globe. Besides performing reconnaissance missions and attacking enemy shipping, U.S. submarines can also carry Special Forces troops to conduct raids ashore. By comparison, Chinese submarines are definitely good, but still a long way away from contesting waters against the U.S. Navy, much less beating U.S. submarines. Arguably the most advanced submarine is the Chinese Type 93 submarine. First entering service in 2006, these nuclear-powered boats are the tip of the spear for Chinese submarine forces. But despite this giant leap in Chinese technology, they're still about as quiet as the improved Los Angeles-class submarine. This is the oldest submarine in U.S. service, with all other current U.S. submarines being quieter than them, including the new Columbia-class submarines meant to replace the Ohio-class. But perhaps the area where the Chinese Navy fares the worst against the U.S. Navy is in regard to its aircraft carriers. China currently has 2 aircraft carriers in service, with a third that's been launched but still completing various acceptance trials. The first one they got was purchased from Russia and upgraded with Chinese technology. The second one commissioned was the first ever domestically produced Chinese aircraft carrier. Despite this great leap forward, this pales in comparison to the 11 aircraft carriers the U.S. fields. China's carriers are also less capable than their U.S. counterparts in many ways. Firstly, the combat power of the 2 Chinese carriers in service is only about half of what a U.S. carrier can carry. All 3 Chinese carriers are also steam-powered by boilers, and this means that they are incredibly speed and endurance limited compared to their American rivals, which are all powered by nuclear reactors. The Chinese Navy also lacks the operational experience the U.S. has in launching and recovering aircraft. Aircraft carriers have been an integral part of the U.S. Navy since before World War II. Because of this, the U.S. has the most experienced Navy today in cyclical flight operations and combat, and no other nation has even come close. The generations of experience in these intangible skills, from the ground crews to the pilots and maintainers, is something China will likely not possess for decades to come, if ever at all. Another intangible skill the Chinese Navy lacks compared to the U.S. is its ability to replenish fuel and stores at sea. Pioneered by the U.S. during World War I, underway replenishment is a high-risk operation that all U.S. ships carry out routinely. The evolution consists of ships coming alongside oilers, where lines are shot over and rigged on deck at various stations. Once tensioned, food, fuel, parts, and ammunition can be taken aboard the receiving ship. The U.S. Navy has developed these skills over generations, and performing this basic but highly necessary function is a common skill that officers and enlisted personnel train for and conduct. China simply does not have this capability. Several years ago, they began experimenting with underway replenishment, but public reports have yet to show much progress in the area. they have likely not made much headway because of the Chinese focus on securing islands and overseas basing rights to allow its vessels to refuel in port. Now, it's important to note that no country, including the US, can underway replenish missiles at sea. This still has to be done at anchor or in port, but the basic fact that the Chinese Navy cannot refuel or re-equip itself beyond the horizon severely limits the combat power of its Navy and relegates it primarily to the first island chain without a steady stream of friendly ports to pull into. Despite this severe knowledge gap, China possesses two unique warfare areas that can challenge the U.S. Navy. The first of these mission areas is the People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia, or PAFM. Since the end of the Chinese Civil War, the Chinese military has known their navy was second-rate at best. They created this militia force among its vast fishing and commercial shipping industries to make up for these shortfalls. Because China is ranked #1 in the world in the amount of shipping tonnage produced, the Chinese maritime industry is a rich resource the government has exploited for military use. No exact data exists on the PAFM, but most reliable estimates place its personnel around 1 million, with tens of thousands of ships involved. How the Chinese government uses these forces is that practically every fisherman and merchant mariner is required to serve when orders from higher authority come down. The core group of officers and senior enlisted personnel come from the Chinese Navy and Coast Guard veterans. Whenever a mission is assigned, whether it be harassing a rival country's oil platform, violating a country's fishing rights, or patrolling contested areas, the Navy gathers groups of several dozen to several hundred fishing craft together. These fleets then head out under the protection of the Chinese Navy and the Coast Guard ships. Once at the target location, these mariners are allowed to fish illegally, harass, and sometimes even attack other countries' naval and Coast Guard units under the protection of the Chinese military. Additionally, because of the limitations of the Chinese surface navy, a lot of these ships are used for intelligence collection. This could be as simple as giving a fisherman a pair of binoculars and a radio with instructions to report on American shipping, or as complex as equipping merchant vessels with state-of-the-art surveillance and signals collection equipment. The PAFM poses a unique challenge to the U.S. because of the rules of engagement. While some PAFM are armed with light weapons, the vast majority are not. Under normal peacetime conditions, these mariners are not considered lawful combatants, but under wartime conditions, these personnel would pose a huge legal headache for U.S. policymakers in how to deal with unarmed and forced naval lookouts. The other unique challenge the Chinese Navy would pose is the use of naval mines. After Russia, China has the most robust naval mine inventory in the world, numbering at up to 80,000 mines. By comparison, the U.S. has just under 10,000 naval mines stockpiled. This is important because these are great area denial weapons, as evidenced during the First Gulf War. During this conflict, Iraq had much fewer mines than China possessed, but still deployed many thousands of them. Mines damaged several U.S. ships during the build-up to the ground invasion. These mines weighed heavily on the calculus of military planners who considered an amphibious landing in Kuwait. While an amphibious landing was never seriously considered by planners, any possibility of it was dashed away when the U.S. ships struck those mines. China could do the same thing in a real war, flooding their coastlines and contested island chains with mines. Naval forces would be hard-pressed to defuse them with the current mine countermeasure ships barely getting off the pier. The Navy is currently experimenting with making its littoral combat ships the new replacements for these aging ships, and just this January, the Navy officially announced it was almost ready to start equipping LCS with this capability. But until that actually happens, the U.S. Navy would be at a disadvantage if China chose to heavily mine contested waters. In comparing the number and quality of aircraft between China and the U.S., we'll look at the combined aviation arms of each service. Both countries possess their own Air Force as well as Army and Naval aviation arms. As for their respective Air Forces, the U.S. possesses a higher number of fighter and multi-role aircraft compared to China. Numbering around 2,800, this numerical advantage is about 600 over China. But just like with the Army, the disparity is much worse when comparing individual platforms. The most advanced fighter aircraft for the US and China are the F-22 Raptor and the J-11, respectively. Raw performance data would place these aircraft almost on par with one another. They have a similar range, weight, max speed, and service ceiling. However, the F-22 is considered a fifth-generation fighter, while the J-11 is basically a domestic copy of the Russian Su-27 flanker. Because of this, in a dogfight, the F-22 would win due to slightly better maneuverability combined with better avionics, weapons, sensors, and stealth technology. In fact, the only claim China would have to a fifth-generation fighter is with its J-20, which entered service in 2017. As another domestic copy of a Russian aircraft, this time the Su-35, the J-20 does have many advanced technologies over previous iterations of Chinese aircraft, but despite this, the J-20 is vastly outnumbered by U.S. fifth-generation fighters like the F-35. With around 150 J-20s in service, these pale in comparison to the nearly 500 F-35s and 186 F-22s in the U.S. arsenal. Another area where China lags behind is in helicopters. Across the Army, Navy, and Air Force, the Chinese militia has just 1,355 helicopters. This is less than a third of what the U.S. has in service. While most of both countries' helos are used for transport logistics and search and rescue, the U.S. has a huge lead in both the quantity and quality of attack helicopters. Possessing almost 800 Apache gunships, the U.S. outnumbers Chinese capability by a factor of almost 2 to 1 in regards to modern gunships. While the Chinese have produced about 400 of the Z9 and Z10 gunships, these Apache knockoffs are not believed to have the capability or survivability of their American counterparts. Additionally, the Chinese also field about 300 aging Mi-8 and Mi-17 helicopters. These can both be attack and transport helicopters whose combat prowess and avionics are woefully outdated on a modern battlefield. Another huge advantage the U.S. possesses regarding aviation is its naval aviation. Beyond U.S. dominance in launching and recovering aircraft at sea, the U.S. has more and better platforms for airborne early warning, maritime patrol, and electronic attack. The purpose of maritime patrol aircraft has traditionally been a sub-hunting platform. Airborne early warning platforms serve as command and control aircraft for complex aerial battles and maneuvers, as well as detecting incoming enemy air threats. Electronic warfare planes are used for suppression of enemy air defenses, so that fighters and bombers can move inland without fear. For maritime patrol, China has just 15 Y-8 aircraft. As for airborne early warning, they also converted 8 Y-8 platforms for use in this role. Most importantly, neither the Chinese Air Force nor the Navy possesses a dedicated electronic attack platform like the U.S. Navy's EA-18G Growler. As for the U.S., their Navy operates 42 ED Hawkeye airborne early warning and 30 P-8 Poseidon maritime reconnaissance aircraft. The U.S. Air Force also operates a fleet of 68 aging E-3 AWACS aircraft that perform a role similar to the Navy Hawkeyes. By comparison, the Chinese Air Force has just 30 planes that are like the AWACS. The U.S. military aviation also possesses 3 other distinct advantages over China. The first of these is its capability for aerial refueling. In the U.S., both Air Force and naval aircraft routinely perform this dangerous yet vital operation. With a dedicated fleet of almost 150 tankers, U.S. aircraft can travel further and stay on target longer, practically more than any other military. China simply doesn't have the capability. Though China has procured several aerial tankers, its aviation community is still in the testing phases of the area, thus not possessing this operational capability. In fact, this disadvantage is one of the crucial factors limiting Chinese air power worldwide and confining it to mainland China where it can refuel. Other distinct advantages of U.S. military aviation over the Chinese include technological advances the Chinese will probably never have. The MV-22 Osprey is the only military tilt-rotor aircraft in the world. Combining the capabilities of a helicopter and a fixed-wing aircraft, the Osprey has proven to be a highly effective combat aircraft that gets troops into areas other helicopters simply cannot. Additionally, the Harrier and the F-35 possess vertical takeoff and short landing abilities. This is important because smaller ships can launch and recover these jet fighters without the need for an aircraft carrier. The U.S. has had this capability for decades, giving its Marine Corps its own organic fighter support without the need for larger naval formations that include aircraft carriers. Speaking of the Marine Corps, this is another area where the U.S. blows China out of the water. Despite China having almost 1 billion more people than the U.S., its Marine Corps is just a fraction of its size. Numbering just 40,000 personnel, this pales in comparison to the 182,000 Marines on active duty today. The difference in quality between the two branches is also staggering. The U.S. Marine Corps has existed since the founding of the United States and has perfected the art of amphibious warfare. The Marines have written the book on amphibious warfare doctrine and have generations of knowledge and experience conducting these complex operations. The Chinese Marine Corps simply doesn't come close in terms of operational experience. Though both countries' navies have similar lift capacity for amphibious operations, the U.S. ships are newer and can hold more equipment and people. However, the American Marine Corps strategy is something the Chinese Marine Corps can only hope to implement someday. The basic building block of the Marine Corps is the Marine Expeditionary Unit. The self-contained units come complete with their own maneuver, support, and aviation elements. These units are a microcosm of the Marine Expeditionary Brigade and Marine Expeditionary Force, the largest deployable Marine units. A MEF is built around a Marine division and has enough people and supplies to sustain itself for several months of combat operations. The Chinese Marine Corps has attempted to recreate this but lacks the knowledge, manning, and equipment to do so. In fact, a real-world amphibious assault would have to be done in conjunction with the Chinese Army, which is what their current strategy is. But it's not just a one-sided story. Of all the branches on this list, this is the only one where China has a distinct advantage over the US. This advantage is in its People's Liberation Army rocket forces. Over the past 2 decades, China has invested heavily in developing ballistic missile technology. While some of this has gone toward its nuclear triad, most of it's been devoted to developing conventional weapons to keep the US far away from the first island chain as possible. With its force fielding several thousand ballistic missiles of 9 different types, with ranges reaching out to 4,000 kilometers, China has built up one of the world's most impressive rocket forces. They've done so largely because they realize their ability to project combat power via their Air Force and Navy is limited. Their army has to make up for this lack of technology and experience by creating a virtual wall of missiles that can defeat US ships and aircraft long before they get in range to hit China or protect Taiwan. Though the US military has not fielded the quantity of ballistic missiles China has, it has developed some pretty good offensive missiles and built a robust missile defense network. The primary missile in the US inventory is the Tomahawk for offensive weapons, with ranges out to 2,400 kilometers and the ability to use advanced guidance features like terrain contour matching. The Tomahawk is America's tried and true missile, used to reach out and touch the bad guy. The US is also very close to reaching initial operational capability of the Naval Strike Missile. The NSM will replace the aging Harpoon and give the Navy a new offensive surface-to-surface missile once more. Additionally, though public information has been scarce, the US has made great strides in developing its own hypersonic missiles. The US has also built a robust layered defense with Army, Navy, and Air Force assets to counter Chinese missiles. The Navy arguably has the nation's best ballistic missile defense with its Aegis weapon system. Using a variety of sensors, computers, and vertical launch system, the US has demonstrated the capability to shoot down ballistic missiles almost anywhere in the world due to its ships being able to cover so much water space. The Army's Patriot missile systems are also an excellent point defense weapon system that has had great success in both the US conflicts in the Middle East and the war in Ukraine, among other places. The Army also operates its terminal high-altitude area defense weapons to shoot down missiles in their terminal phase. As a measure of last resort, the US West Coast is also protected by jointly operated Army and Air Force ground-based interceptor missiles. So despite how many missiles China can launch, the US has plenty of ordnance and the capability to shoot them down. Another area we've not looked at yet, but would matter in a protracted conflict, is the various reserve forces that both countries possess. In a major war, people and equipment must be replaced as casualties and losses mount. Having a robust and ready reserve force would enable a country to absorb losses more quickly than a country without one. Unfortunately for China, the US beats them here too. The U.S. reserves are comprised of the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force reserves. The Army and Air Force also have their own respective National Guard formations. Between the various branches, the U.S. has about 750,000 service members. China has about 500,000 dedicated to its Army reserves and another 600,000 among its other branches. Another part that increases the Chinese military reserve strength is its militias. Estimates range wildly from about 600,000 up to 8 million in various Army and naval militia units. While China might outnumber the U.S., its quality of reserve personnel and of their equipment needs to be considered. U.S. personnel that are in any reserve component receive the same training as their active duty counterparts. Most service members in some type of reserve component have also served on active duty. In China, reserve and militia military training are haphazard at best. While the core cadre of officers and senior enlisted are active duty military personnel, most Chinese reservists are either veterans or selected due to party loyalty, especially for the militia units. Because of this, the quality between units is mainly dependent on the area of China these units are located. But while some units might be good and most are of questionable quality, one thing Chinese military leaders know is bad is the state of their equipment. Some internal Chinese reports estimate that 70% of reserve and militia arms and equipment have reached or surpassed their maximum service life. U.S. reserve equipment doesn't suffer from this problem and enjoys the same regular maintenance and attention given to active duty equipment. Chinese officials have expressed doubt about their ability to mobilize reserve forces in time of war. There is still much debate between party officials and the military about who would be called up, as well as compensating employers for losing employees and other personnel woes. As for the US, these questions have already been codified in law for decades, and its members enjoy great benefits under the protection of such laws. The other two branches that can be examined include both countries' cyber and space arms. In 2019, President Trump created a Space Force, the first new US branch since the creation of the Air Force after World War II. The Chinese military doesn't have this same branch per se, but it's under the umbrella of their Strategic Support Force created in 2016. In regards to satellites and the integrity of communications and network systems, the US once again takes the lead. The US has about 6 times as many satellites in orbit as China does, as well as about twice as many military GPS satellites as China, and about 3 times as many dedicated spy satellites for military use. Of note here, though, is that the Chinese government does have the ability and written doctrine to use commercial satellite channels for military use in a time of war. But, of course, space warfare is not just having more satellites, but also a way of shooting them down or denying them use to the enemy. All countries, including the US, have been reluctant to build kinetic kill weapons for decades until recently. During the Cold War, US policy was not to develop such a weapon for fear of creating a space arms race. The US was then, and is still now, very reliant on reliable access to its military satellites, and did not want anyone to get an edge in that arena. That all changed in 2007. In 2007, China demonstrated its ability to shoot down some low-orbiting satellites when it shot down one of its own with the Fengyun 1C missile. Further missile developments have been closely guarded secrets in China, but the US believes that China has been working on missiles that can hit satellites in higher orbits. As for the US, post-Cold War presidents have been reluctant to pursue kinetic kill options but have fully embraced a satellite denial weapon. Instead, the US has developed a weapon system that can deny an adversary's use of its own satellites. Known as the Counter-Communication System, the US has 7 operational units dedicated to keeping this capability should it ever need it. Instead of destroying the satellite, the system jams the satellite's capability of communicating with Earth. As for the cyber side, China remains the most active threat to US security interests, primarily in the scale of cyber attacks. Over the past 20 years, various incidents have shown China's ability to steal proprietary information and compromise computer and communication networks. However, though China has achieved a great deal of success, it still lags behind the US because it lacks sophistication. China's cyber army numbers between 50,000 and 100,000 full-time military and civilian personnel, wholly devoted to carrying out a wide range of attacks. However, these attacks are often characterized as being low in sophistication. As an example, if there are 100 ways to get into a computer network with one vulnerability, China will try all 100 ways to find that one vulnerability. The US is the opposite, numbering around 6,200 full-time cyber warriors. These personnel will find and exploit the one vulnerability and leave without anyone knowing they were there. Because of this great disparity in capability, despite China having the capability to carry out limited attacks on US critical infrastructure and networks, these would pale in comparison to the kind of attacks US personnel could perform. We left the most important comparison for last, as this might be the one factor that could turn the tide. This is the nuclear arsenals for both countries. Both countries maintain a nuclear triad, which means each nation can launch a nuclear strike via land, sea, and air. However, China only recently achieved this status with a new bomber unveiled in 2020, while the US has had this capability for decades. The US also beats China both in the quantity and quality of nuclear weapons. China has just under 300, while the US has just under 4,000. Because of this, if a nuclear war broke out between the two countries, experts assess China's capability of retaliation as low due to most of their nukes being wiped out. Of particular note regarding policy, the US and China differ significantly in their nuclear doctrine. China maintains a no first use policy, meaning it claims it'll never use a nuclear weapon unless attacked first. The US has never agreed to such a policy and in theory could be the first one to fire a nuclear weapon. But of course, as with any communist regime, what's written in ink is worth about as much as the paper it's written on. Snow covers the landscape. The air is quiet except for the sniffles of freezing men. All of a sudden, flares shoot up and trumpets start sounding. Men are rushed forward. The defenders awake from their frozen slumber to the sound of machine gun fire, with curses and screams filling the silence in between each shot. The horde of Chinese soldiers gets closer. No matter how many are gunned down, the wave of bodies keeps moving forward. Out of ammunition, the soldiers start readying their knives, brass knuckles, and grenades for a hand-to-hand fight. Before they know it, Chinese troops start jumping into foxholes, and the organized defense becomes an every-man-for-himself melee. This isn't a scene taken from the Korean War. It's actually what Indian troops experienced a decade after it. And China and India could very well go to war again. But who would win? Despite India becoming one of the main proponents of UN peacekeeping missions and China not fighting in a war since 1979, these two nations fighting one another is a real possibility. The two superpowers have a long-standing border dispute that started in the 1950s. After India gained its independence from Great Britain, the country fought a series of full-scale wars with its new neighbor, Pakistan. But India was not done fighting border wars with its newfound neighbors. During the 1950s, the Chinese government attempted to broker one-sided deals with India regarding its claims to Indian territory. Having demonstrated their willingness to defend their sovereignty against Pakistan, the Indian government refused offers from Mao Zedong to establish a line of actual control, or LAC. The LAC was the name given to the border between the two countries, with the proposed LAC in 1962 extending past current Chinese positions. This infuriated Indian leaders, who then rejected the proposals. As a result, Chinese forces overran several isolated Indian positions within the frontier area and northeast India in what became the 1962 Sino-Indian War. The fighting only stopped when China advanced to the line of actual control, with some units moving past it. After the two nations brokered a ceasefire, the Chinese said they would move their actual border 20 kilometers behind the LAC, and India agreed to this. But in the 60 years since the conflict, Chinese forces have moved past the decided border into the LAC, hence why the area is still heavily militarized and hotly disputed. Before we dive into who would win a war between India and China, we must first look at the possible options for what a war would look like. For the purposes of this video, we'll analyze two scenarios: the most likely course of action and the most dangerous course of action. For a conflict between these two, the most likely course of action would take place along their disputed land that borders from the northeast frontier down to the Siliguri corridor, also known as the Chicken's Neck. These borders have been a political and military hot potato for over 60 years now, resulting in one major war, several large flare-ups, and thousands of territorial violations over the years. This highly contentious border would probably be the area for war to break out between the two countries. For the most dangerous scenario, this would mean full-on peer-to-peer conflict between the two countries. This would most likely result if India bested China in their border war and China needed to save face. Conversely, there's a large majority of war hawks within the Indian population that would want to see a full-scale escalation with China if they ever attempted a repeat of the 1962 Sino-Indian War. Either way, a full-scale war between India and China is not outside the realm of possibility. Going back to the most likely course of action, China and India have been violating each other's borders since the conclusion of the 1962 war. But despite the numerous violations, these border clashes rarely make international news. This is because historically, only about 1 to 2% of border incidents here get reported. The world is largely unaware of these skirmishes for a few reasons. First is the remote nature of the area. Situated in the Himalayan mountains and a part of the Tibetan Plateau, the northeast frontier and northeastern India are very isolated, harsh places to live, much less fight a military campaign. Secondly is because both nations want to minimize the impact of each other's territorial violations to maintain political stability. Though there are a large number of Chinese and Indian forces in the region, the area currently has some peculiar rules in place to dissuade full-out conflict from breaking out. For example, both sides have agreed that military patrols should not carry firearms. Surprisingly, this has been largely adhered to and is evidenced by the worst case of border violence since the 1962 war. On June 15, 2020, several hundred Chinese and Indian soldiers fought a 6-hour medieval-style battle in the Galwan Valley. During the battle, both sides used knives, bayonets, clubs with barbed wire, and bats to pummel each other. Over the course of 6 hours, 20 Indian and an estimated 45 Chinese soldiers were killed, with 76 wounded on the Indian side alone. It's exactly this type of escalation that would most likely kick off another war between the two powers. So in the event that another such skirmish like this started another border war, let's take a look at what each side would bring to the table. Starting with their armies, India and China have the first and second largest armies in the world in terms of personnel. In the blue corner, India boasts a force of just under 1.25 million active-duty personnel. In the red corner, China comes in with around 300,000 less troops than their counterpart, the People's Liberation Army Ground Force. But the difference in numbers is deceiving. Over the past decade, China has started to shy away from its brute strength in numbers to focus on more precision weapons. On the other hand, India has opted to recruit heavily to bolster its army and make up for some critical gaps in technology. These critical technology gaps become more apparent when looking at the Indian Army's heavy equipment. Due to India towing the line between Washington and Moscow during the Cold War, their military, and especially their army, is equipped with a mix of Soviet, Russian, and Western equipment, and none of it is the best either side has had to offer. As for the army, the vast majority of their equipment is Russian or Soviet origin. Take their main battle tanks, for example. The primary main battle tank of the Indian Army is evenly split between the Russian T-90 and the Soviet T-72, fielding about 2,000 and 2,400 tanks respectively. These vehicles make up the bulk of India's armored force. As for the T-72, though being a battle-hardened platform seeing action across the globe, the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the current war in Ukraine have shown that these legacy Soviet systems have little place on a modern battlefield. With known vulnerabilities to anti-tank systems like the British In-Law or American Javelin, these Soviet tanks are vulnerable to modern top-down attack weapons. Due to the Chinese military's infamous campaign of stealing information and reverse engineering critical technology, they've developed their own domestic copy of the American Javelin, known as the HJ-12. If you put them side by side, you'd be hard-pressed to find many differences between the two. Purported to have a range just under the American Javelin at 2 kilometers, the Chinese HJ-12 has been in active service for several years. On the other hand, the Indian military is still in the process of creating a similar type of weapon system. Though they have carried out several successful tests over the past 2 years, it's unknown when this system will finally be rolled out and into active service. Until then, Indian forces will not have the capability to launch man-portable top-down attacks on armored vehicles like Chinese troops could. Instead, they'd have to rely on helicopters or improvised missile carriers like the NAG missile carrier that fires the NAG anti-tank missile. Though potent, this weapon system has also proven to have issues firing in environments with heavy smoke, fog, or dust. This is a big problem for India, who heavily relies on the Russian-built T-90s as the backbone of their armored force. The T-90 was Russia's solution to eventually replace the failed T-80 and the aging T-72 and T-64 series of tanks. Envisioned to have state-of-the-art sensors, fire control computers, and armor, the tank was supposed to be the best tank in Russian service, and arguably it is, even if Russia's plans for sophisticated electronics never really panned out the way it hoped. The cornerstone of the T-90 is its Arena active protection system. The only problem is Russia did not include that system in its foreign sale agreements. Active self-protection systems are considered the gold standard for modern tanks. This is because tank armor can only get so thick and heavy before it starts to encumber the vehicle's movement. Active self-protection is a concept taken from naval warfare and put onto a tank. Here, a series of radars scan for incoming missiles or projectiles. The tank can detect these threats and can either fire off flares or chaff for a soft kill, or fire its own interceptors at it for a hard kill. Some tanks can even perform soft kills by jamming the radio waves that the missile's onboard radar is using. With that in mind, the Indian military doesn't have access to this critical technology because, as is common with export weapons, the host country selling it does not want to give away all the technology that goes along with it. Because Russia has kept the arguably pretty good Arena active protection system a state secret, India has been trying to outsource its procurement of more advanced protection systems to other countries to no avail so far. Despite not being able to find a good supplier for active protection systems, India has produced its own completely indigenous tank, the Arjun. The Arjun is the first and only tank entirely designed and produced in India. While India did produce most of its T-72s and T-90s under a Russian license, Indian engineers relied on no outside help and after almost 30 years developed a heavily armored and modern tank of their own. The Arjun is by far the best tank that India can field. With a weight-to-power ratio of 24, the tank is adequately powered to be maneuverable on both road and off-road conditions. With its 120mm main gun, it can fire a wide range of rounds, and its heaviest armor brings it to a weight of just under 60 tons fully combat-loaded, with the newest variant weighing in at 67 tons, which is comparable to an American Abrams tank. This tank also has an active protection system, the only tank in India's arsenal to have this feature. Designed around detecting incoming electromagnetic signals from anti-tank guided missiles, the Arjun can then use jamming and smoke shells to defend against these threats. While certainly a leap in Indian armored technology, this capability would still be outclassed by more modern protection systems seen in Western countries or even Russia. Squaring off against India's tanks would be a wide variety of Chinese tanks. Outnumbering Indian tanks by about 1,000, the Chinese advantage in numbers doesn't give it much of an edge over India due to Chinese tanks having weaker engines, a lack of inadequate protection systems and no combat experience. The two mainstays of the Chinese armored force are the Type 96 and Type 99, numbering 2,500 and 1,200 respectively. These tanks make up the bulk of the armored force that would stream across the Indian frontier in the event of another Chinese invasion. As for the Type 96, the tank was born from a knee-jerk reaction by the Chinese military leadership. The Type 88 tank was largely based on legacy Soviet models, like the T-54-55 tanks. These tanks made up the bulk of Saddam's tank force during the Gulf War, and Chinese officials watched in horror as modern Western main battle tanks completely annihilated them. Because of this, the Type 96 was rushed through its development process. This resulted in the creation of an adequate enough tank that wasn't much better than its predecessor, the Type 88. Although it was slightly heavier and had better armor, it was severely underpowered. With just a measly 730 horsepower, later upgraded to 865, only the latest models have an engine that is not underpowered. With a power-to-weight ratio of about 18 for older models, the early Type 96 was much less maneuverable than its heavier Western counterparts. Additionally, the Chinese also implemented a similar active protection system to the one used on the Arjun, but stopped equipping their tanks with it when modern anti-tank missiles could defeat it. Because of this, a replacement for the Type 96 was needed almost as soon as it entered service. The next step was the Type 99. The Type 99 was a massive improvement over the Type 96. The Chinese Army installed a 1,500 horsepower twin-turbo diesel engine to solve its chronic issues of being underpowered. Now with a power factor of about 27, the tank is on par with Western tanks in terms of maneuverability. The tank also got thicker armor that pushed its weight into the 50-ton range. However, its crown jewel was its active protection system. The Type 99 received an upgraded version of the Type 96's protection system, with improvements in both jamming and radar technology. But its most unique feature is the system's laser weapon. China claims that their APS systems use lasers to destroy incoming missiles. This claim, like most other Chinese military claims, have never been verified by independent observers. It's more likely that the Chinese use lasers to disrupt or confuse seekers on inbound missiles versus creating some death ray that explodes missiles on impact. While little is known about these systems, Western analysts have argued that the laser's effectiveness in low visibility situations, such as when operating in heavy smoke, fog, dust, and snow, would be greatly limited. Because of this, the tank crew's best weapon would be the all-around radar that could detect incoming threats and alert the crew of a missile seeker. As far as comparing the two countries' tank forces, they're pretty evenly matched. As everyone is aware, the Russian use of T-72s in Ukraine has yet to work out well for them. This is because tanks like the T-72 are not much better than target practice on a modern battlefield without modern upgrades to sights, fire control computers, and active protection systems. It's unknown whether or not India has been upgrading their fleet of existing T-72s, and due to budget constraints, it's unlikely they've been outfitted with the most modern upgrades. Even so, we do know that they have made many upgrades to their T-90s by incorporating advanced gun sights, computers, and communications equipment from countries like Israel and France. These upgrades have made the Indian T-90 arguably better than the ones in Russian inventories. When comparing the two countries, the T-72 and Type 88, as well as the Type 99 and T-90, are evenly matched. India would have a slight edge in its newest Arjun tanks, but there are only two in service, and it would need many more to make a difference on the battlefield. Additionally, because the Chinese soldiers have better anti-tank weapons in the HJ-12, Indian armor would be in more danger than Chinese tanks. And as far as comparing air forces, the scales tip much more in favor of China. The core of India's Air Force comes in the form of its 173 MiG-21s and MiG-29 aircraft. Comprising the heart of its multi-role aircraft are the 272 Russian Su-30 Mark I aircraft. Opposing these Indian planes are just over 2,000 Chinese fighters and multi-role aircraft. The mainstay of the Chinese air arm would be the J-10 and J-11 aircraft, each with around 500 in service. The MiG-21 and MiG-29s that India fields are quite old. Having been built in the 1960s and 70s, these planes are better suited for museums and modern airspaces. This is evidenced by a notable amount of crashes the Indian Air Force has suffered over the past several years, including one last year where 2 pilots died. The causes of the accidents have been kept a state secret, but it's likely because India's airframes are old and spare parts are hard to come by. In fact, by 2025, India will ground all its remaining MiG-21 aircraft, just over 100, and the MiG-29s will likely have to follow soon. This means that these airframes are likely in such bad shape they cannot continue flying routine training missions, much less continuous combat sorties. With 200 or so MiG fighters out of the question, India will have to rely heavily on its Su-30 aircraft in case of a war. While India has several newer aircraft models like the Dassault Mirage and Rafale, these number less than 100 total units. More than likely, the Indian Air Force would send its Su-30 aircraft to retake the skies over the northern frontier if tensions escalated to full-out war. Comparing the Su-30 to the J-10 and J-11 aircraft, we see the Su-30 is much heavier, about twice as heavy, but it's able to achieve slightly better speeds. The J-10 and J-11 were both leaps in Chinese aviation technology. While the J-11 is a domestically produced Su-27 built under license, the J-10 was domestically designed and produced. Both these aircraft can achieve faster speeds, higher service ceilings, and more maneuverability than any other Chinese aircraft produced before. However, in a dogfight, they would be at a slight disadvantage depending on where they were. Under normal conditions below 20,000 feet, the Su-30 would easily outgun them, since their radars and missiles can hit them further than their own organic sensors could track the Su-30. However, in altitudes above 20,000 feet, the Su-30 loses some of its maneuverability due to how heavy it is. In the case of the northern frontier, where altitudes are routinely 16,000 to 23,000 feet, all aircraft there would be flying near the ceiling of their operational endurance. Additionally, this does not take into account numerous other aircraft the Chinese have in their inventories, such as the J-16 and XH-7. The J-16 is one of the most modern aircraft the Chinese possess, with about 200 in service. The Chinese have a fourth-generation fighter that is stealthier, faster, and with more advanced avionics than the J-16. The aircraft is also equipped with electronic warfare packages that can suppress or destroy enemy air defenses, something that India only added to its inventory for the first time in 2020. Because of all this, the Indian Air Force would be at a severe disadvantage in any scenario against the Chinese Air Force. The Indian Air Force is both outgunned and outnumbered in almost every area, with them losing several hundred aging MiG fighters over the next several years. India would be hard-pressed to come up with a strategy to employ its fighter aircraft smartly. Perhaps in a scenario against China, India could take a page out of the Ukrainian playbook and move their aircraft around. They could have mobile air bases and store them in forested areas to prevent being seen taking off from highways. Because of the huge difference in the capability and numbers, the best the Indian Air Force could do is keep the skies contested. India simply does not have the means to gain strategic air superiority over the Chinese. While they could gain local air superiority in remote places, like the northern frontier along the LAC, as an overall strategy, India would be focused on harassing and denying Chinese aircraft freedom of movement as much as possible. Due to the northern frontier and line of actual control being landlocked, the Navy would not play a part in these operations. With that in mind, let's first evaluate the most likely course of action before diving into the most dangerous course of action. Because of the extreme altitudes, any sort of mechanized warfare is basically out of the question. Sure, some light tanks and vehicles could get through, but their mobility would be limited. Additionally, resupplying in the mountains is notoriously tough. If not enough supplies are pre-positioned, getting enough fuel up there would be a struggle during wartime. As far as air superiority though, China has many more aircraft. The extreme altitudes would mean all aircraft have to carry less fuel and ordnance than they normally would. The freezing temperatures and poor weather most of the year would undoubtedly affect flight time. Because of this, even if the Chinese gained air superiority, foul weather would likely negate most of the advantage, leaving their infantry formations exposed to Indian fire. Since the high mountains limit armored warfare and foul weather would limit aircraft sorties, the fight in the northern frontier would likely boil down to a light infantry and artillery duel. Because China has about twice the amount of artillery India possesses, it could in theory outgun Indian artillery. But again, the mountains come into play. Fighting in these extreme conditions would limit most types of radar. Modern artillery systems use radar to detect incoming rounds. This information is then used to direct fire missions to the location of enemy batteries. Because of the high elevations of these mountains, artillery crews would be very limited on when and where they could fire. Thus, an artillery fight in these conditions would probably involve a lot of direct line-of-sight shooting. That kind of fighting would come down to the individual crew's ability to load, sight, and fire their guns faster and better than the other side can. This would definitely level the playing field. Another factor that would level the playing field would be the Indian Army's actual combat experience. China has not fought in a conflict since its disastrous 1979 invasion of Vietnam. On the other hand, the Indian military is quite battle-hardened. From border skirmishes with Pakistani soldiers and Islamic militants in the northwest frontier to fighting several different guerrilla groups in northeastern India, the military has been engaged in fighting low-level insurgencies combined with flare-ups with Pakistan from time to time. Additionally, India has historically been one of the largest contributors of peacekeepers to UN missions. At any given year, on average, several thousand Indian soldiers are deployed to combat zones abroad. With that number in mind, there are likely tens of thousands of soldiers who have combat experience abroad still serving in the Indian Army. Combined with the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of troops who have experience serving in conflict zones internally, India has the upper hand in terms of combat experience. Because the Chinese troops lack this experience and the extreme environment negating many advantages in Chinese technology, Indian forces would likely have the edge as long as their command and control employed their infantry effectively. During the 1962 war, the Indians suffered heavy casualties because their generals did not want to give up any ground. This caused units to become isolated and surrounded as they were not allowed to retreat, and Chinese formations simply overwhelmed and wiped out these outposts. Modern Indian strategists suggest that in the event of another border war with China, Indian troops should have mountainsides and roads rigged with explosives. Doing this would slow down Chinese troop movements and could force them into prepared positions where Indian troops would have the advantage. However, this strategy hinges on the fact that Indian territory would have to be given up to bottleneck Chinese troops into these traps. Voluntarily allowing Indian territory to be surrendered is something that Delhi is not too keen on doing, since any land occupied by China during the conflict is unlikely to be given up, as evidenced by the 1962 peace accords. In the case that the border war leads to a larger conflict, the conflict would likely be fought with naval, space, cyber, and missile assets, at least for the first stage. Theoretically speaking, the war aim of China would be to land an invasion force in India to take over a major population center. The Chinese Navy would be the star of the show for the first half of that fight. When comparing the two countries' navies, the Chinese Navy appears to have the advantage at first glance. Over the past 20 years, China has been on an aggressive campaign to modernize and strengthen its navy from a regional power that could only operate in the South China Sea to a navy that could operate in any waters around the planet. Part of this modernization has been the development of surface combatants and submarines. As far as surface combatants, the Chinese outnumber the Indian Navy with 67 modern surface combatants against roughly 41 modern Indian combatants. The term modern typically means large surface combatants equipped with vertical launch systems, a combat system suite capable of launching modern missiles. When considering these numbers, China has about 26 Luoyang's destroyers and 30 Zhengkai frigates. On the other hand, India can field just 24 destroyers and frigates of various types that have the same capability. The Luoyang destroyers and Zhengkai frigates represent the best in Chinese naval advancements. These two ships can fire some of the most advanced missiles China has in its arsenal, including the much-feared YJ-62. These ships are, for all intents and purposes, China's attempt to copy the American Aegis combat system and the destroyers and cruisers that house them. Complementing the Chinese ships are their ability to operate with their own tactical data links, like the American Link 16. Tactical data links are huge in naval warfare, since if tracks and information cannot be shared securely between ships, it defeats the purpose of the extended range these combat suites provide. While these two ships represent the best in the Chinese surface fleet, it's what's beneath the waves that should scare India's leadership. The Chinese Navy fields the world's second most capable submarine force behind the US. While the Chinese field a variety of nuclear-powered submarines, their most fearsome is the Type 39A Yuan-class submarines. What makes these so special is the engineering plant inside of them. For decades, what's made nuclear-powered submarines better than traditional diesel-electric boats has been the fact that the nuclear-powered subs never had to surface. Unlike their nuclear counterparts, diesel-electric submarines have to surface to recharge their batteries, making the vessel vulnerable to attack from surface ships and aircraft. For decades, countries have been trying to create a reliable engineering plant where diesel submarines would not have to surface. Known as Air-Independent Propulsion, or AIP, about 10 countries have figured out how to create this type of engineering plant as of today. However, there's much variation in the effectiveness of these plants, with China claiming that they made the best AIP engineering configuration to date. There's still a huge debate in the naval community on whether diesel or nuclear submarines are harder to detect. Each one has its own pros and cons. However, the fact that China has developed arguably the quietest diesel submarines on the planet is not good news for India. But despite all this, India is not totally defenseless against the Chinese Navy. Standing against the Chinese Navy are several dozen modern frigates and destroyers. The combat capabilities are pretty similar to their Chinese counterparts, with one major exception. Indian naval vessels are armed with the fastest cruise missile in any nation's inventory. The missile is called the BrahMos and was made in conjunction with Russian engineers throughout the early to mid-2000s. The end result has been truly extraordinary. The missile can be outfitted to ships, aircraft, and submarines. It cruises around Mach 1, then transitions to an eye-popping Mach 3 for its terminal phase of flight. The missile also has the sea-skimming capability of staying about 10 feet off the surface of the ocean. India classifies the missile's flight paths, but it's likely it has a wide range of flight paths, including a high diving path to defeat most modern combat system suites. The missile also has an extreme range of about 500 kilometers or 270 nautical miles. This is important because this is just beyond the max effective range of the Chinese YJ-62 of 400 kilometers or 250 nautical miles. But despite this advantage, in overall terms of ballistic and cruise missiles, China is the clear winner. China is bar none the most prolific producer of cruise and ballistic missiles in the world. With thousands of missiles of dozens of types, the Chinese have made missile technology a mainstay in their arsenal. The primary reason for this has been to keep the American Navy away from the South China Sea by blanketing the area with extended-range munitions, since its surface forces could not go toe-to-toe in a fight with the U.S. China could leverage these long-range weapons in a war with India by using them to pummel strategic sites well out of reach of Indian threats. According to maps released by the Office of Naval Intelligence, China can send thousands of missiles against targets across the Indo-Pacific region. In the 1,000-kilometer to 5,000-kilometer range that encompasses most of India, China could send hundreds of missiles into Indian territory with little fear of counterfire. Another way they could attack Indian targets is through their extensive cyber warfare arm. According to a study released in 2021, China is number 2 in the world in terms of cyber warfare capability, with India coming in at number 12. But how could this be when India produces the most college graduates in the field of information technology and cyber in the world? The main reason has been priorities. Before about 2015, India was content with just being a regional power. However, their fear of China has made the country's politicians envision India being a peer with China. Part of being a peer is having a strong military, so they do not get bullied by Chinese tactics that they have used on similar nations. Because of this, India began an aggressive Made in India campaign to produce all types of weapon systems domestically. This is why so many of the newest Indian defense technologies have rolled out over the past several years or are still in development. Cyber warfare was one of those areas. India's cyber economy is amongst the strongest in the world. However, for years, the private sector has been under attack from a virtual onslaught of ransomware and cyber attacks, both from criminal groups and nation-state actors like North Korea. Because of this, Indian society has now hardened its networks to be amongst the strongest in the world. All citizens virtually require two-factor authentication for every website and app imaginable. This same mentality has spread to its military as well. However, India's cyber warfare arm is still in development. Because the superpower has never needed this capability before, they've been working with the US and other Western countries to help them develop their capabilities. China, on the other hand, has the world's largest, albeit low-tech offensive cyber arm. Estimates vary, but a ballpark range of 100,000 cyber warriors spread among military and criminal groups that the Chinese government directly controls is a generally accepted number. It's a fact that India is the most prolific cyber attacker in the world. However, their methods tend to not be very sophisticated. For example, the vast majority of thwarted cyber attacks are actually traced to Chinese government sources. Though China has carried out some exceptionally successful cyber operations in recent years, these can all be attributed to the sheer volume of attacks conducted and to getting lucky. The best way to describe China's cyber warfare capabilities is through saying, throw it against the wall and see what sticks. Countries like the US would exploit one glaring vulnerability without ever being detected, while China would try every way of infiltrating while hoping one works. China would certainly beat India regarding its offensive cyber operations. Still, because India has been hardening its networks, it's unclear how much damage the Chinese military could really inflict. Further compounding China's problems is the fact that it still lacks a significant amphibious capability. Currently, China's amphibious assault fleet is inadequate for an attack on Taiwan, an island just off China's coast. And just to attempt it, China would have to conscript hundreds of civilian vessels. An attack into the Indian Ocean would be suicide for China. While China couldn't realistically threaten India with its naval forces, India meanwhile sits on China's trade jugular. With much of China's oil imports passing through the Indian Ocean, India's navy could with ease cut China off from this badly needed supply. This would leave China with only fuel imports from Russia Russia, which would barely be enough to run its military. The civilian sector would suffer from dramatic fuel shortages and its economy would tank as a result. But if for some reason China could land an invasion force in India successfully, the fight would still not be finished. China hasn't had the experience of fighting a war on foreign soil in a long time. Keeping their military supplied would be a challenge unless Chinese troops completely overrun the northern frontier areas. So in order for India to win in a peer-to-peer war with China, they would need to hold their northern and eastern frontiers against China while also inflicting significant losses on the Chinese Navy. Suppose the Chinese Navy remains relatively intact and Chinese forces conduct a successful two-pronged invasion from the north and from the sea. In that case, India would likely be outgunned and outproduced in the long run, since China remains the world's #1 manufacturer and #2 economy. Russia's bluff has been called, and now its military might must clash with NATO forces in Eastern Europe. As both sides prepare for battle, there are high stakes in the skies over Eastern Europe as a squadron of F-22s and Su-57s rush to meet each other in a battle the world has been dreading for decades. But who would win between these two state-of-the-art aircraft? The F-22 was developed by Lockheed Martin to be the air dominance fighter of the future and first took flight as a prototype on September 7, 1997. Its origins, however, lie in the Cold War, with the US looking ahead to a future conflict with the Soviet Union. That's why when the plane was officially procured in 1999, it faced a very uncertain future. It was the world's most cutting-edge fighter, and an extremely expensive one at that. The age of great power conflict was thought to be over with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the F-22 was a plane without a mission. Inevitably, Congress approved the termination of future production of F-22s, and the specialized tools and equipment used to create the most advanced fighter in the world were put into storage in case of emergency. The Su-57 Felon is a twin-engine stealth multi-role fighter aircraft developed by Sukhoi for the Russian military. Its origins are much more recent, with development beginning in 1999 as Russia began its process of trying to impose itself as a global power once more. Over the years, though, the Su-57 ran into serious budgeting problems. Initially, Russia, like the US, planned to buy hundreds of the aircraft, but eventually only 16 were actually built. The death blow to the Su-57 program was the ever-worsening Russian economy, as well as the pullout of India's partnership in the program when it was determined that the Su-57's capabilities were not as advertised or worth the investment. Both aircraft depend on stealth for survivability and lethality, but which is better? The Su-57 features specialized design to reduce its radar cross-section, or RCS. This is achieved via techniques such as carefully aligning the edges of the wing and control surfaces so as to minimize the number of directions that radar waves can bounce back. Weapons are carried internally and its engines are coated with radar-absorbent materials, or RAM. Its canopy features a 70 to 90 nanometer thick metal oxide layer to both absorb radar waves and protect the pilot from UV and thermal radiation. From the front, the Su-57 is more stealthy than a fourth-generation fighter. However, from the side, the aircraft is significantly less stealthy and very vulnerable to detection and targeting. This represents a lack of expertise in stealth by Russian engineers, but is also a design choice, as the Su-57 is meant to operate within the protection of Russian air defenses. Outmatched technologically by the US, Russia has long operated its military under a fortress doctrine that makes maximum use of large numbers of long-range air defenses and ground artillery to fend off advanced US threats. Simply put, a squadron of Su-57s would not be operating far from friendly forces, unlike US F-22s, which are expected to be the very tip of the spear, driving deep into enemy territory. The F-22 was designed with stealth as a top priority, and so much attention was paid to the plane's stealth characteristics that even the design of the pilot's helmet was taken into consideration. Like the Su-57, stealth is built straight into the design of the plane with a delta wing configuration, curved vanes that prevent line of sight to the engine faces and turbines, and special alignment of control surfaces. The plane features a signature assessment system that warns a maintenance crew when the plane's radar signature is degraded and requires repair. And while it is coated in RAM, it's less reliant on it than the B-2. The B-2 is so delicate that it requires a special air-conditioned hangar, like the true prom queen of the US Air Force that she is. But the F-22 was designed to be rugged and tough, and can undergo repairs directly on a flight line. But hiding from the radar is only part of its stealthy design. Its flat thrust vectoring nozzles don't just look super cool from behind, but are specifically engineered to reduce the thermal signature of the big engines and thus reduce the range at which the plane is targetable by heat-seeking missiles. The plane is also designed around tight control of electronic emissions to prevent targeting or detection via electronic noise generated by its powerful radar and radio. It's also specially designed to be quieter than other aircraft and to be difficult to detect with the naked eye at a distance. The result is an aircraft with an RCS which is classified. But Lockheed Martin has confirmed that from some angles the aircraft has an RCS of a steel marble, 0.0001 squared meters. The Su-57, on the other hand, is believed to have an RCS of 0.121 square meter. There's no question that when it comes to stealth, the F-22 is the top dog, but at a price. In order to maintain its stealth features at an optimal level, the plane has a mission-capable rate of 62 to 70%, meaning that if the Su-57 were ever fielded in large numbers, their relative lack of sophisticated stealth technology would make them available for operations more often. Though if Ukraine is anything to go by, maintenance is a very weak point of the Russian military, and both aircraft might struggle to stay in the air throughout a lengthy conflict. In a dogfight, power and maneuverability are what matters, and here the two aircraft show some striking differences. The F-22 features thrust vectoring engines that can pivot up and down, giving it the most maneuverability of any U.S. aircraft. However, the F-22 falls very short of the Su-57, which is one of the most maneuverable planes ever made. Its twin engines feature independent thrust vectoring in all directions, meaning each engine nozzle can point in any direction independent of the other nozzle. That's why the Su-57 impressed spectators at air shows all over the world. And in a dogfight scenario, the F-22 pilot would be reaching for the ejection handle far more frequently than the Russian counterpart. When it comes to power, both planes are also unmatched. The F-22 is equipped with two Pratt & Whitney F-119 afterburning turbofan engines, with each delivering 35,000 pounds of thrust. This gives the F-22 a total of 70,000 pounds of thrust and the ability to supercruise at a classified speed of at least Mach 1.82. Supercruise is an important capability for modern fighters, and one that very few can attain. It's defined as the ability for an aircraft to cruise at speeds of 1.5 times or greater the speed of sound without the use of afterburners for extended periods of time. Using afterburners burns through an aircraft's fuel tank very quickly, and thus most planes cannot maintain supersonic flight for very long. With great speed, though, comes great fuel consumption, and the F-22 is limited by its size and fuel use to a range of 1,864 miles with external fuel tanks. Its combat radius is believed to be just over 500 miles, with a service ceiling of 6,500 feet. The Su-57 is equipped with two NPO Lyulka Saturn Izdalai 117 turbofan engines, a significant technological step forward for the Russians. Each engine can produce just shy of 20,000 pounds of dry thrust, giving the aircraft the ability to supercruise at just over Mach 1.6. However, the Su-57's larger body allows it to store more fuel, increasing its range to 2,200 miles with a combat radius of 930 miles and a ceiling of 66,000 feet. The Su-57 seems to have the advantage here, even though its inferior aerodynamics and larger size means it's slower than the nimbler F-22. But the Russian Air Force has been having serious problems with developing the Su-57's engines, making them unreliable. Current Su-57s in operation are equipped with older engines, and in 2014, before walking away from a deal to help fund development of the Su-57, the Indian government expressed concerns over the engine's reliability. Russia hopes to sweep away these issues with a new engine designated Izdalai 30 and projected to be equipped on the Su-57 in the mid-2020s. However, this was before Russia was sanctioned by the world and cut off from critical technology supplies. The current fate of the planned engine upgrade is unknown. When it comes to engines, the F-22 is simply more reliable, with over 180 of the aircraft in operation for over a decade, while the Su-57 struggles with older engines and a planned upgrade that might never materialize. If Russia were to solve the engine issue, though, the Su-57 may outclass the F-22 in power, if not speed, due to the size difference. But a fighter is nothing without its weapons, so what kind of heat is each plane packing, and who's really bringing the smoke? The Su-57 has two tandem main internal weapon bays that run along the entire length of the body of the aircraft, and two side weapon bays for smaller missiles or bombs. Designed as a multi-role fighter, the Su-57 can strike surface targets with ease, packing the 550-pound KAB-250 or an 1,100-pound KAB-500 precision-guided bomb in its main bay. It can also carry the KH-38M air-to-ground missile, the KH-35U anti-ship missile, and the KH-58 USHK anti-radiation missile for striking enemy radar arrays, and the KH-59 Mark II cruise missile, though all of these in very limited quantities. However, if stealth is not a concern, the plane has 6 external hardpoints that can fit most Russian fighter-capable bombs and missiles. The KH-47M2 Kinzhal hypersonic air-to-ground missile is also being developed especially for the Su-57 and meant to fit within the dimensions of the plane's internal weapon base. However, if going up against the F-22, the Su-57 will bring 4 beyond visual range air-to-air missiles with a range of up to 120 miles and 2 shorter-range air-to-air missiles in its side weapon bays. The F-22 has 3 internal weapon bays laid out in a different configuration from the Su-57. Its main bay is housed at the bottom of the fuselage, with 2 smaller bays directly on the sides of the fuselage and aft of the engine intakes. Up against a Su-57, the F-22 can carry 6 beyond visual range AIM-120 AMRAAMs and 1 AIM-9 Sidewinder in each bay. This gives the F-22 a significant 3-missile advantage over the Su-57, but this is hardly a surprise. The F-22 was designed specifically to take out enemy aircraft, while the Su-57 was designed to be a general-purpose machine capable of hitting both air and ground targets. The F-22 can also strike ground targets with the replacement of its 4 main bay launchers with 2 bomb racks that can each carry 1 1,000-pound or 4 250-pound bombs. The plane can also carry GPS-capable weapons, such as the Joint Direct Attack Munition, but it lacks the targeting pod required to self-designate targets for laser-guided bombs. Like the Su-57, the F-22 is equipped with external hardpoints for when stealth is not a priority, and it has 4 hardpoints rated at 5,000 pounds each. For a good old-fashioned knife fight in the sky, the F-22 carries the M61A2 Vulcan 20mm cannon and is equipped with 480 rounds meant for half-second bursts. The pilot's heads-up display projects a radar projection of the cannon's fire path when the weapon is in use to dramatically increase accuracy. The Su-57, meanwhile, is equipped with a 9A1 4071K 30mm autocannon with 150 rounds. While it has less rounds to fire, the 30mm cannon will provide a significant advantage if a hit is scored. And given the Su-57's incredible maneuverability, the odds of a hit are good. In terms of firepower, the F-22 takes the cake for air-to-air combat, even if it would do well to stay out of the dogfight range of the Su-57. However, the Su-57 is easier to configure for ground strike missions, making it more flexible. But all that smoke means nothing if you can't even detect what you're supposed to be aiming at. So how do the two planes compare in radar and avionics? The F-22 is a champion of sensor fusion, where it gathers data from all onboard systems, filters it for relevancy, and presents it to the pilot for greatly enhanced situational awareness, while lowering his workload. It can even receive data from other platforms to add to its tactical picture. It's equipped with the Sanders General Electric AN/ALR-94 electronic warfare system, Martin Marinetta AN/AAR-56 infrared and ultraviolet missile launch detector, Westinghouse Texas Instruments AN/APG-77 active electronically scanned array radar, and TRW Communication Navigation Identification Suite. It has over 30 antennas blended into the wings and fuselage to give the airplane complete all-around radar warning receiver coverage. This system can reduce its radar emissions to a confined narrow beam, down to 2 degrees in azimuth and elevation, exceeding over 250 miles in range and greatly increasing the plane's stealth by limiting excess electronic noise. In other words, if you take a shot at the Raptor, it's going to immediately know trouble is on the way. The system can even be used for a passive detection system that can search for targets and even provide lock-on for weapons at a classified range. The APG-77 radar equipped on the Raptor has a low observable active aperture, electronically scanned antenna that can track multiple targets while conducting scans in any weather condition. The Raptor can also focus its radar to overload enemy sensors in electronic attack configuration, degrading the effectiveness of enemy radar and increasing the survivability of fellow Raptors in formation. To reduce the chance of interception or degradation, the APG-77 changes frequency over 1,000 times a second and has an estimated range of 125 to 150 miles for a target with the profile radar cross-section of a Su-57. Not good news for the Russian fighter. Head-on, the Raptor is likely capable of targeting a Su-57 at just over 30 miles. By narrowing its beam, however, the APG-77 can increase this range by approximately 100 miles. Its 2 Hughes Common Integrated Processors are each capable of processing up to 10.5 billion instructions per second, making the F-22 one of the smartest planes in the sky. In fact, its avionics are so robust that the F-22 has threat detection and identification capabilities similar to the RC-135 rivet joint. However, its radar is less powerful than dedicated signals intelligence and threat detection platforms. This capability, however, allows the F-22 to designate targets for Allied aircraft, making the F-22 not just lethal on its own, but lending its lethality to 4th-generation aircraft who can fire weapons from outside the threat envelope an F-22 is currently operating inside of. In effect, the F-22 can grant friendly aircraft pseudo-stealth capabilities through its big brains, giving the enemy one hell of a headache to worry about. The Su-57 is Russia's first attempt at achieving sensor fusion. To manage its various electronic systems, the Su-57 is equipped with an information management system developed by GRPZ. The plane is equipped with an N036 AESA radar system and an L402 Himalayas electronic countermeasure system. Its radar is configured across 3 platforms with a traditional nose-mounted radar and 2 cheek-mounted radars that greatly increase angular coverage. It also allows a pilot to guide a missile to target without having to point its nose at it, a significant advantage in close-quarters combat. 2 N036L-1-01 L-band transceivers are mounted on each wing's leading edge flaps and used for friend or foe identification, but can also be configured for electronic warfare and used to degrade enemy radar, albeit at significantly less efficiency than the F-22. It's also equipped with a redundant radio telephone system and encrypted data exchange capabilities between itself and other aircraft. However, the largest difference between the 2 aircraft is the inclusion of the 101 KSV infrared search and track system on the Su-57, while the F-22 lacks any such capability. Often touted as a stealth killer, ISRT systems allow an aircraft to search for and target enemy aircraft by their heat signatures. This heat comes not just from the engines but from the body of the plane, thanks to friction it experiences during supersonic flight. While the F-22 lacks ISRT capabilities, it's also designated to fly cooler at faster speeds than the Su-57, and with engine outlets that dramatically lower its infrared signature. Thus, the Su-57's ISRT will still have some difficulties targeting an F-22, and its effective range will be lowered considerably. Even so, this feature still gives the Su-57 an advantage in close-quarters combat. So, which is the superior aircraft? The F-22 takes the cake by a long shot. It's without question the world's premier fighter aircraft, with the most advanced avionics of any non-classified fighter in operation today. Its radar lacks the angular coverage of the Su-57 but can detect even stealthy targets at longer ranges compared to the Su-57, and more importantly provide good lock for weapons at increased ranges as well. With an increased number of air-to-air missiles, the F-22 has more chances to shoot a Su-57 out of the sky as well, another significant advantage. Yet, the Su-57 has the advantage in close quarters, and an F-22 pilot would do well to ensure he keeps a healthy distance between himself and the Su-57. But ultimately, this is a minor advantage, as the F-22 is simply built to not just be lethal on its own, but operate within a larger network of weapons and friendly platforms. This is a capability the Russians lack, and the US military remains the most networked armed force in the world. This means that it's not just the F-22 that's lethal to a Su-57, but a whole host of support platforms, all using the F-22's targeting and tracking data to guide their own weapons to target. Not only can the F-22 win a fight on its own, but it can invite all its other buddies to that fight as well, leaving the Su-57 pilot frightfully alone. However, ultimately the F-22 is superior for one single reason. It's an operational aircraft, and the Su-57 is not. If war were to break out between the two nations, it's highly unlikely an F-22 would ever meet a Su-57 in battle, given that there are only 6 non-testing models in operation, while the Russian Air Force would have to contend with over 180 Raptors. When Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022, the world stood by in terror, as the initial fear was that the capital of Kyiv and then the country might fall in a matter of days. This was due to a variety of factors, including a much smaller military, economy, and less advanced equipment than what the Russian military initially possessed. But Ukraine proved the world wrong. So with all that's happened since then, how do Ukraine and Russia compare with each other now? At the beginning of the full-scale invasion, recently released U.S. intelligence reports estimate that 360,000 Russian troops poured across the border in the early morning hours of February 24, 2022. The most current U.S. estimates of Russian military casualties show that 315,000 of these soldiers are now dead, wounded, captured, or missing. The number of dead is around 120,000. However, even though this astonishing 87% casualty rate among Russia's regular military is staggering, the true extent of Russia's losses is even worse. Even before this became a full-scale war, Russia had been employing private military companies like the Wagner Group and training local militia forces like the DPR and LPR in eastern Ukraine. Since invading the country outright, PMCs and these militias have served alongside regular Russian forces, and their losses are staggering too. The last estimate that came from the Wagner Group, before it dissolved in the wake of the June 2023 uprising, was in the aftermath of the Battle of Bakhmut. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the now deceased leader of the group, claimed that from the start of the invasion to the end of the battle, Wagner lost 22,000 dead and 40,000 wounded. DPR and LPR militias are believed to have suffered a similar amount of casualties from the war's beginning until the present time. For Ukraine, though, their losses are considerably lower. They're still staggering, considering the country has about 5 times fewer people than Russia. U.S. officials estimate that the Ukrainian armed forces have lost a combined total of about 70,000 dead and around 100,000 wounded. These figures are strictly for military casualties, and the death toll for Ukrainian civilians is known with less certainty. It's been confirmed by the United Nations that at least 10,000 Ukrainian civilians have been killed, with about double that figure wounded. However, even the UN admits these figures are likely an underestimation, and the actual civilian casualty count is many magnitudes higher. For example, in regions previously occupied by Russia, like Kharkiv and Chernihiv, Ukrainian police continue documenting previously unknown mass graves. Thousands of Ukrainian civilians have been murdered in mass slaughter events like this, and it's likely that the graves will continue to be found for years to come. Due to the ferocity and scale of fighting, both Ukraine and Russia have dramatically grown the sizes of their militaries. At the beginning of the war, Russia had about 900,000 personnel in its army and 435,000 in its Navy, Air Force, Border Service, and National Guard. Since the start of the conflict, the number of personnel in Russian service has almost doubled. Currently, the Russian army has around 1.15 million active duty personnel. There are now about 1 million personnel among Russia's other branches as well. Recently, Putin ordered another 170,000 active duty soldiers to be added to the overall strength of the Russian army as soon as possible. But how has Russia been able to grow its military strength even as it endures about 15,000 to 20,000 casualties each month? Back in 2022, in the wake of Ukraine's lightning Kharkiv offensive, Putin ordered a partial mobilization of 300,000 reservists. What's important about this is not necessarily the fact that he called up 300,000 reservists, but the fact that he has never canceled the order. Because of this, the reservists have now been mobilized for the duration of the war. Despite pleas from Russian families to send their loved ones home, Putin has made it clear these 300,000 soldiers are there to stay until they are dead or the war is over, whichever comes first. In addition to not letting the partially mobilized soldiers go home, Russia has not allowed those called up in the annual conscription cycle to go home either. Russia holds an annual conscription drive that brings in several 100,000 unwilling recruits to its military each year. Since the spring of 2022 conscription cycle, no drafted recruits have been allowed to leave the Russian military. Additionally, those Russian servicemen who have signed contracts with the Ministry of Defense have had their previous contracts nullified, so that the Russian forces can keep them in service past the expiration of their enlistment dates. Additionally, because partial mobilization is still in effect, Russia has raised manpower through what is called crypto mobilization efforts. Because Russia can now issue military summonses electronically, a wider net can now be cast to entrap anyone Russian recruiting officers want, and often they target the most vulnerable people in the country. People arrested for petty crimes, immigrants, ethnic minorities, and dissenters are all prime targets for recruiting officers. Through coercion and threats of violence, it's estimated that Russia drafts about 20,000 men a month into its military, on top of the conscription drives and volunteer enlistments. Because of this, even though Russia might take 20,000 casualties a month, it can still grow its military, since crypto mobilization efforts alone replace those losses. Ukraine has likewise grown its pre-war military much larger than its original size. At the beginning of the war, the Ukrainian army had about 250,000 service members. Its Navy, Air Force, and Territorial Defense Forces had about 150,000 members combined. Presently, the Ukrainian military has about 1 million active duty personnel, about 800,000 of which are in the Army, 100,000 in Territorial Defense Forces, and 50,000 each in Navy and the Air Force. The initial astronomical growth of the Ukrainian military can mostly be attributed to its volunteer recruitment drives. At the beginning of the war, so many Ukrainians volunteered that some areas, like around Kyiv, ran out of weapons to hand out to people. But as the fighting continued into almost its second full year, volunteer enlistment started becoming augmented by the draft. After the full-scale invasion, President Zelensky put the country under martial law. This has prevented all males aged 18 to 60 who do not possess a valid military exemption from leaving the country. Because of the high casualty rates, Ukraine has started to draft more personnel into its military, since voluntary enlistments have not been enough to compensate for losses. The number of Ukrainian draftees is unknown. However, we do know that Ukrainian squads have a much lower percentage of draftees in them than their Russian counterparts. This could soon change given that top Ukrainian military officials recently presented a proposal to President Zelensky to draft 500,000 more soldiers into the army. As of the making of this video, the plan is yet to be approved, But even with a potential mass mobilization looming in Ukraine, the military still seeks mostly volunteers. However, problems in the military recruitment system have become rampant. Reports from Ukraine have indicated that corruption among recruiting offices has been widespread. It's reportedly common to bribe recruiters and doctors several $1,000s to obtain a so-called white paper that indicates a person is medically unfit for service. The corruption got so bad that President Zelensky fired every regional recruiting office head earlier in 2023. Similarly, it's been noted that at least a minority of Ukrainian men are not interested in fighting and would rather flee. Estimates for the number of able-bodied Ukrainian men who have fled the country rather than fight vary wildly. Some estimates say as few as 20,000 and as many as 650,000 have either bribed their way across the border, snuck across, or gotten phony exemptions and then fled. However, it should be noted that some estimates show around 1 million Russian men fled their own country after the partial mobilization occurred. Russia has also been forcing society at large to be prisoners within Russia, mostly by seizing the passports of military-aged men and setting up recruiting offices at border checkpoints. Overall, Russia, and to a lesser extent Ukraine, have had to resort to more drastic forced generation efforts to continue absorbing casualties at the rate they've been taking while still holding their current positions. Besides the human losses, the loss of equipment on both sides has been astronomical since the beginning of the invasion, starting with the Russian army, which has lost almost 14,000 pieces of equipment, including over 2,500 tanks and approximately 4,300 armored fighting vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles. Additionally, the Russian Air Force has lost around 96 fixed-wing aircraft and 133 helicopters. However, it should be noted that both for armed vehicles and aircraft, Russia has lost a disproportionate number of newer and more advanced systems that are being replaced by legacy Soviet equipment. For example, the vast majority of the T-72s Russia upgraded during its past decade have been destroyed. These tanks were among the best in Russia's arsenal since they had better night sights, increased armor protection, and a more robust communication suite than the older T-72 models. Because of this, Russia has been forced to bring more tanks out of storage to replace them. However, records show that after decades of graft and theft in the Soviet military, most tank depots have only around 10 to 30% of the stored vehicles actually being serviceable. The Russian Air Force has also lost a ton of its newer aircraft, including the very capable Su-34. To date, Ukraine's destroyed around 17% of the roughly 148 of these aircraft that Russia possesses. The losses of advanced equipment, such as the Su-34, cannot be understated. This is because of the crushing sanctions Russia has faced worldwide. Advanced avionics and other aircraft parts needed to create more Su-34 aircraft are unavailable. This means that what Russia has is what they're stuck with, and each loss of an airframe is irrecoverable. Of course, Russia may try to produce more aircraft, but these will undoubtedly be of a lesser quality than what they made in the past and will end up suffering higher losses than before. The Russian Navy's not been immune to horrific losses either. Since the start of the invasion, the Russian Navy has lost a heavy cruiser, a submarine, a corvette, 4 large amphibious ships, and numerous smaller vessels. These losses are more significant because they were lost against a country without a navy. Each of these losses was inflicted either through cruise missiles or remote-operated drones. Even though Ukraine has been dishing out some serious damage to Russia, it has not been immune from losses itself. Roughly speaking, Ukraine has about a third of the documented losses across all of its systems, except for its Air Force and Navy, which have suffered disproportionate losses. For example, Ukraine has lost 77 combat aircraft since the start of the war. However, with an Air Force that was about the 10th of the size of Russia at the beginning, these losses are felt much harder than Russia. Thankfully, Ukraine has received donations of Soviet aircraft from NATO countries looking to free up space for newer Western aircraft like the F-35. But even though Ukraine has lost a very high number of aircraft, the fact that the Ukrainian Air Force is still a combat-effective force after almost 2 years of high-intensity conflict is a testament to the resolution and ingenuity of Ukraine to keep this combat arm alive. As far as the Ukrainian Navy, what remained of it was mostly wiped out in the opening weeks of the invasion. After Russia illegally invaded Crimea back in 2014, the bulk of the Ukrainian Navy was seized. Russia gave back a few older ships and kept the newer ones for themselves. With most of its surface fleet lost, Ukraine reconstituted it around the last remaining large surface combatant, an older Soviet frigate, and a small fleet of coastal patrol vessels. Within weeks of the opening salvos, Russia captured or destroyed most of these vessels, while Ukrainian sailors scuttled their flagship when it appeared Mykolaiv might fail. However, despite these losses, the US and UK have already started rebuilding Ukraine's navy through donations of patrol vessels, Coast Guard cutters, and minesweepers. Though some of these vessels have not been delivered yet, with Ukraine regaining control over most of the Black Sea, these security guarantees will help rebuild a new Ukrainian navy. Speaking of security guarantees, though both sides have lost a ton of equipment, there have been a few gains for both. Starting with Russia, despite losing most of its ability to build complex weapon systems like missiles, aircraft, tanks, and ships, it has invested in other weapon systems to give it an edge on the battlefield. One of these main systems it appears Russia has an edge over Ukraine in is its electronic warfare systems. Due to the proliferation of drones and Western-provided GPS-guided munitions, Russia's realized it cannot have any hope of surviving, much less winning this war, without advanced electronic warfare capabilities. Details remain scarce from the battlefield, but there have been increasing numbers of reports that Russia now has about one electronic warfare system for every 10 kilometers on the front line. These systems are not only numerous but have started to have an impact on the battlefield. Ukrainian commanders report that these systems are destroying large numbers of unsophisticated drones, hampering communications, and causing increasing numbers of HIMARS rockets and Excalibur artillery shells to miss their targets. In addition to Russia's increased electronic warfare prowess, it's also blanketed Ukraine's skies with mass-produced Shahed suicide drones. These Iranian-designed one-way attack drones are meant to destroy targets at a fraction of the cost of an expensive cruise missile. Russia also has been employing large numbers of Shahed drones to both overwhelm and confuse Ukrainian air defense networks so that cruise missiles can successfully hit their targets. The main reason why Russia has so many Shahed drones is because it's maintained a loose alliance with Iran and North Korea to prop up its defense industrial base. Due to Russia having a very weak defense industrial base that is rife with corruption, inefficiency, as well as starvation of Western parts, it struggled to keep up with demand for even the most basic military items like artillery shells. Because of this, it's not clear what exactly Russia has promised these two countries, but Russia likely is currently or will at some point in the near future trade state secrets for aircraft, missiles, and potential nuclear technology with Iran and North Korea in exchange for arms. Since 2022, both countries have been supplying Russia with huge quantities of ammunition and materials. With Russia expending up to 80,000 artillery shells a day in Ukraine, Iran and North Korea have sent millions of rounds of artillery ammunition Russia simply could not produce. They've also sent huge stockpiles of ammunition of all types and calibers. We don't know the extent of their cooperation with Russia, but we do know it is extensive. Both countries routinely send shipments via the Caspian Sea or through the Black Sea on merchant ships with false manifests. North Korea also has been sending huge convoys of trains throughout 2023 that have helped replenish Russian ammunition stocks during critical moments of Ukraine's counteroffensive. Iran's also helped set up a drone-producing factory in Russia itself. Because Russia was purchasing more Shaheds than Iran could produce, with Iranian help they set up a drone factory in central Russia to produce the drones Putin wanted so dearly. It's also been documented that Iran has sent trainers to occupied Crimea to train Russian soldiers on how to fly the Shahed drones. But even with Russia's new axis of evil behind them, the capabilities that it's achieved in the past 2 years do not come anywhere close to what the arsenal of democracy can provide. Thanks to generous donations from the US and 46 other countries, the Ukrainian military is stronger now than it has ever been before. The amount of military aid provided to Ukraine has been vast. With over $75 billion in just military assistance provided to date, Western aid alone equated to about half of what Russia spent on defense in 2022 and 2023. However, despite Russia's increasing reliance on outdated systems, Ukraine's military has enjoyed the best weaponry Western money can buy. The sheer quantity of military aid delivered to Ukraine has been staggering. Besides the huge volumes of Soviet equipment that NATO countries have donated to clear space in their armories and supply Ukraine with what it needed until more advanced systems could arrive, the country's gotten huge upgrades in every aspect of its military. Ukraine has received literal mountains of ammunition with hundreds of millions of small arms rounds, millions of artillery and mortar shells, and hundreds of thousands of missiles and rockets. Ukraine's been gifted approximately 3 armored brigades worth of modern Western armored vehicles and tanks. The country's received huge donations of some of the best anti-air defense systems, like the Patriot, Iris-T, Gepard, NASAMS, Starstreak, and Stinger. With this huge influx of modern systems, along with gifting what remained of legacy Soviet systems in free Europe, Ukraine now has the most robust air defense network in the world. With this amazing capability that combines short, medium, and long ranges, With fixed, portable, and man-capable systems, the Ukrainian military has become the most battle-hardened air defense soldiers in modern history. With success rates frequently above 90% against Russian air, missile, and drone attacks, the Ukrainian military has not only been provided with this equipment, but has shown they are incredibly adept at using it. Despite the huge influx of Western aid that has provided everything from food, fuel, uniforms, and first aid kits, to tanks and missile systems to Ukraine, the country has not just been standing by and holding out its hand, waiting for the next aid package. Ukraine has been actively taking steps to become more self-sufficient in its defense. Among these steps include blanketing the skies over Ukraine with drones. Because Ukraine's air force has always been on the back foot, Ukrainian military leaders knew they had to come up with a way to deny Russia air supremacy and still maintain a contested airspace. They've done this through the proliferation of both armed and unarmed drones. Dotted across countless areas of Ukraine are drone manufacturing facilities. These are often rudimentary places that have taken up residence in once peaceful civilian areas, now reduced to rubble by Russian attack. Inside these workshops are civilians and soldiers working 24 hours a day to manufacture homemade drones or reconfigure commercially available drones. By making some small adjustments to some outdated Soviet hand grenades, one of these factories can produce a tank killing machine for less than $100. Combine these homemade drones with tens of thousands of commercial drones the Ukraine buys every year, and you can quickly see why drones are becoming one of the main weapons in this war. Beyond just taking out soldiers and vehicles with grenade attacks, Ukraine relies on drones for reconnaissance, artillery spotting, and even mine hunting. With the ability to operate at all hours of the day, Ukraine's drone warfare has been instrumental in keeping Russian forces off balance. Ukraine has not only invested in airborne drones, it's created its own seaborne drones that have revolutionized naval warfare. While the Houthis have used sea drones in the past, these single-vehicle assaults on lone warships paled in comparison to the coordinated long-distance and multi-axis attacks Ukraine conducted against the Russian Black Sea Fleet ships in Sevastopol and across the Black Sea. These drone attacks help make up for the lack of Ukrainian Navy and are one of the reasons why Ukraine is beating Russia in the Black Sea. Besides drones, Ukraine's also produced its own robust system of counter-battery radar. Whenever an artillery piece fires, a series of radars can use math to triangulate accurately where the shots came from and return fire. Ukraine's artillery is incredibly accurate due to having to conserve ammunition, and one of the main reasons for their accuracy is the success of their own counter-battery radars. In fact, Ukraine is so good at destroying Russian artillery in counter-battery fire while limiting Russia's own progress in this area that several high-ranking Russian commanders were sacked when they questioned the Kremlin about why Russia was getting beat in this field. So even though Ukraine has struggled to combat Russian electronic warfare capabilities, mostly due to Western laws that prevent this kind of technology from being exported, they have been soundly beating Russia in its artillery duel. This leads us to our next comparison of strategic changes in the war. When the war first broke out, it was characterized as a war of movement. Think of long columns of Russian tanks headed straight for Kyiv, the battle for Hostomel Airport, where Russian air assault troops tried to take it to land more infantry forces, or the rapid advance across southern Ukraine that led to the siege of Mariupol. During those chaotic first few months, Ukraine was at its weakest militarily, and its only goal was to survive. At the time, Russia's strategic goal was a quick occupation of Kyiv, the decapitation of Ukrainian leadership, and the dissolution of the Ukrainian state. It was thanks to the steadfastness of the Ukrainian people who volunteered in such masses that they ran out of guns before they ran out of volunteers that Russia was stopped in its tracks. In the moments that followed the initial invasion, Ukraine fought back against the stunned, demoralized, incompetent, and overextended Russian forces. Throughout the course of 2022, they retook northern Ukraine, Kharkiv Oblast, and all of Kherson Oblast west of the Dnipro River. Numerically, Ukraine's forces decreased Russia's hold on its territory from a high of 27% to around 18% of the country it currently controls. In the wake of these offensives, Russia had to have some sort of victory in the information space, so it did one of the things it does each presidential election. It held sham elections. During these sham elections, Russian officials claimed that Ukrainians overwhelmingly voted to become part of Russia. What Russia did not tell its people as well is that it only controlled about half of the claimed territory it just tried to annex. They also did not report the fact that Ukrainians who did not vote would be forced out of their homes, drafted by the military, arrested, or denied medical care. But to Russia, a win is a win. For Ukraine's part, President Zelensky officially applied for NATO membership. Over the next 12 months, NATO countries have all agreed that Ukraine will become part of NATO in the future. However, what steps Ukraine must take and when that would happen are still a hotly debated topic among alliance members. What's known, though, is that the overall campaign has been a strategic failure for Putin. Russia was unable to eliminate the Ukrainian state or kill its leadership. Russia's three-day war is nearing its 700th day, and most of Russia's pre-war professional military lies wasting away in Ukrainian fields, providing ample fertilizer for the country's beautiful sunflowers. So, with all that being said, what's next? Due to the overall lackluster results of Ukraine's much-anticipated summer counteroffensive, Western leaders, especially U.S. Republicans, but others in Europe, like leadership in Hungary, are starting to question how much aid they'll continue to provide to Ukraine. While U.S. and EU lawmakers block tens of billions of dollars in military and economic aid to Ukraine, Russia has redefined what winning looks like in this conflict. For Russia, they no longer have a hope of a military decapitation of Ukraine. Instead, they're trying to set conditions for a protracted forever war in the country with the hope of the West losing interest. This is already playing out in the current Russian offensive around Avdiivka. Since October 2023, the Russian army has been trying to encircle entrenched Ukrainian defenders around the city of Avdiivka. The Avdiivka salient is a crucial part of Ukraine's defense in the Donbass, as controlling it helps maintain containment of Donetsk city, the rebel capital of eastern Ukraine, since 2014. Russian forces have carried out basically suicidal attacks against Ukraine at the cost of heavy casualties, both in terms of personnel and material, for little gain. Many experts speculate that the reason for Russia's continued assaults in the area, despite little preparation and no strategy, is that the end goal is to throw Ukraine off balance and help kill Western support for the country. Ukraine, for its long-term strategic goals, remains the same. Its leadership has continued stating that Ukraine will not negotiate with Russia and that the only solution to end the war is the liberation of all Ukrainian territory, including Crimea. Ukraine's also been carrying out long-range attacks against Crimea using Storm Shadow and other donated long-range missiles, as well as drones. Ukraine has also attacked the Kerch Strait Bridge several times, and some of Ukraine's most daring attacks in Crimea were its cruise missile strikes on ships in Port Sevastopol and blowing up a meeting of high-ranking Black Sea Fleet officers at their headquarters. Overall, Ukraine's campaign to isolate Crimea has been working. Russia has moved the bulk of the Black Sea Fleet away from Crimea and home-ported it in Russian waters. This move has removed most missile threats coming from the Black Sea toward Ukraine. Russia's also so worried about its supply situation in Crimea due to the Kerch Bridge attacks that they have limited the bridge to military-only traffic, forcing civilian vehicles to board Russian amphibious landing ships or ferries to cross the strait. Ukraine's also continuing to maintain a foothold on the east bank of the Dnipro River in southern Kherson Oblast. Over the past several months, Ukraine has landed forces at several points in Kherson Oblast, just over the river from Kherson city itself. Despite Russia committing huge reserves of manpower and resources, tens of thousands of Russian troops cannot dislodge several thousand Ukrainians from the area. Though the combat in this sector is not a war of movement, Ukraine has been setting conditions with HIMARS strikes and artillery that have taken out reinforcements and supply depots. The inability of Russian troops to dislodge Ukrainian forces so enraged one Russian general in the sector that when he advanced to see what was going on for himself, he was killed by a mine laid by his own troops. In addition to continued battlefield successes, though Ukraine may not outlast Russia regarding manpower, it will beat them out in combat capability. For example, the Russian Air Force conducted about 60 sorties a day during peacetime. At the height of the air war, they were conducting 200 sorties a day. Now they only conduct about 100 sorties a day. One of the main reasons for this is that Ukraine not only has the world's best air defense network, but Russia lacks the money and capability to perform adequate maintenance on its airframes, as well as deconflicting the battle space to prevent friendly fire incidents. On average, Russia's losing about 40 airframes a year due to combat losses. Another 10 airframes are being lost a year to breaking down in flight from maintenance issues or being shot down by friendly fire incidents. Despite these horrendous losses, Russia's estimated to lose about 30 more aircraft a year due to maxing out the recommended number of flight hours on its airframes. Of course, this probably wouldn't stop Russia from flying the aircraft, but that just means Russian combat aviation will continue suffering higher numbers of destroyed aircraft due to catastrophic failures in flight. This is in stark contrast to Ukraine, which is slated to receive a whole new fleet of F-16 fighter jets with the best maintenance and parts support in the world. As far as what the future of the conflict holds, it appears to be more of a stalemate. The war is no longer a war of movement. After the disastrous 2022 campaign, Russia's only objective for that year was to not lose any more ground in Ukraine. They did this by creating the Surovikin Line in Ukraine. The Surovikin Line is the three-tiered defensive belt ringing Ukraine's front line from Kherson to Luhansk. This line has three trench systems where the first line of defenses are placed convict soldiers, conscripts, DPR and LPR forces, and PMC fighters from companies like Redoubt, the PMC that took Wagner's place, and are meant to be disposable units that if they hold, great, but it's not a great loss to Russia. The second line is the main effort with the best infantry in the area that's ready for combat. The third line is the reserve trenches, usually held by more conscripts or professional units being refitted. The front of the first and second lines of defense are the most extensive mine belts in the world. These mine belts are several kilometers thick and stretch the country's entire length. Essentially, the Russian military has created a sort of demilitarized zone that Ukraine must push through, hence the lackluster progress this past summer. Due to this line of fortifications, the war has turned into an artillery and drone duel. While soldiers sit opposite in their trenches, they're under constant artillery bombardment, with thousands of drones from both sides scouring overhead looking for targets. If Ukraine wants to retake its territory in 2024 or beyond, it has to come up with a strategy to break the stalemate and punch through the Surovikin Line. Until then, both sides might continue to replenish losses at their current rate, but not bring in enough of an edge to make significant territorial gains either way. Chaos has erupted in Iraq as a gang of bloodthirsty ISIS commandos attack the U.S. Embassy. Wielding assault rifles, improvised explosives, and lethal machetes, they lead a cunning assault that takes the guards by surprise and puts the diplomats and embassy staff inside, at risk of a terrible fate. But just when things start looking hopeless, salvation arrives. An elite 30-man platoon swoops in, routing the attackers and putting them down with some well-placed shots from their assault rifles, while another among their numbers lays down a hail of suppressing fire with his M240 Bravo. The day is saved by this crack team of U.S. military operatives. But all this raises one question: was that the Marines or the Army? You might have heard the terms Army and Marines used interchangeably in movies or on TV, but the Marines and the Army are two entirely different entities. Heck, they're not even in the same military branch. Whether you call them jarheads, devil dogs, or leathernecks, there's a lot more to the USMC than you probably know. So let's give our boys in scarlet and gold a Semper Fi or an Oorah and plenty of yummy crayons as we find out exactly what makes the United States Marines different from the regular old Army. There are way more differences than you think. With over 1 million members serving in active duty, the U.S. has one of the largest militaries on the planet, divided into 6 distinct branches. There's the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, the Space Force, yes really, and of course the United States Marine Corps or the USMC. Most of the time it's pretty easy to deduce the general function of each military branch from its name alone. The Air Force, for example, specializes in aerial warfare. Then there's the Navy, which wouldn't be out of place patrolling the seas in large, heavily armed ships. The Marines don't feel quite so obvious. From name alone, you might correctly assume they conduct missions at sea, but hold on, isn't that what the Navy is for? Yes, but that's because the Navy and the U.S. Marines often work hand in hand, with the Marines' primary job being conducting amphibious operations, something no other branch of the U.S. military can do. The missions the U.S. Marines are sent on typically involve landing on a hostile piece of beachfront property and kicking the current proprietors out permanently. But you'll also find the Marines hundreds of miles inland doing the same job you'd expect the Army to do. Sounds confusing, right? Don't worry, when you break it down, it makes much more sense. The Army's purpose is acting in defense of the United States, typically by completing missions that take place primarily on land against hostile forces that have acted against the national security interests of the U.S. So the Marines are, in essence, the Army for the Navy. Or if you prefer to think of it like this, you can imagine them as a smaller and more pinpointed hybrid of both those branches, with the training and equipment to conduct missions on land or at sea. While Marines need to be prepared for any type of mission, wet or dry, the Army is only tasked with duties that take place on solid ground. Although it's not uncommon for the different specialized branches of the U.S. military to work together collaboratively. Joint operations like these are vital for securing objectives that call for the skills of multiple different branches of the military. In the case of the Marines, being a force that can operate from both the land and the sea, its members can assist other military units in missions that require getting personnel from the sea to the land where they may not have previously trained to do so. But the Marines' other specialty is their role as a quick reaction force. United States Marines are often referred to as the tip of the spear. They consist of combat-ready specialized units that are trained to respond to urgent situations and conflict operations wherever and whenever necessary. Marine expeditionary units must remain prepared for combat at all times and are among the first to respond to dangerous situations. However, Marines aren't meant to conduct heavy combat operations on their own. They don't even have tanks anymore. This is where the Army comes in, with the Marines acting as a fast, agile, and flexible quick reaction force, and the Army bringing the big guns right behind them. Although the two forces undergo different types of training, there's often room for overlap between the Army and the Marines, and their capabilities can even complement each other. That being said, even though all Marines are trained to engage in amphibious warfare, very few in the U.S. Army are. Most Army units are assigned a specific terrain or type of warfare to specialize in. These can include airborne or mountainous infantry, or even the famed U.S. Army Rangers. This is by far one of the hardest specialties to achieve, but doing so will result in a soldier serving the United States Ranger Regiment, an elite special operations unit famous for conducting missions deep within enemy territory amongst severe adverse conditions. Meanwhile, all U.S. Marines are considered amphibious troops, but lack the type of training that a U.S. Army Mountain Division might have, for instance. When it comes to who out of the Army or Marines is better equipped, it's definitely the former. The U.S. Army has consistently been the first of the two to receive rollouts of newer weapons. Take the M4A1 carbine, for example. This assault rifle is a shorter version of the M16, capable of both semi-automatic and automatic fire. While it's now used by both forces, the Army was the one first equipped with it, long before the Marines eventually adopted the weapon. This also applies to newer weapon add-ons and attachments, such as optical sights, lasers, and hand grips. We've seen this recently with the M4, as the Picatinny rails on the weapon's receiver and handguards make it compatible with various attachments. This includes the M203 underbarrel grenade launcher, which is widely used by the U.S. Marines. Meanwhile, the Army is adopting the M320 as its primary grenade launcher, which can be fired as a standalone firearm or mounted to other weapons like an M4. The point is, the Marines do get their hands on all the fancy new firearms and attachments eventually. It just tends to be much later than the Army. A further difference between the Marines and the U.S. Army is their flags and iconography. The U.S. has several separate flags that are each designed for specific branches of the military. The flag of the U.S. Army was originally designed with the seal of the U.S. War Office, as well as the words United States Army, their star emblem insignia, and the year 1775 emblazoned over a white background. 1775 is the year in which the U.S. Army was officially established, making it the oldest branch of the United States' vast military. The unofficial motto of the U.S. Army is, "This we'll defend," and has been ever since they played a pivotal role in gaining independence for the U.S. during the Revolutionary War. The branch has an impressive service record, being involved in nearly every major armed conflict that the U.S. has been a part of, either domestically or overseas. This includes both world wars as well as the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Meanwhile, the flag representing the Marine Corps has changed numerous times over the years, largely due to it being a part of the U.S. Navy for so long before becoming its own distinct entity. In fact, the modern-day incarnation of the Marines flag did not see use until as recently as the 20th century. Their official insignia is the eagle, globe, and anchor, which are all present on the current iteration of the Marine Corps flag. First adopted in 1955, this flag features a globe intersected by an anchor with an eagle standing on top of the globe with its wings spread and a ribbon in its beak. The flag also bears the Latin phrase Semper Fidelis, the official motto of the United States Marines, which has become something of a legendary phrase amongst its members. Translating to always faithful and frequently shortened to Semper Fi, it can often be heard yelled, cheered, or used as a greeting among current and former Marines, intended to remind them of their close commitment to their comrades and nation both. But enough sweating the small stuff, let's talk about size, duties, and operational structure. The U.S. Army is split into three distinct units: the Army Reserve, and the National Guard. As well as engaging in warfare on battlefields outside of the U.S., the Army also has a responsibility to protect America domestically, meaning in times of national crisis or even invasion, you'd be more likely to see the U.S. Army on United States soil, while the Marines handle things in foreign territory. Compared to the Army, there are also a comparatively smaller number of Marine Corps personnel in service. As of 2020, there were over 180,000 Marines actively serving, with a further 32,000 in reserve, compared to the over 450,000 active duty soldiers in the U.S. Army, with 325,000 in reserve and almost 177,000 active personnel in the National Guard. These reserve forces operate in extremely similar manners across the Army and the Marine Corps. In the case of the Army Reserve, they provide additional troops and support to the regular Army, with many reservists serving in their spare time. For the Marines, their reserves are expected to be ready to leave civilian life and join their fellow Marines in combat assignments or assist in national emergencies should the need arise. Given that they're a smaller force that operates with fewer service members than the Army, it's no surprise that the Marines' main recruiting slogan is "the few and the proud," emphasizing that they only accept the highest caliber of troops. Engaging in operations on both land and sea, Marines can be found stationed at military bases on land and aboard warships. Marines are often tasked with protecting U.S. naval bases, as well as the Navy's warships and other areas of national interest that are located near coastlines. Members of the U.S. Marine Corps also have a particular responsibility that the Army does not have. They're charged with protecting United States embassies on foreign soil. Being the only part of the U.S. military with this duty, the Marine Corps has its own specific subgroup that deals with providing heightened levels of security required for guarding American embassies, the Marine Corps Embassy Security Group. Another key factor that differentiates the Marine Corps and the U.S. Army is their training programs. Basic training for new recruits in the U.S. Army is roughly 10 weeks long and is normally followed up by advanced individualized training, where soldiers are given additional training to prepare them for their future specialties we mentioned earlier, whether that be a specialty in certain environments and terrains or specific tactics. According to some, although certain members of the U.S. military will disagree on this, Marine boot camp is generally considered to be more mentally and physically challenging compared to the Army's basic training program and that of other U.S. military services. Lasting around 12 to 13 weeks, approximately 40,000 Marine hopefuls undergo this training every year. Beforehand, they have to be screened, have their overall health assessed, and must pass a fitness test in order to begin their training. Any recruits that fail the physical examination will go on to receive individual, personalized attention and additional training until they can pass and enter the Marine Corps. While these processes are similar in time frame, each training course differs based on the routes each prospective candidate decides to specialize in. In either case, both the Marines and the Army expect all those who enlist to complete their basic recruitment training before they're permitted to advance into specialization training. Where successful Army recruits go on to advanced individualized training schools after their basic training, Marine hopefuls are enrolled in military occupational specialty schools. Both the Marines and the Army also receive higher education training. Annapolis, Maryland is the home of the U.S. Naval Academy. This is a university dedicated to training both male and female officers, referred to as midshipmen, over the span of 4 years. Full tuition costs are sometimes even covered if a candidate enters active duty with the Marines directly after they graduate. Both the Navy and the Marines receive graduates from the Naval Academy, given that the Marines operate under the Navy. Meanwhile, over in Quantico, Virginia, you'll find the United States Marine Corps Officer Candidate School. This one is slightly different. Instead of offering a 4-year degree course, it provides potential candidates with either 2 6-week courses or the same thing condensed into one 10-week version. These are usually attended by those enrolled in commissioning programs aimed at college students and graduates who have previously completed degrees prior to enlisting with the Marines. Any midshipman who completes the program are entitled to receive a commission as a second lieutenant. This will often see them placed in command of a platoon consisting of 16 to 44 soldiers, including 2 or more rifle squads. Meanwhile, the Army has the United States Military Academy located in West Point, New York. Much like the U.S. Naval Academy, it provides Army recruits with a separate 4-year course, one designed to prepare these students for active service following their graduation. Also, much like the aforementioned Naval Academy, West Point will grant free tuition to anyone who enters active military duty upon completion of their degree. The Army's equivalent of the Marine Officers Training Program is their own officer candidate school in Fort Benning, Georgia. This school also offers courses specifically for college graduates, and after they've completed a vigorous 12-week course, these graduates will also be awarded the rank of second lieutenant, only within the United States Army instead. So while their training might be different and the courses for enlistees will also differ, the ways in which Marines and Army recruit and teach their prospective soldiers follows a similar pattern. After all, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Speaking of similarities between the two, the U.S. Army and Marine Corps also share many organizational elements when it comes to basic unit structure. A platoon normally consists of 3 to 4 small squads of between 25 to 50 troops and is usually commanded by a lieutenant. The Army and Marines both organize their soldiers into large companies, which are typically made up of 3 to 4 platoons. These are then further split into squads and then fire teams. Although these can vary depending on mission requirements, a typical fire team will consist of only 4 members, sometimes even fewer. Among these are an automatic rifleman, a grenadier, another rifleman, and a designated fire team leader. The role of the leader is to ensure that the other members of the fire team are operating as a cohesive unit, while the riflemen act as the primary asset for both the U.S. Marines and the Army. A typical Marine Corps rifle platoon contains 3 rifle squads. Each squad is led by a sergeant who has 3 fire teams under their command. Then every one of those smaller fire teams is led by a corporal who oversees the automatic rifleman, assistant automatic rifleman, and rifleman. In some cases, a fire team leader will be equipped with an M16 assault rifle that has an M203 grenade launcher attachment, allowing him to act as a quasi-grenadier. A platoon of the U.S. Army, however, will normally contain squads with fewer troops despite their overall greater number of active duty personnel. Sergeants or staff sergeants are normally the ones assigned to lead rifle squads, as well as fire teams consisting of about 4 soldiers. Army fire teams have a team leader present, and their composition can vary but typically includes an automatic rifleman, a grenadier, and another rifleman. One of the riflemen in each Army squad is also sometimes designated as the marksman, specially trained to engage targets with precision fire. In each of the Army's platoons, given that their fire teams are much smaller, there are usually enough troops to form an additional fire team, the Infantry Weapons Squad. This squad contains fire teams that are proficient in the use of the M240B machine gun and the Javelin missile system. The organization of these two military branches' troops is not perfectly identical. However, as an Army platoon will typically have a radio telephone operator and a medic on duty, by contrast, Marine platoons have a radio transmitter operator and a corpsman, although these troops essentially fulfill the same functions. The Marine Corps and the U.S. Army's platoons also operate under the orders of commanders who are in charge of entire companies and battalions. These commanding officers also have heavy weapons elements at their disposal, such as a mortar section. Naturally, neither the soldiers of the U.S. Army nor the Marines are made to occupy the same rank or position for the entire duration of their active service. The specialization options that are offered to both can extend well into their military careers, should troops seek to progress and further develop their skills. For example, one of the more challenging options that the U.S. Army soldiers can pursue is airborne qualification, which requires the soldier to undergo a 3-week course in parachuting. This also applies to soldiers who wish to join the aforementioned Rangers. Although success isn't guaranteed here, the elite unit of the Army, and mainstay of plenty of action movies and Call of Duty games, is so prestigious that they require members to graduate from a specific Ranger school or be selected by the Ranger Assessment and Selection Program, or should a soldier also be trained as a sniper by being selected for and graduating from a specialized sniper school. There are also additional specialization options for U.S. Marines who are looking to advance in their military career. Marines can compete to become scout snipers, who, as you can imagine, provide accurate long-range fire support for infantrymen on the ground. Then there's the Reconnaissance Marines and Force Recon Marines. These subdivisions are designed to track down enemy forces and then relay their locations, troop numbers, and activities back to commanding officers. Although the two branches have their differences, in ideal military operations they can work in unison to ensure the U.S. military achieves even its most challenging objectives. And to avoid that wrath being directed toward you, make sure you don't ask a former Marine what unit he served in during his time in the Army. In the 1984 film Red Dawn, the beleaguered Wolverines, teen partisans defending the middle of America against a Soviet and Cuban invasion, ask a downed U.S. fighter pilot, played by Powers Booth, what started the war. His answer? The 2 toughest kids on the block, I guess. Sooner or later, they're gonna fight. That's the way many analysts see the current situation between the United States and its allies, primarily NATO, and China and its main military ally, Russia. With all the military spending on both sides, it only seems inevitable that they will eventually use the power they've built up to forward their global agendas. The current situation between the authoritarian East and liberal West has not been this tense in about half a century. The invasion of Ukraine has brought NATO and the United States into as close to an all-out hot war with Russia as we've seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis. But with that previous series of events cooled off before shots fired, the Ukrainian war has seen hundreds of thousands of casualties. Russia feels that many of the deaths on their side are due to the military and economic aid sent by NATO and the US to Ukraine. Putin and his political henchmen have repeatedly threatened NATO with nuclear weapons if they feel the existence of their country is threatened any more than it already is. Matters weren't made any better when Great Britain almost had one of its RC-135 reconnaissance planes shot down in September 2022, which would have raised tensions even more. There was another close call in November of 2022 when an errant Ukrainian air defense missile missed its intended target, another Russian missile barrage indiscriminately targeting Ukraine's civilian infrastructure, and landed in neighboring Poland, killing 2 people. NATO has a very specific section of its agreement called Article 5, which states that any attack on a member nation is an attack on all of NATO. For a moment, talks of all-out war between Russia and NATO filled the blogosphere. Russian officials have sought to paint NATO as aggressors in the war, continually claiming that the poor little Russia was directly fighting against the massive enemy of NATO, while the US and its allies have said they are supporting Ukraine's defense with military aid and unspecified intelligence sharing, but not with boots on the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, China continues to make threatening gestures toward Taiwan, including recent armed jet intrusions of Taiwanese airspace following Speaker Pelosi's trip to the island in 2022, and then Speaker McCarthy's trip in 2023. Following the more recent April trip, China effectively closed Taiwan's airspace with waves of fighter jets and for the first time made it seem like they were able to interdict any U.S. support from the east of the island. There is even talk that China might begin to require ships transiting the Taiwan Strait to undergo boarding and searching, which Taiwan says they will vigorously oppose. Are we close to a hot war? First off, let's make one thing clear. The U.S. and China are not on the verge of war. On March 31, 2023, General Mark Milley, the chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, "I don't think at this point I would put the possibility of imminent war in the likely category, and I think that the rhetoric itself can overheat the environment." However, General Milley did admit that it is possible that you could have an incident or some other trigger event that could lead to uncontrolled escalation, so it's not impossible. That incident would most likely evolve around an attempted Chinese invasion of Taiwan. President Xi has publicly stated that he wants the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, to be prepared to take Taiwan by force as early as 2027, so that risk clearly does exist. Let's take a look at the 2 main theaters of such a potential war. NATO and the European elements of the United States' forces arrayed against Russia, and the U.S. forces in the Pacific, mostly naval forces, against the might of the Chinese Army and Navy. Of course, such a comparison will not include the opposing nuclear forces. Any of the combatants have enough warheads to turn vast swaths of the world into unlivable nuclear wasteland. For the purposes of this comparison, we will hope that all sides would agree not to resort to such catastrophic weapons. The opposing military strengths in Europe. Before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, most of the world perceived Russia as the second most powerful military in the world. They had massive numbers of tanks and artillery, their air force was seen as a peer with the American Air Force, and their navy was capable and feared, even if it didn't have comparable numbers to the US Navy. Russia's military fiasco in Ukraine has proven their tanks are outdated and poorly designed. Their logistics vanish once they leave their rail network, and their air force has been fragile enough that they don't dare fly over Ukrainian territory for fear of being shot down. The only 2 legs of their military that remain unbowed by these defeats are its artillery, still numerous, though notably inaccurate, and its nuclear forces, which remain unused and still unproven. As of April 2023, the widely respected research organization Oryx has documented and confirmed an astounding 10,000 vehicle losses by the Russian armed forces, including over 1,900 main battle tanks, half of what it reportedly had pre-invasion, along with 830 armored fighting vehicles, 2,200 infantry fighting vehicles, 800 pieces of artillery, 79 aircraft, 81 helicopters, and 12 surface vessels, including the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, the Slava-class guided missile cruiser Moskva. This is in addition to an estimated 200,000 Russian military casualties, with anything between 45,000 to 50,000 killed in action. These numbers are incredibly high from just over a year of fighting, and are far greater even than what Russia suffered in its 10-year losing war in Afghanistan. The losses are so high that in early 2023, Russia began returning 75-year-old T-54-55s into service, the equivalent of the U.S. using Korean War-era M47s. The Russia also lost a reported 1,500 officers, including 160 top-level generals and colonels, and it's clear the once-feared Russian military is a shell of its former self. Standing opposite the vastly depleted and shaken Russian military is NATO, now more united and stronger than at any time in its 74-year history. With Finland's admission into NATO in April of 2023 as its 31st signatory nation, the organization can now boast a combined troop strength of just over 3.5 million soldiers, airmen, and sailors. That includes, however, the US and its 1.4 million strong standing army, not all of which would be fighting in Europe, and Turkey's 425,000, not the most committed of NATO's members. That means the rest of NATO's 29 members contribute only 1.7 million troops total. France, Germany, the United Kingdom, Poland, and Italy each have 160,000 or more active personnel, while other countries have smaller forces to rely on. It must be stated, though, NATO considers itself a defensive organization. How involved they'd be beyond their own borders is anyone's guess. It's important to note that the current war in Ukraine has shown that the NATO members, mostly led by Poland and the US, are willing to supply lethal aid, from missiles to artillery to tanks and fighter jets, to a non-signatory nation whose defense is of a vital interest to nearby NATO members. Since Russia launched its invasion in February of 2022, NATO members have increased both their military budgets and pledged a greater amount of military spending per capita. They've also benefited from sending Ukraine their Soviet-era tanks and fighter jets, which have been replaced with upgraded models, many of them being state-of-the-art models from other member nations, like the US's F-35 stealth fighter and M1A2 Abrams tanks. NATO can also count on around 1,500 Leopard 2s and about 2,500 M1 Abrams main battle tanks, the majority of which are M1A2s, with the rest being the earlier M1A1s, with an additional 800 or so British Challenger 2s and French Leclerc and Ariettes. And while the number of aircraft on both the NATO and Russian sides appear about equal, NATO forces employ more 4th and 5th generation fighters like the F-35 and the improved and updated versions of the F-16. While Russia is still reliant on more outdated MiG-29s introduced in 1982, MiG-31s introduced in 1981, and the Su-27s introduced in 1985. These three plane types alone account for more than 750 of their total 1,100 available pre-invasion fighter aircraft, a disproportionate number of outdated and non-modernized platforms. And as has been seen in Ukraine, many of these aircraft have not been maintained sufficiently in order for them to be combat-ready anytime soon. It's clear that a war between only the European forces of NATO and the struggling military of Russia would be a one-sided affair. But how would China fare against a mostly US force? The opposing forces in the Pacific. China, it should be obvious, has not suffered from an equivalent loss of military strength as Russia has over the past year. In fact, the modernization and expansion of its military has been impressive and has caused its neighbors like Japan, Australia, India, and the Philippines to increase their own military expenditures. Yet China is still missing major components that will allow it to go toe-to-toe with the US Navy. These missing elements suggest China would be better off waiting at least 5 years, and possibly as much as 10 years, before it initiates an open military confrontation with the West. For example, the People's Liberation Army Navy, the Plan, currently operates 25 of its modern 10,000-ton Type 52D destroyers, with its own version of the Aegis-type radar system, along with 8 of the more advanced 13,000-ton Type 55A destroyers, along with 6 of the earlier 7,000-ton Type 52C ships. There are up to 12 additional destroyers currently under construction. But while these ships are designed specifically for missile and aircraft defenses, they've yet to deploy with the planned HQ-26 medium-range ship-to-air missile system, which was based on the Russian 9K-37 Buk, first developed in 1972. This new missile system is reportedly equivalent to the US SM-3 missile used by the Aegis ballistic missile defense system, and was expected to be able to engage short and medium-range ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and both manned and unmanned aircraft out to 400 kilometers. However, this capability is expected to be implemented around a year or two from first deployment, and will be even longer before it's deployed fleet-wide. Until then, China's missile defense destroyers like the Type 52 and 55 will have to make do with the upgraded HQ-16B with a reported maximum range of only 70 kilometers, a system that dates from 2011. The biggest weakness in the plan, of course, is its aircraft carrier fleet. They currently operate 3 carriers, the oldest being a 90s-era Ukrainian-built Russian-designed ship named the Liaoning with its ski jump ramp, which is also a staple of its second carrier, the Type 002 Shandong. The Liaoning isn't really considered a frontline carrier and is relegated to the role of training carrier. Its third carrier, the Fujian, currently being fitted out, is equipped with advanced electromagnetic catapults, similar to those on the U.S. supercarrier USS Gerald R. Ford. some say copy directly from it. But that means the plan will have to train its carrier pilots on 2 types of takeoffs, and they'll need 2 different types of carrier planes to operate on those carriers. Its current training model, the JL-9G, a single-engine twin-seat aircraft first deployed in 2011, can't be used to duplicate emergency landings on any of its current carriers because it's too weak to take the continual pounding of carrier landings, and it's too underpowered to immediately take off in case of a missed landing. That leaves only simulated takeoffs and landings on ground-based mock-ups. This inability to field a true carrier trainer has led to a huge deficit in trained carrier pilots. The problem with the planned trainer is just the opposite of its carrier combat aircraft, the J-15 Flying Shark, which was mocked by Russia for trying to be a back-engineered version of a Su-33 prototype, the T-10K3, which they bought from Ukraine back in 2001. At a reported 17.5 tons, its upgraded version is now thought to be the world's heaviest carrier-borne fighter. In comparison, the U.S. Navy's F/A-18 weighs only 14.5 tons. The J-15 suffers from either having to carry less than optimal fuel, giving it less range, or less armament, giving it less lethality if it intends to take off from the 2 ski jump-equipped carriers. It has since been nicknamed the flopping fish by the normally reserved Chinese press for its underwhelming performance. China's begun deployment of the Chengdu J-20, somewhat comparable to the US's F-22 stealth fighter, and have produced around 200 of them, but this aircraft cannot be adapted to carriers and remains a standard land-based air superiority fighter. China hopes to make up the difference in carrier forces with hypersonic missiles, though their reliability and readiness is still under discussion. At present, there's speculation but no confirmation that China is building a 4th carrier, though at least one recent satellite image suggests a 4th might be under construction. But the plan doesn't have enough carrier pilots for its 2 current frontline carriers, let alone a 4th. In comparison, the U.S. currently operates 11 carrier strike groups, each of which is comprised of one of its nuclear propulsion Nimitz or Ford-class supercarriers able to field 70 to 80 aircraft, 1 or 2 Ticonderoga-class Aegis-guided missile cruisers for air defense and coordination, 2 LAMPS-capable warships focusing on anti-submarine and surface warfare, and 2 to 3 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. Each strike group is accompanied by assorted logistics and support ships and an undisclosed number of nuclear-powered attack submarines, usually 1 or 2, that coordinate with each strike group. The new Ford-class supercarriers currently in use by the U.S. Navy are undoubtedly the most powerful warships ever produced, with 1 in service and 4 more planned or currently under construction to be delivered between 2024 and 2034. There are literally no carrier groups of such lethality in any navy in the world, though the British and French navies do have their own carrier battle groups with somewhat comparable strengths. The U.S. also deploys several amphibious-ready groups built around the Wasp-class amphibious assault ships, in essence a small carrier, which can handle 6 fighters like the F-35 Lightning II and up to 24 helicopters like the Cobra gunship and the VF-22 Osprey transport vehicles. The amphibious-ready groups also include a landing platform dock ship, LPD, from the San Antonio class, capable of deploying up to 600 troops and 14 amphibious assault vehicles, and a landing ship dock, LSD, like the Harper's Ferry class and the Whidbey Island class landing ships, which can load and unload conventional landing craft and helicopters. These amphibious-ready groups can also launch dozens of autonomous drones like the X-47B. Normally 2 to 3 ARGs are forward deployed, 1 in the Mediterranean Sea or the Persian Gulf/Indian Ocean region, and 1 or 2 in the Western Pacific Ocean area. Currently, 1 ARG is based out of Sasebo and Okinawa, Japan. The ARGs are usually attached to a carrier strike group which provides protection for them from both land and sea-based attacks. The U.S. can also count on 26 Los Angeles-class, 3 Seawolf-class, and 21 Virginia-class nuclear-powered attack submarines, as well as dozens of ballistic missile submarines, each with ICBM-capable launch tubes. On the other hand, the plan operates 6 Shang-class nuclear submarines and 40 older diesel-electric submarines of much lower capability. Many experts point to the plan's superiority in total numbers of ships over the U.S. Navy, 340 to 300, but we must consider that the plan's numbers include 150 patrol craft, which are more equivalent to the U.S. Coast Guard's cutters, designed for coastal engagements only, and not really capable of the kind of blue water combat the main naval units would engage in. In addition, while the U.S. Navy appears perfectly capable of handling the current plan on its own, any shooting war will likely involve other countries that are either wary of or outright opposed to Chinese naval power projection, including Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand, and India. Following continued efforts by China to claim the entire South China Sea as their own personal swimming pool, each of these countries has begun to beef up their own naval might. Japan, for instance, is building two of the largest destroyers in the world. At 20,000 tons, they dwarf even the US's 16,000-ton Zumwalt destroyers. These will complement and support Japan's two new Izumo and Kaga carriers, converted from previous helicopter destroyers, and will operate the F-35B Joint Strike Fighter. Once complete, the two carriers will be Japan's first since the Second World War. Along with Japan's increasing naval might, Australia has entered into a long-term agreement with the US and Great Britain to build a fleet of state-of-the-art nuclear-powered attack submarines. India has also increased its own naval strength, while the country is still aching from violent confrontations instigated by China along its northern Himalayan border. China's true Achilles heel. And that brings up the most crucial component of any possible shooting war involving China: the fact that the country must import 70 to 75% of all their oil and natural gas through a long naval route from the Baltic through the Atlantic and past Africa, India, and Indonesia. If the US or its Pacific allies wanted to interdict the flow of petroleum to China, and such a lengthy supply chain would be impossible for China to protect, then China would be looking at a 3-month delay before its countrywide truck transport system would shut down due to a lack of fuel, and 6 months before it ran out of the necessary components for the production of fertilizers which its farmers desperately need. Their economy would collapse within a year, and massive famine would break out even if they did manage to hold off the superior US Navy. This dramatic and inevitable failure of their economy and the catastrophic famine that would follow might be the main reason why China isn't looking to launch a full-scale war anytime soon. Not only is it a heavy importer of raw petroleum, it's also the world's largest importer of food. Between 2000 and 2020, the country's food self-sufficiency ratio decreased from 93.6% to 65.8%. China's leaders know that if it cannot win a war outright in a very short period of a few months, and the vast capabilities of the US Navy, let alone its numerous Pacific allies, suggest that this just isn't a reliable possibility, then they are dooming their country to losing their position as the second most powerful economy in the world, with a disastrous famine soon to follow. The lessons of the Ukraine war are also a stark reminder that a determined, well-equipped country, no matter how small, can resist an invader far more easily with today's advanced technological weapons. And while Ukraine has done a phenomenal job in gaining that capability in a mere 8 years since the first Russian invasion of 2014, Taiwan has been preparing itself for a Chinese invasion for more than 70 years. They're also a much more technologically capable nation and have a large 80-mile moat of an ocean that China would have to navigate in case of an invasion. This would not be an easy cross-border incursion that Russia attempted and failed, but it would require dozens of landing craft, easy targets for missiles, and waiting artillery. The fragility of a Russia-China alliance. In addition to logistical problems of overcoming the US Navy and the watery moat around Taiwan, China faces another hurdle: the weakness of any long-term alliance with Russia, an alliance that would merely be a castle built upon sand. Any full-scale war short of a nuclear engagement would find Russia's military virtually destroyed within the first few weeks of the conflict's launch, leaving China virtually alone. The Ukrainian invasion has spotlighted why Russia is nowhere near the military peer to the US, China, or even NATO that people thought it was. As previously mentioned, the Russian armed forces have lost over 10,000 military vehicles, including upwards of 1,900 main battle tanks, along with around 200,000 troops. The main reason they threaten the West so often with nuclear weapons is because they know they never stand a chance against the combined forces of NATO, which have more advanced equipment and better trained troops, and now might actually hold a numerical advantage as well. There are multiple reasons for the failure of the Russian military. First and foremost is the endemic corruption that riddles every layer of the Russian government, including the military. There are estimates that corruption has cost from 25 to 30% of Russia's total annual GDP, and the sanctions Russia has endured since the start of the war has caused a massive drain of its remaining economy. Not only is Russia's economy collapsing due to the surprisingly efficient Western sanctions, but that smaller economy's spending on its military is actually much less than the projected numbers. The sanctions have also shrunk the Russian economy to the size of Italy, and now puts it behind the individual states of California, Texas, or New York. Russia's nominal $1.4 trillion GDP is minuscule when compared to the EU's combined economic strength of about $15.28 trillion. Add the US and the EU's GDP together, you get about $35 trillion, more than 40% of the total world GDP. Russia will simply never be able to outspend the EU and its NATO counterpart, much less the US and EU combined. Second, Russia's never had a coherent NCO training program. Russia has lost at least 150 officers of colonel rank and above simply because their orders have to be passed almost directly from the leadership to the frontline troops. The members of NATO, the US, and even China understand that the sergeants and other NCOs have to have the independent authority to assess the war from the front lines and make immediate and effective changes in response. Russia has never had that level of independence, which leads their military to dogmatic, inflexible attacks that usually require masses of tanks, waves of infantry, and massive artillery bombardments, none of which are effective in a modern battlefield environment that is overwatched by drones, surveillance satellites, and reconnaissance planes. Third, Russia has never had the ability to manage their logistics at any distance from their rail network. The ignominious 40-mile-long traffic jam north of Kyiv from late February to March of 2022 was one glaring example of how their military cannot perform the simple task of keeping their tanks and transports full of fuel and moving. This lack of logistics has been further exacerbated by the introduction of HIMARS long-range rocket artillery systems, which can hit targets over 50 miles away, and newer smart ammunition including ground-launched small-diameter bombs, GLSDB, which can hit targets 93 miles away. These have been used to great success by the Ukrainian forces against Russian depots that have often been placed too close to the front, mostly due to their lack of logistical transport capabilities. The inherent weakness of an unequal partnership. There are additional signs that China is aware of Russia's much weaker role in any potential alliance and has been capitalizing on this inequality for some time now. At first, it was the Soviet Union that held a predominant role in any bilateral negotiations, allowing them to bully China into accepting unequal agreements. Things got so bad that the two countries almost launched a major war over a border dispute in 1969, one of several border disputes between the two countries since the 1920s. But Russia eventually decided it was better to arm the Chinese government in order to have an ally against the West. China, however, decided on its own that it'd be better to copy and/or steal whatever they could get, rather than pay the full price for products coming from the Soviet Union. Starting in the 1990s, China has openly copied or stolen Russian technology, leading at times to Russia having to swallow their pride as China sold knockoffs of their own frontline equipment. For example, in 1996, China debuted the J-11 aircraft, the first fighter made after the fall of the Soviet Union to feature significant Russian input. At first, it was an officially licensed Chinese-made copy of the Russian Su-27 multi-role fighter, whose sales were welcomed by the cash-poor post-Soviet state. Before long, however, China canceled their agreement and began producing the aircraft independently, eventually building over 400 unauthorized J-11s, equaling an economic loss to the USSR of more than $10 billion. Russia continues to sell its best or almost best military gear to China, even though they know the technology is likely to be copied, reducing what little technological superiority Russia still maintains over China. The policy dilemma has been compounded by the post-Ukraine effect on Russia's struggling manufacturing sector, which has left the shrinking Russian economy increasingly reliant on China's much larger economic base, further eroding any remaining compatibility in their relationship. More recently, President Xi has tried to bring China to the forefront in worldwide diplomacy. So when the UN held a vote to condemn the Russian invasion, China surprisingly abstained from the 141-5 vote to condemn the invasion, and in fact was a key leader of 34 other countries who also abstained. This was the first time that China had a chance to publicly support their, quote, partner, and they openly refused. This hands-off approach demonstrates China's desire to maintain its currently neutral stance regarding the Ukraine war in hopes of trying to establish Beijing's bid for global leadership. But they can't do that if they supplied lethal aid to Russia, so they refuse to supply such support despite Putin's pleas to the contrary. When President Putin and Xi met in Russia of March 2023, Putin had hoped that Xi would offer a deal to create a direct pipeline between the two countries, making China more reliant on Russian crude oil and natural gas and giving Russia a direct buyer for their primary export. But no such agreement was reached. Xi did say publicly that China and Russia would continue to resolutely uphold the fundamental norms of international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. But that statement blatantly ignores the illegality of Russia's invasion in the first place, which directly violates the Charter's core precepts. Putin's hopes for any concrete agreements for aid or mutual development never materialized. The summit was summed up by historian Sergei Radchenko with an old Chinese proverb, "Loud thunder but few raindrops." He then modified that statement as, "Scratch that, even the thunder wasn't all that loud." In fact, the Putin-Xi meetings actually caused further support for Ukraine, as Japanese Prime Minister Kishida used the opportunity to make a surprise trip to Ukraine to meet with President Zelensky. Despite Xi's efforts to lead China into a role of peacekeeper and world negotiator, he still has to deal with the hawks in his own government. On the heels of the Moscow summit, the Guangming Daily wrote an extensive article, more of a semi-official position piece declaring the 4 no's that China says they will not put up with. Number 1, the US should not make irresponsible remarks on normal exchanges between sovereign states. Number 2, the US should not compare China-Russia relations with a small circle of US allies. Number 3, the US should not undermine China's efforts to promote peace talks on the Ukraine issue. Number 4, the US should stop using the Ukraine crisis as an excuse to attack and sanction China. Some of this rhetoric is no doubt simply strong words, but they may also signal an effort to lay the groundwork for China to ramp up its military support for Russia's war, though so far there's no evidence of that. It gets worse for Russia. In addition to everything else that bodes ill for Russia, President Xi might not be willing to go all in on supporting a leader of Russia whose future appears very uncertain. Putin's been rumored to be in ill health for years. He was filmed walking with a limp when he visited Crimea in March of 2023. And in April, there were widespread reports that he had suffered from intense head pain, a numb tongue, and blurred vision. There have been numerous indications he might be suffering from Parkinson's disease, which manifests as an uncontrollable shaking in the extremities, primarily the hands and feet. And there are additional signs he might be undergoing chemotherapy, which can result in excessive weight gain. There's also signs that Putin has killed off anyone near him that might pose a threat to his continued dominance of the Russian government. Since just before the invasion of Ukraine, over 40 of Russia's top managers, businessmen, and high-level officials have died under unclear but very suspicious circumstances. Those deaths include being found in apparent murder-suicides, like Vladislav Aveyev, vice president of Gazprom Bank, and his pregnant wife and 13-year-old daughter, who were found dead in a Moscow apartment, while a former top manager of Novatek, Sergei Protosenya, was found hanged at his villa in Spain, with his wife and 18-year-old daughter also found murdered in the house. And Pavel Pshelnikov, director of communications at Digital Logistics LLC, a subsidiary of Russian Railways, supposedly shot himself at his home in Moscow. The deaths have become so numerous that one media source has given the wave a nickname, Sudden Russian Death Syndrome. But by and far, the most conspicuous means of death has been the archaic mid-18th century habit of defenestration, that is, falling out of a high window. Ravil Maganov, vice president of Lukoil, fell out of one at the Central Clinical Hospital of the Presidential Administration in Moscow, and in February 2023, Marina Yankina, head of the financial department of the Defense Ministry, was found dead after supposedly falling from a 16th floor of her apartment. Even when a suspect is in government custody, their lives aren't safe. Most recently, Igor Shikurko, Deputy General Director of firm Yakutskenerga, was discovered dead of unknown causes in his cell in a detention center in Yakutsk, Siberia on April 5, 2023. The extremely high number of potentially murdered rivals paints Russia in a bad light, an unstable dictatorship afraid of its own best and brightest while making enemies of its own nascent leadership. Couple that with Putin's rumored ill health, and it's just one more reason why President Xi may want to wait a year or two before cementing any permanent relationships with whoever's in charge in Russia post-Ukraine. What will Russia and Ukraine do? China and Russia are in an unenviable position. Both countries are seeing an inevitable shrinking of their populations, with China admitting an overcounting of its population during the last census by as much as 100 million. The Pew Research Center forecasts a decline from 1.4 billion people this year to 1.3 billion by 2050 and a staggering reduction to below 800 million by 2100. That's according to the UN's medium variant, or middle-of-the-road projection. Russia's upside-down population pyramid is no better. They're already experiencing a massive brain drain as a repercussion from its Ukraine fiasco, which was followed by as many as 400,000 young men who left to avoid the first conscription call-up in September 2022. Combine that with an aging population, a lower birth rate, and a decrease in life expectancy of 15 years since early 2022, and Russia's population is in free fall. Both these troubled countries might believe then that their only window to have enough young males to support a war is rapidly shrinking. That leaves Putin and Xi with a difficult, if not impossible, decision: launch a war now that they're not ready for and probably can't win, or wait a few years when their populations and economies are even less capable of enduring such hardships. It's an unenviable decision for any leader to make. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un has recently shaken up his military cabinet, while warning that the military must be prepared for imminent war. What does Kim know that we don't, or is this more bluster? And if war were to break out, just how effective would the North's military be against the South U.S. alliance? Military shakeups are nothing new in the highest echelons of power in the North Korean military. In fact, Kim Jong-un regularly shuffles around senior personnel, sometimes for perceived failures, but most of the time to keep any one individual from amassing too much power. After all, as a dictator, Kim Jong's greatest threats come from within. However, it was a chilling warning that the North Korean military should be prepared for imminent war that made many take notice of this shakeup. The nation spends around $4 billion on its military every year, or about 25% of the country's entire GDP. That's about what the US will spend on a single military program given its vast $800 billion defense budget. Its weapons are largely antiquated, training is considered to be poor to non-existent, and its logistics are believed to be even worse than Russia's, which is really saying something. Yet the punch the North Korean military has might just surprise you. By the numbers, there's really no comparison between the two powers. The only area where there's even remote parity is in the total number of active duty personnel. North Korea has around 1.2 million active duty personnel versus the US's 1.39 million. When it comes to reservists, North Korea enjoys the advantage with over 600,000 versus the US's 442,000. But there's a bigger story here than numbers. US soldiers are far better trained and equipped than their northern counterparts. The US Army alone is spending 4 times the total North Korean military budget on readiness and training in 2023-2024. In total, the US Army, Marines, Air Force, Navy, and Space Force are spending over 3 times the entire GDP of North Korea on training and readiness for the fiscal years of 23 and 24. This training includes individual and unit training, as well as large-scale combined arms exercises with partner services and foreign allies. The US trains how it fights, adopting the maxim that it's better to sweat in training than bleed in war, and the results are reflected in the one-sided loss ratios experienced by the US military. North Korean training is largely conducted at the unit level, with each unit responsible for individual proficiency. With very few exceptions over the last decades, a large-scale training exercise involving large formations or combined arms operations are non-existent. Further, a lack of budget plagues North Korean units the way it does Russian units. For soldiers not in special units, typically those in the capital or with ceremonial purposes, training can be altogether non-existent. Hunger is also a constant concern, with 2 or 3 potatoes per meal or raw corn kernels or corn rice making up the vast majority of meals per northern defectors. This directly results in what's been termed the shrinking North Korean army, where northern soldiers on average are several inches shorter than their southern counterparts. Training is also typically superseded by labor-intensive tasks. Soldiers are used for general labor, assisting farmers in rice paddies or in constructing roads and other infrastructure. Corruption also eats away at the North Korean military, though not at the scale of the Russian military. Corruption tends to be localized to the top leadership, with rank-and-file soldiers being made example of for committing the same acts their commanders are guilty of, and this typically means imprisonment, beatings, or death. Malnutrition is such a significant problem in the North Korean army that soldiers are regularly sent home to recover from its effects. Once they're healthy once more, they're rounded up to complete their mandatory military service. Defectors have claimed that sometimes soldiers simply starve to death during their service, though there are instances of good commanders looking after their troops and keeping them healthy, preventing this from occurring. Typically, hunger is so prevalent that soldiers have a notorious reputation for stealing anything edible that they can get their hands on, making them unpopular with local civilians. North Korea's reserve force is over 150,000 stronger than the US's, reflecting the North Korean Constitution, which enshrines every North Korean's duty to the military in law. However, reservists receive no official training upon release from the military, and it's completely unknown how realistic North Korea's ability to mobilize and arm the 600,000 reservists truly is. Given the horrible conditions inside the military, it's also unknown how many would even answer the call to mobilize, forcing North Korea to expend significant resources simply trying to gather up its reservists in the first place. By comparison, American reservists receive regular training, typically 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. U.S. reserves also regularly receive combat deployments, both to supplement the active duty force and to ensure skills and competency remain sharp. The U.S. Reserve program is a well-oiled machine, completely on its own. America's reserve force is a match for most military powers. There's one glaring exception to the state of North Korean training and readiness, and that's its vast special forces cadre. It's estimated that North Korea has around 200,000 Special Forces soldiers, making it the largest special forces in the world. By comparison, only about 3% of the entire U.S. military is designated as being a part of its most elite force. The quality of its special forces has some variation, but overall these soldiers have shown a high degree of proficiency and training, taking part in ongoing infiltrations and operations against the South since the late 1960s. They have also been observed carrying very modern equipment which would not be found anywhere else in the North Korean military, including night and thermal vision equipment, armored vests, and other pieces of sophisticated kit. North Korean special forces are broken down into various roles. Its most elite soldiers are known as Lightning Commandos, and they're meant to directly counter American Navy SEALs and South Korean Navy Special Warfare Flotilla operatives. These are the elite of the elite and are primarily tasked with foiling American and South Korean Special Forces operations against the North Korean military and the civilian leadership itself. Airborne commandos utilize Antonov AN-2 planes with the task of infiltrating the South in case of hostilities. While the Antonov AN-2 is antiquated, it has the advantage of being slightly more difficult to track on radar than a modern plane due to its material construction, and the plane excels on taking off and landing on very rough runways, perfect for a quick infiltration into the South. While all North Korean special forces are designed to create a second front in the enemy's rear, the airborne component is specifically suited to that task, quickly infiltrating past the front line to cause general chaos in the rear areas. The light infantry component of North Korean special forces is unique for its lack of any heavy equipment whatsoever. True to its role, this force is meant to infiltrate into the enemy's rear through concealed movement and then target lines of communication and high-value targets, such as air defense equipment, command and control nodes, etc. To accomplish this, they can carry only light arms and anti-tank weapons. It's even believed that they don't carry any actual body armor, instead wearing Kevlar vests akin to the second chance vests many police officers around the world utilize. Maritime SOF are designed to infiltrate South Korea's coastline and launch attacks against vulnerable rear area military and civilian targets. It's believed that North Korea can deliver as many as 7,000 commandos to South Korea beaches through the use of a vast fleet of midget submarines and 24 Romeo-class diesel-electric submarines specifically designed to deliver commandos onto enemy beaches. The rugged coastline of South Korea makes it very difficult to counter these submarines, and it's believed that in just one lift, the North could deliver 5,000 of these operators into the South. Reconnaissance brigades, also known as sniper brigades, are the type you're likely to be the most familiar with. These elite operators are tasked with gathering intelligence behind enemy lines, but are also trained in direct action missions. They're meant to destroy or seize strategic targets from South Korean or American forces, and it's these operators who carry out assassination missions in the region. North Korea's Air Force numbers at just shy of 1,000 aircraft, the vast majority of which are hopelessly antiquated. The nation still operates the MiG-17, MiG-19, MiG-21, and MiG-23 fighters, with a few MiG-29s. They may also have a small number of MiG-25s, though this is hotly debated. The nation's most numerous fighter is the MiG-21, an obsolete yet still capable platform. However, the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency concluded that the North Korean Air Force could not prevail against U.S. forces due to, quote, overwhelming advantages in power projection, strategic air superiority, and precision-guided standoff strike capability. The USDIA also stated that the North would have a significant difficulty operating against the South's air defense capability. North Korea does have one of the densest air defense systems in the world, given America's overwhelming use of air power. However, the bulk of its air defenses are made up of Cold War-era SA-5 Gammon and domestically produced Hwanghae-5 SAMs. During Desert Storm, Iraq had one of the best air defense systems in the world, and it was systematically dismantled by Allied air power. In conflict against America, North Korea's even older and less capable air defense network would be easy prey to superior U.S. technology and tactics. The use of stealthy F-22s, F-35s, B-2s, and soon the B-21 would further reduce the effectiveness of North Korea's defenses. The North's army operates 6,645 tanks versus America's 5,500, minus 31 or so recently sent off to Ukraine. According to South Korean intelligence, the North's tank fleet is primarily made up of obsolete T-34s, T-54s, T-55s, T-62s, and Chinese Type 59s. There's also considerable doubt as to the readiness of the North's armored forces. Given the significant age of most of its inventory, it's doubtful many of them are even in an operational state today. Domestically made Chonma-ho tanks are believed to be a copy of the Soviet T-62. with similar capabilities, while the Pokpongho, its most recent addition, appears to be an attempt to replicate the Soviet T-72. North Korea's tank forces are not seen as a credible threat by either the US or the South, with the bulk of its forces, even if operational, being easy prey even to ROK or US infantry fighting vehicles. North Korea knows it has never been able to match the US and the South militarily, though, which is why it's invested in asymmetrical threats like cyber warfare, special forces, and nuclear weapons to deter or win a potential war before the US can fully enter the conflict. Where North Korea does shine, and partly as a reflection of this strategy, is in its artillery force. Previously, we've called artillery-heavy armies insurance for dumb militaries when comparing the composition of the Russian military versus NATO ones. The adage holds true: the Russian military is absolutely awful at its job, but with truly overwhelming amounts of artillery, Russia has managed to level the playing field against a military a fraction of the size of its own. Despite the adoption of precision-guided munitions and a few other innovations, artillery largely remains unchanged since World War II. It's all about shooting high explosives from really far away as fast as possible. Thus, artillery can be the great equalizer for a dumb military. Thus, North Korea employs nearly 13,000 pieces of artillery versus the US's 4,400. Despite being the most powerful military in the world, the US operates a shockingly small artillery force, and that's because of its doctrine of utilizing precision air power for the role. Yet the staggering amount of artillery operated by North Korea presents a significant challenge of its own, and the South trains extensively in utilizing aircraft and counter-battery fire to destroy Northern artillery. With the South's capital, Seoul, being well within range of a large amount of the North's artillery, North Korea's trump card has always been the ability to level significant portions of the city with concentrated artillery fire in the opening hours of hostilities. Good intelligence on the North Korean Navy and its capabilities is shockingly difficult to verify, given the extreme lengths the North has gone to keep its Navy out of the limelight. It's known that the North's Navy is a green water navy, or a coastal force with little capability to project power far from its own shores. It's also mostly made up of submarines, meant to blockade southern ports in case of a war, or deliver huge amounts of infiltrating special forces through the use of a mini armada of midget submarines. North Korea's submarine fleet is designed specifically to complicate US military response and hold southern shipping at risk, and despite being largely made up of obsolete Cold War-era boats like the Whiskey, Romeo, Yugo, and Hungnam-class subs, they can be surprisingly difficult to locate when powered down and lurking in ambush. Nearly all North Korean submarines, even its smaller Yono class, which are designed to infiltrate small groups of special forces, have the capability of laying mines, further complicating the naval environment around the peninsula. A growing arsenal of long-range missiles could give the North subs the ability to threaten both land and sea targets, though it's unknown just how effective these attacks would be against modern air defenses. North Korea also operates 2 light frigates of the Najin class, with one being modernized in 2014, and a small fleet of corvettes armed with anti-ship missiles. It also operates a small fleet of missile and torpedo boats, meant to quickly strike targets before disengaging. The most recent acquisition is the Nongo-class stealth missile boat, a catamaran-style design with some stealthy characteristics to reduce its radar signature. Against an American fleet of 484 ships, including 11 supercarriers, 9 amphibious assault carriers, 68 submarines, 92 destroyers, and 22 corvettes, the North's Navy has no chance. But it wasn't designed to win a stand-up fight. Rather, the North's main focus is to inflict a high cost on any responding American naval forces or on those of the South itself. Just how effective it would be at doing this is in serious doubt, though, given the US's vast ISR capabilities and long-range targeting. The only credible threat the North has is its fleet of 35 diesel-electric submarines, which can lurk in ambush on battery power and can be very difficult to identify in shallow waters. North Korea's greatest weapon is its growing arsenal of nuclear bombs. It's believed that the North has around 100 nuclear weapons in its arsenal today and has test-fired missiles which place the entire continental United States under threat. However, its arsenal of long-range missiles is likely extremely limited and not sufficient to overcome the US's ballistic missile defenses, both in theater, across the Pacific, and on the homeland itself. The real threat of the North's nuclear arsenal is a short-range attack against the South or even Japan, with fears that the North could infiltrate portable nuclear weapons into the South's major harbors and detonate them in place, significantly slowing down America's ability to transport forces from across the Pacific into South Korea and causing massive civilian casualties. North Korea remains completely militarily outclassed by the US and South Korea, but it's a foe that's made its own inevitable defeat even more painful than ever thanks to the arsenal of nuclear weapons and estimated 5,000 tons of chemical agents. They were the two largest conflicts in human history, and the weapons used in both conflicts shaped warfare for generations to come. But how do the deadliest weapons of World War I and World War II compare? First, we're starting off with the First World War with an invention that was meant to protect cattle, but was almost immediately adopted for military use: barbed wire. The first patent for a form of barbed wire fencing was issued to Léonce Grassin-Baladon in 1860s France, but it was an American and Illinois farmer, Joseph F. Gildan, who is credited with inventing barbed wire as we know it today. His invention was one of necessity. How do you keep 500-pound cows and bulls from roaming away and escaping or getting themselves into trouble? You could use traditional rock fencing or heavy post fencing, though both were very labor and time-intensive to create, not to mention expensive for a poor farmer. Gildan's solution was brilliantly simple. He simply strung up two twisted strands of wire that had evenly spaced, sharpened barbs in place. The twisted strands guaranteed that when an animal pushed against the fencing to try to escape, it would be met with many sharp barbs. The pain from the barbs would immediately deter even the angriest bull from trying to break through the fence. The fence could be mass-produced, thus lowering cost, and a small team could install hundreds of yards of fencing in a single day. It was a brilliant solution that almost immediately caught the attention of military commanders around the world. Barbed wire saw use in every major conflict in the turn of the 20th century, though it came to particularly devilish use during the First World War. While the machine gun was responsible for the trench warfare tactics we saw in the conflict and is seen as the most influential weapon of the war, few knew that without barbed wire, the machine gun would have been far less effective than it ended up being. And it was all in the way that it was deployed. As an offensive weapon, barbed wire is useless, but as a defensive weapon, barbed wire proved to be deadly for both sides of the conflict. A common tactic was to lay down belts of barbed wire in a zigzag pattern that was from 30 feet to 100 feet wide, sometimes even more. This meant that the enemy infantry had to cut through multiple tangles of the stuff just to make any progress, instead of just laying them down as independent strands, which could be cut much easier and faster. While that infantry was busy trying to cut through the barbed wire, the enemy could rain rifle and machine gun fire on them. Just a few strands of barbed wire could effectively bring an assault of thousands to a dead standstill, pun fully intended. However, barbed wire could also be used to funnel enemy soldiers into massive killing fields, and this is where it proved to be at its most deadly. Machine guns and artillery could all be zeroed in on a pre-planned killing field, making them deadly accurate against advancing enemy infantry. An account from the Battle of Selma highlights how deadly barbed wire had become. Those Newfoundlanders who did reach their own wire, 4 well-laid belts in all, had to follow zigzag lanes between pre-cut gaps which had been exactly pinpointed by German machine gunners. Those who managed to get through those gaps had to cross 500 yards of open ground exposed to German positions. Those Newfoundlanders who had reached the German wire were shot down as they tried to cut their way through it with their wire cutters. Both sides came up with attempts to defeat barbed wire, one of which was to use special mats that one could lay over the obstacle and provide safety for advancing soldiers. However, one misstep would see you tumble into a mass of the stuff, completely entangling you while you also lacerated and mauled your flesh. Hopelessly stuck, your only hope was that your side won the engagement and a rescue party could come later and cut you out. Or you could take your chances simply tearing free of the stuff, an extremely unenviable proposition. The Bangalore torpedo was also developed as a way of defeating barbed wire. It consisted of a series of 5-foot lengths of pipe which could be screwed together and were filled with explosives. Then, the entire assembly was shoved through the wire and the fuse lit. The resulting explosion would clear a 5-foot path through the stuff. However, this meant that you would be exposed to enemy fire the entire time you were busy assembling your torpedo and waiting for the fuse to go off. It was the development of one of the deadliest weapons of World War II that led to the end of barbed wire's reign as one of the most feared tools on the battlefield. While barbed wire would continue to be used throughout World War II to protect defensive positions, the tank with its thick armor and wide treads could easily smash through the stuff. Thus, the use of barbed wire dropped steeply after World War I. Though it remains in use around the world for its excellent anti-personnel properties, it just isn't as effective as it once was thanks to the proliferation of armored vehicles. Our next deadliest weapon would have its infancy in World War I, but would be responsible for almost knocking an entire country out of the war before it even joined World War II. The airplane. Almost from the advent of powered flight, man saw its potential for war. but it would take a few years for its true potential to be discovered. Before the airplane, armies relied on mounted scouts or even hot air balloons to conduct reconnaissance, but the advent of a fast mobile platform that gave its pilot a bird's-eye view of a battlefield proved to be an absolute game-changer. Now it was possible to get detailed tactical information not just on an enemy's front lines, but deep behind them. Valuable information that could be passed along to the artillery corps and used to destroy enemy supply depots and command posts, not visible to scouts on the ground or operating from stationary balloons. It was at the First Battle of Marne when the airplane first proved itself an exceptionally valuable tool for any military and prompted the need to defend one's own skies against enemy airplanes. During this battle, Allied reconnaissance planes were able to spot a gap in the German lines that was not visible from the ground. The Allies soon massed an attack against this gap and succeeded in splitting the German line, forcing them to retreat or be overwhelmed. It was clear that the airplane was necessary for modern war, and that it was just as necessary to keep the friendly skies clear of them. The first scout planes had no armaments, and instead pilots would engage in shootouts with each other using revolvers. With a pressing need to destroy enemy scout aircraft, though, engineers on both sides of the lines worked to develop armament that could be fitted on an airplane that had the ability to shoot enemy planes out of the sky. The first such weapons consisted of carefully timed machine guns that were directly linked to the plane's propeller and thus could shoot through the rapidly spinning blades without damaging them. These were known as synchronization gears. The first synchronization gear to enter service was fitted on a German Fokker Eindecker fighter and proved to be mostly reliable. Gradually, the technology improved to the point that fewer and fewer pilots were shooting their own propellers off. It wouldn't be until the 1930s that these types of machine guns would go out of style. Armed with machine guns, planes could now attack and destroy each other effectively, keeping nosy enemy scouts from getting a good fix on your troops down below. However, on top of this, from the onset of powered flight, it also became obvious that the airplane could be an excellent tool for dropping bombs on the enemy with far greater accuracy than artillery. However, this would remain a pipe dream for most of the war due to the technological limitations of early engines. In place of bombs, some planes carried great loads of sharpened wood darts that were light enough to allow a plane to carry hundreds of them at a time. However, the darts were completely unguided and their effectiveness was limited, though they did succeed at causing casualties on the ground, and the French used them all the way to the end of the war. Early planes were able to carry some explosives, but would need to drop them from low altitudes to have any hope of hitting their targets due to how light the explosives were. This in turn exposed the airplane to withering ground fire. With the development of more powerful engines, planes were able to carry larger loads at higher altitudes, and by the end of the war, the bomber aircraft began to come into its own. After World War I, though, few people saw the potential of the airplane. American General William Landrum Mitchell, however, had seen how revolutionary air power would quickly become, but his efforts to convince a staunchly traditionalist military would end up costing him his career. Mitchell argued that the airplane would be the most important weapon of any future conflict. Despite the increasing lethality of airplanes in the First World War, many of Mitchell's contemporaries disagreed and believed that traditional artillery and battleships were more important than airplanes. Mitchell would go on to stage a series of demonstrations by sinking decommissioned battleships using bombs, but they proved unconvincing to Army leadership. For his incessant campaigning for an expanded Air Force, Mitchell would annoy his superiors to the point that they demoted him to colonel. When he accused the Army and Navy leadership of almost treasonable administration of the national defense after investing in battleships instead of aircraft carriers, Mitchell was court-martialed and he resigned shortly after. Mitchell would die in 1936, but the entire world would realize he had been correct all along after his death, when on December 7, 1941, out of the blue, a massive Japanese air attack nearly wiped out the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The U.S. was mostly left with its aircraft carriers in the Pacific for the early years of the war, which it employed to devastating effect against the Japanese. This sealed the fate of the battleship and proved that Mitchell had been correct all along. If U.S. military leadership had listened to him in 1925, the U.S. would have crushed Japan years earlier than it did with its massive fleet of aircraft carriers, instead of investing in slow, inaccurate battleships. In Europe, though, Germany also proved how deadly the airplane had become by brilliantly incorporating it into its blitzkrieg strategy. Air attacks would overwhelm enemy defenses with aerial bombardment, and the war even saw the airplane used as direct fire support for troops on the ground. Dive bombers were very effective for destroying enemy tanks with pinpoint accuracy, and few were as feared as the Junkers Ju-87 or Stuka. They even came equipped with an air siren, which would let out a horrifying wail as the plane dove on a target, further demoralizing the men on the ground. Fighters equipped with heavy machine guns and cannons could also strafe enemy positions and destroy armored vehicles with far greater accuracy than artillery fire or offshore fire support. By the end of the war, the airplane had become one of the most important advancements in the history of military technology. Our next most deadly weapon, though, continues to haunt the imaginations of people to this day and led to global action to ban its use in further conflicts: poison gas. Sometimes it was invisible and odorless. Other times it came with a distinct sharp smell that preceded a sickly yellowish fog drifting over the landscape toward you. It was indiscriminate, and a change in the wind would end up killing friend and foe alike. Poison gas was without a doubt one of the worst weapons of World War I. France was the first to use gas, with canisters of tear gas lobbed at German positions in hopes of making their positions easier to assault. However, tear gas was at best an irritant that would cause uncontrolled tearing and difficulty breathing, with symptoms clearing up within half an hour. This made the gas not particularly effective. Then Germany upped the ante significantly. Rather than use irritant gases, Germany decided that the most humane thing to do was to use deadly gases so as to secure a swift victory, preventing even greater casualties on both sides from prolonged fighting. Thus, in April 1915, Germany debuted the use of chlorine gas against the Allied lines. The gas is denser than air, meaning it would settle in low areas and move along the ground, perfect for infiltrating enemy trenches and killing soldiers within. At low doses, it causes coughing, vomiting, and extreme eye irritation. However, unprotected soldiers could inhale the gas, after which it would react with the water inside their lungs, creating hydrochloric acid. The acid would then just eat away at the lungs, causing suffocation or severe lung scarring for survivors. In just its first use, an estimated 1,100 soldiers were killed. But the gas was so surprisingly effective that the Germans weren't ready to exploit the situation. But chlorine gas had serious problems. For starters, its odor and color made it easy to spot, giving sharp-eyed soldiers a chance to quickly don protective gear. The gas was also water-soluble, so a simple wet rag over the mouth and nose was enough to protect a soldier. Next, the Germans unleashed phosgene gas, which was colorless and nearly undetectable at low concentrations, which was still enough to result in deadly effects. The gas reacted with the proteins in the alveoli of the lungs, disrupting the blood-air barrier and causing suffocation. Highly effective, the gas is thought to be responsible for up to 85% of the 91,000 gas deaths in the conflict. But the gas acted slowly and could take up to 2 days to cause a death through buildup of fluid in the lungs. For at least one of those days, soldiers could still put up some resistance, making it unsuitable for preparatory bombardments. The most common gas used in World War I was mustard gas, so called for its mustard color. While in pure form it's colorless, impure forms of the gas were widely used in World War I, giving it a distinct coloring and an odor similar to garlic or horseradish. The gas was not commonly deadly unless someone inhaled large quantities of it, but it was feared because even on contact with unprotected skin, it would cause large blisters which oozed yellowish fluids. These chemical burns made fighting difficult for those injured, and the blisters opened them up to more serious infections in the extremely unsanitary trenches of World War I. Often other gases would be used, such as chloropicrin, before a second round of gas attacks. These special gases were irritants, posing little threat to life but could bypass gas masks and would often make soldiers remove their gas masks as they suffered coughing or vomiting fits. Then the second, deadlier gas could be introduced to unprotected soldiers, leading to death. Ironically, gases were banned by the Hague Convention of 1899, though to obvious little effect. While gases proved to be less deadly than their ordinary rifles, accounting for between 1 to 2% of casualties in World War I, they were extremely effective terror weapons that severely demoralized the enemy. After the war, they were banned again by the Geneva Protocol of 1925, with countries super pinky promising that this time they were serious and they wouldn't use them in war. In the Second World War, the Western powers did not use gas, though were prepared to do so. Japan feared a similar retaliation by Western armies, so used poison gases only against Chinese and other Asian forces who were viewed as inferior and lacked the technological sophistication to create weaponized gases themselves. Thus, the Japanese could launch gas attacks with little fear of their troops being gassed back. Knowing that the Japanese were using gas against other Asian countries, Australia imported poison gas from the UK and stored it in underground bunkers in case of invasion. If the Japanese unleashed poison gas against Australian forces, the Australians were ready to respond in kind. Despite not using it against Western armies, the Japanese did use Western POWs as guinea pigs in several experiments using poison gas. It's long been rumored that due to having been gassed in World War I, Hitler refused to use weapons in the Second World War, but that's not correct. The real reason that Germany did not use gas weapons was because its military lacked the technical capability to mass-produce poison gas for use on a battlefield. The Germans had approximately 45,000 tons of poison gas, but Hitler knew that the Allies had far more in reserve, and he feared an overwhelming retaliation. After their defeat at the Battle of Stalingrad, Hitler was urged to use poison gas in order to slow the advance of the Russians. Once more, Hitler feared an overwhelming retaliatory attack from the Allies. However, Hitler still ordered production of Taban and sarin gases to be doubled. He ordered that chemical weapon stockpiles not be moved to the Russian front, though, fearful that a rogue officer would use them and spark an Allied retaliation. After the invasion of Italy, the Germans quickly either moved or destroyed their own and Italy's chemical weapon stockpiles for fear that again a rogue commander would order them used on Allied soldiers. Gas could have prevented the Normandy invasion, though, and turned it into a strategic disaster. When asked why gas wasn't used, Hermann Göring later stated that as the Wehrmacht relied on horse-drawn transportation for resupply of their combat units, and they had never been able to design a gas mask that a horse would tolerate and allowed sufficient air to pass for a horse to pull a cart, deploying a gas would harm the war effort more than it aided it. The Germans did use chemical weapons in extermination efforts, though, using toxic smoke to force Russian resistance fighters out of their positions in the caverns beneath the city of Sevastopol. They also used asphyxiating gas in the catacombs of Odessa in November 1941 and in late May 1942 during the Battle of the Kirk Peninsula in eastern Crimea. After the battle, around 3,000 Red Army soldiers and civilians were besieged in a series of caves and tunnels in the Adzumushkai quarry, and after 3 months of resistance, the Nazis finally released poison gases into the tunnels, killing most of them. Infamously, the Nazis used poison gas during the war, but not against fighting troops, but to murder millions of what they called undesirables. Though the Allies did not use chemical weapons, they were fully prepared to do so. The British created large stockpiles and moved them close to the southern coast in anticipation of German invasion. In case of said invasion, the British were fully prepared to use gas against the amphibious assaults. The Allies also prepared massive quantities of gas to be loaded onto planes to use against German cities if the Germans used their own poison gas, especially during the D-Day landings. Such an attack would have prompted a massive poison gas bombing campaign against German civilians, killing tens of thousands. Churchill was a strong proponent of using poison gas and was restrained only by his military leadership. He wrote a secret memorandum to his military chiefs urging them to strongly consider the use of poison gas against even civilian targets so as to shorten the war, writing, "It is absurd to consider morality on this topic when everybody used it in the last war without a word of complaint." The US meanwhile developed deadly blood agents for use with their new bazooka launchers. These agents could penetrate the protective barriers of some gas masks and were seen as especially effective against Japanese troops holding out inside caves and bunkers. However, despite developing large stockpiles of the deadly gas, the US never used it. Our next deadly weapon also had its start in World War I, but while the rest of the world struggled to employ it, Nazi Germany made deadly use of it: tanks. September 1916 was the dawn of tank warfare. On a brisk fall morning, a small group of massive armored behemoths chugged along at 4 miles an hour, picking their way toward the front. Then, to the shock of German onlookers, the massive metal monsters began the long, slow journey across no man's land toward the trenches. Rifle and even machine gun fire proved completely ineffective. Nothing seemed it could stop the massive death machines. As combustion engines became more powerful, they could be used to propel even heavier machines. This led to a rise in armored cars, but cars were useless in trench warfare of World War I as they could only operate on roads. The British began to rethink the entire concept of an armored car and devise a machine that could help them break the deadlock of trench warfare. The result would be called the tank, a code name given to hide the true nature of the top-secret British project. Any wayward spy hearing the name would simply think the British were developing new water tanks to rehydrate their troops. In actuality, the British had designed massive monsters of iron and steel. The lumbering beasts had tracks that encircled the entire body and allowed them to simply drive straight over trenches, and instead of turret-mounted weapons like we see today, it had side-mounted cannons and machine guns to fire down into trenches from above. The thick armor made the vehicle immune to small arms fire of any kind, though the extremely slow speed of early tanks made them vulnerable to artillery fire. Inside of the cramped quarters was a crew of 8, a tank commander, driver, 4 gunners, and 2 men who helped shift gears. At the very height of the machine was a massive engine, which was not properly ventilated, running the risk of suffocating the crew. To make matters even worse, the engine would drive up the temperature inside the tank to unbearable degrees. With no suspension, the big lumbering beast would make for a horribly bumpy ride and be complete hell to operate. Despite this, tanks were quickly employed and made their first appearance on September 15, 1916. The British Army massed 49 tanks for an assault on the German trenches outside the village French of Flers. However, many of the tanks never even made it to their starting positions, breaking down en route. Even after the battle commenced, many of the tanks would break down or just plain get stuck on the many craters of no man's land. Only 9 tanks managed to achieve their goals inside enemy lines, but the British were satisfied enough with the results to go all in on tanks. Early tanks experienced frequent breakdowns, and the interior conditions were almost as dangerous for the crew as the battlefield outside. As the war progressed, Germany developed armor-piercing ammunition that could pierce the 8mm thick side armor, so the British doubled down and made the armor even thicker. This prompted the development of the first anti-tank rifle, the German TAC 1918. A more practical solution was simply to bundle a few grenades together and hurl them directly at the tank. If exploding close enough to it, the explosion could kill the crew inside through spalling of the metal armor. By the Second World War, though, tanks were an indispensable tool of any modern military, and fierce competition between both sides led to the development of better armed and armored tanks. It was the Germans who employed them the most effectively at the start of the war. Despite their appearance in the First World War, the rest of the world still largely failed to appreciate the true potential of the tank. Thus, it was doctrine in most armies to spread tanks out and use them as infantry support platforms. The Germans instead concentrated their tanks into individual units and used them as a spearhead to break enemy defenses, allowing supporting infantry to exploit the gap created by the armored assault. The tactic was the cornerstone of the German blitzkrieg and was soon copied by Western powers. The Second World War would see some of the greatest tank battles in history, many of them on the Eastern Front. Even in the Pacific, tanks were employed by both the Japanese and the Americans, though American tanks would prove to be far superior to their Japanese counterparts. By the end of the Second World War, it was official. No army could hope for victory without the copious use of main battle tanks. It's a showdown that's been brewing for years, and 2022 is increasingly looking like the year that the war everyone has feared will finally happen: the United States versus Iran. How do the two sides stack up to each other, and how would a war between the two play out? Iran is ranked in 14th place amongst the world's top militaries. Not bad for a nation that's been under severe sanctions for years. But today it's facing off against the world's #1 ranked military and only global superpower, the United States of America. A conflict between Iran and the US is unlikely to become severe enough to cause a need for the US to fully mobilize its population, though Iran might certainly need to. However, more population means a bigger economy and more capabilities, and here the United States takes the cake, with a population of 335 million versus Iran's 86 million. That's a difference of 249 million more Americans than Iranians. Of that population, though, the US could call on 147 million for potential military service, though only 122 million of them are physically or mentally fit enough to actually serve. Iran, on the other hand, has a manpower pool of 48 million, with only 40 million actually fit for service. If a war between Iran and the US were to turn into a multi-year stalemate, it would be important to quickly replenish losses. And here too, the United States holds the advantage, with 4.3 million teenagers reaching military age annually, versus Iran's 1.3 million. Currently, though, on active duty, the United States has the world's third largest military, with a 1.39 million strong military versus Iran's 575,000. Reserves are important for replenishing casualties and rotating out exhausted troops to give them a chance to recoup and recover, and both countries are pretty evenly matched there, with the US having a reservist force of 442,000 versus Iran's 350,000. Iran enjoys such large amounts of reservists thanks to the fact that its military service is compulsory for all males upon reaching adulthood. This means that the Iranian active duty military is largely made up of conscripts, with few professional volunteer soldiers. These conscripts are typically drafted at age 19 and made to serve 2 years, though few receive much useful military training during that time. Most Iranian soldiers rarely ever fire their weapons and have to work with equipment that's mostly from the first half of the Cold War. This is in sharp contrast with the US military, which maintains an aggressive year-round training cycle. Training is frequently punctuated with small-scale exercises and occasionally with larger multi-unit exercises. The US Navy's RIMPAC exercise, for example, is a massive event that takes place every 2 years and involves the military forces of over 24 partner nations across the Pacific Rim. Not only do conscripts traditionally perform very poorly against professional all-volunteer forces, but Iran's conscripts undergo very little useful training and would be completely overwhelmed against America's professionally trained warfighters. A military is only as good as the equipment it can afford, and war is a costly affair. Iran has an annual budget of $5 billion for its military, though the nation spends significant amounts of money under the table carrying out various military-related activities in its sphere of influence. By comparison, the United States has a defense budget of $770 billion, absolutely dwarfing what Iran spends annually. In the realm of military hardware, Iran fields an air force of 543 planes versus the US's 13,247. Of these, on Iran's side, 197 are fighter aircraft, while the US maintains a fighter fleet of 1,957. If Iran and the US were to come to blows, the US might find itself surprised to be taking on one of its own most capable fighters ever built during the Cold War. That's because Iran is still fielding the F-14 Tomcat. having an estimated 40 of them still in service. This is thanks to a pre-revolution deal with the Iranian government that saw them buy 80 of the planes, though only 79 were delivered. After the revolution, the United States shut down all support for Iran's Tomcat fleet, and it feared having to go up against the formidable fighter so much that it actually destroyed every single Tomcat it retired to prevent Iran from having any opportunity of seizing badly needed parts for maintenance. Without U.S. support for parts replacement, its Tomcat fleet has been steadily shrinking as planes are cannibalized to keep others flying. Today, it's believed between 40 to 43 of them are still mission capable, with 20 fully mission capable and 20 only partially mission capable. The rest of Iran's air fleet is made up of Cold War-era MiG-29s, American F-4 Phantom IIs and F-5 Tiger II, Chinese J-7s, Mirage F-1s, Su-22s, and domestically made at HESA Kosar and HESA Saeke. The latter are only available in very low numbers and are both light attack jets, widely considered to be very inefficient machines. In a ground attack role, Iran is forced to use multi-role planes such as the Su-22 and domestically modified F-5E, known as the HESA Azarash. Both planes are only suited for small-scale strike missions, and with a lack of targeting pods are incapable of precision strikes. Iran's fighter fleet is largely non-modern, though some of their planes have received fourth-generation avionics. However, so many different aircraft models are a nightmare to conduct maintenance on, so it's unlikely many of these planes are actually operationally ready, and even less likely they would remain so during high-tempo combat operations. Such a diverse and mixed air fleet drives up both maintenance costs and time, and can make sourcing replacement parts a nightmare. By comparison, though, the United States fields the world's most modern air fleet, though some of the planes are showing a growing lack of modernity. The F-15 Eagle and F-16 Fighting Falcon are both extremely capable fighter aircraft, capable of both air superiority and ground attack, but are showing their age against increasingly sophisticated modern fighters and air defenses. America's F-22 remains the single deadliest airplane in the sky, with significant capability overmatch against any other fighter aircraft in the world. However, it's also one of the most expensive aircraft in the world, forcing the U.S. Air Force to limit its production run to just under 200. Today, 195 remain in service, and no further Raptors will ever be built. Instead, the U.S. Air Force is already looking ahead to a sixth-generation fighter for air superiority with a prototype already tested and flown. In the meantime, it relies on its fleet of F-15s and F-35s for the air superiority mission, with 283 fifth-generation F-35s across all arms of the U.S. military. This number grows every year, with a planned purchase of 1,763 F-35s for just the U.S. Air Force alone. Lockheed Martin is set to provide the U.S. military with approximately 135 planes per year until the contract is completed, making U.S. Air Forces deadlier with every passing year. The U.S. Navy and Marines, meanwhile, operate the vaunted F-18 Super Hornet, which replaced the F-14 Tomcat in 1985. One of the most agile jets on the planet, it's light enough to be launched from carriers, but capable of bringing large weapons packages to the fight, making it perfect as a multi-role fighter. To support ground troops, though, the U.S. Air Force relies on the A-10 Thunderbolt II, an impressive ground attack aircraft that has achieved legendary status since its introduction in 1977. Strategic bombing is carried out by a mixed fleet of B-52 Stratofortresses, B-2 Spirits, and B-1B Lancers. The B-52 was put into service first in 1955 and incredibly is set to remain in service until the 2050s, making it the longest service aircraft in history. Thanks to aggressive upgrades, the plane remains one of the deadliest bombers in the sky and proved itself against the Soviet defenses during the Vietnam War thanks to its aggressive suite of electronic warfare countermeasures. The American B-2 fleet was originally designed to slip behind enemy lines and deliver strategic nuclear strikes and remains the world's only stealth bomber. An upgrade after the fall of the Soviet Union saw it geared for more conventional combat and now is tasked with slipping through the densest enemy air defenses and eliminating high-value targets. The B-1B Lancer is a much faster strategic bomber that has less endurance than the B-52 but can fly at supersonic speeds to deliver bombs quickly where they're needed the most. America's overwhelming advantage in attack aircraft places Iranian ground forces at serious risk. Unlike powers like China and Russia, U.S. aircraft are largely multi-role capable and its pilots trained in both air superiority and ground attack missions. This gives the United States a significant advantage over any competitor, and an edge that only makes a war an increasingly bad proposition for Iran. To fend off the mighty U.S. Air Force, Iran relies not on air superiority fighters, but on a robust layer of ground-based air defenses. At the outermost layer are Iran's longest-range air defenses, the Bavar 373, which is a reverse-engineered Russian S-300 S-300. It also has a few S-300 batteries courtesy of Russia, who delivered them in 2015 after Iran joined the JCPOA nuclear deal. With a range of 155 miles, these present a significant threat to fourth-generation aircraft, but F-35s equipped with glide bombs or even B-52s using standoff attack munitions could easily overwhelm and destroy these batteries on their radar. At intermediate range, Iran fields an update on a reverse-engineered American SM-1 missile sold to the Iranian Navy prior to the revolution. The 1960s tech has been updated with domestic upgrades, producing the Sayyad-2, which boasts a range of 46 miles, though the longer Sayyad-3 has a range of 75 miles. These missiles can be difficult to destroy on the ground because they can be mounted on very agile truck-mounted launchers, which can rapidly reposition. For short to intermediate range engagements, Iran has the Salimcha missiles, produced from reverse-engineered American Hawk missiles provided to Iran in the 1960s. Iran also has a new triple-rail launcher system called Mirsad and has the ability to engage up to 2 targets simultaneously. Various other foreign-source SAM systems have been cloned or reverse-engineered by Iran, and the nation fields a sizable quantity of low-altitude defense systems meant to be used against helicopters. However dense Iranian air defenses are, most of them are static and well known to the US. By using a combination of stealth aircraft, standoff attack munitions, and electronic jamming, the US with its overwhelming air fleet could easily dismantle the Iranian air defense system, just like the US did with zero or minimal losses in Iraq, Libya, and Syria. To support its ground forces, Iran has nothing more than a token attack helicopter fleet, which would not survive initial contact against US forces equipped with short-range air defenses and manpads. The US, on the other hand, has the world's largest attack helicopter fleet, made up of 910 helicopters, including the Apache and Super Cobra used by the American Marine Corps. These attack helicopters are both heavily armored and can provide flexible close-air support, as well as engage in reconnaissance and hunter-killer missions. The Apache, in particular, is an incredibly robust aircraft, with only a single Apache lost to heavy anti-aircraft fire during an ambush by Iraq's military at Najaf. However, the 32 Apaches were forced to retreat and unable to carry out their deep attack mission behind enemy lines, which is their primary purpose. This has prompted the need by the US Army to replace its aging Apaches with more capable variants who can survive modern combat. In a conflict between Iran and the US, tanks will largely be the dominant weapon of choice thanks to a largely flat, open terrain of the country. Iran brings 2,831 tanks to fight, while the United States has the world's second-largest fleet at 6,612. Iran's tanks, however, are mostly Cold War relics, though it does field capable T-72s upgraded with modern armor, sensor, and cannons. However, Iran's tanks are largely considered to be inferior to any Western model, let alone the vaunted American Abrams. An effort to build a next-generation domestic tank failed in the late 2010s and was likely just a big publicity ploy to get Russia to lower its asking price for supplying the country with tanks. The Zulfikar series of domestically made tanks suffer from weapons embargoes, leaving Iran incapable of equipping them with truly modern systems. The United States' own Abrams have been continuously upgraded since their introduction to the U.S. Armed Forces. Currently, the Abrams tank fleet is being upgraded to System Enhancement Program version 4, which finally brings a third-generation thermal imager to the Abrams tank, a key weakness plaguing American tanks for years. Trophy anti-missile defense systems have also started to be integrated into American tanks, using radar and explosive charges to defeat enemy anti-tank missiles. To see why this has become so critically important, one only need to look at the performance of Russian armor in Ukraine today, with Ukraine forces killing hundreds of modern Russian tanks with anti-tank missiles. With each upgrade, though, the Abrams tank is becoming heavier and heavier, a serious problem for the tank fleet, as it's now feared the tank might be too heavy to cross some bridges. Greater weight also means more fuel expenditure, lowering its already short combat range between 93 and 124 miles in cross-country conditions. However, American Abrams would prove absolutely lethal to Iran's own tank fleets, and their improved protection against RPGs and IEDs means that they'll even be more survivable in urban environments, where most of the fighting will likely end up taking place. Armored personnel carriers are important for helping support one's infantry and protecting them in a deadly modern battlefield. The United States can boast total mechanized capabilities for its infantry, while Iran struggles to do the same. The US fields a fleet of over 45,000 armored vehicles versus Iran's 7,600. Again, Iran's armored vehicles are early Russian or late Soviet models, and severely lacking in modernity upgrades thanks to budget limitations and sanctions. American Bradleys, meanwhile, are capable of engaging other lightly armored vehicles and even taking out tanks thanks to 2 anti-tank missiles on each vehicle. Both Iran and the US have comparable amounts of artillery, with the US fielding 1,498 self-propelled artillery and 1,339 towed artillery such as howitzers. Iran, meanwhile, has 1,030 self-propelled artillery and 2,108 towed artillery pieces. The similarity in capabilities here is because the United States traditionally relies on much more flexible and accurate air assets for fire support. Even though its artillery corps therefore are significantly more capable than Iran's own thanks to the use of smart munitions. New guided projectiles have actually earned American artillery a world record for distance, firing a shell 43 miles and hitting a practice target with pinpoint accuracy. However, even Iran's dumb artillery is a significant threat to both vehicles and personnel, and the large numbers of artillery available to Iran should not be ignored in a potential conflict scenario. Of course, thanks to air dominance, Iranian artillery batteries would be decidedly non-survivable assets in combat. Multiple rocket projectors or rocket artillery can be devastating when used against infantry. By firing significant numbers of rockets in short succession, MLRS rocket systems deny infantry a chance to get to cover the way tube artillery and its far slower rate of fire does. The US employs 1,366 MLRS, while Iran has 2,485, again mostly Russian or Soviet-made. For all the incompetence of Russia's modern military forces, the Ukrainian conflict shows that even basic MLRS systems are devastating when used in large numbers. This too is a threat that shouldn't be discarded, but unlikely to be very survivable against the US's air fleets. Naval operations will be an important part of a war between Iran and the US. At sea, the US fields navy made up of 484 vessels versus Iran's 142. However, most of Iran's navy is made up of smaller patrol boats. The US meanwhile operates 11 supercarriers, each carrying 4 squadrons of attack aircraft and various special mission aircraft such as tankers, electronic warfare platforms, and airborne radar. The US also has a fleet of 9 smaller carriers meant to support amphibious operations, equipped with helicopters and the US Marines variant of the F-35 capable of vertical landing. Under the waves, the US has a fleet of 68 submarines, with the new Virginia-class submarines replacing Cold War-era Los Angeles-class subs. American submarines aren't just deadly to Iran's navy, but can even use cruise missiles to attack land targets deep inside Iranian territory. Long holding the advantage in underwater tech, American subs are notoriously stealthy and difficult to track. Iran, meanwhile, has a fleet of 19 subs, though most of these are midget submarines. These small submarines are primarily meant to attack shipping inside the Persian Gulf and Gulf of Oman, with Iran's stated goal of being to block traffic of large oil-laden ships in case of war with the US. This would have a devastating effect on global gas prices, and it's the US's top priority to locate and destroy these tiny submarines before they can succeed in their mission. The rest of the Iranian submarine fleet consists of 3 Soviet-era Kilo-class and 1 Iranian Fateh-class submarine, though the latter is not well suited for deep-water operations. Again, largely lacking in modernity, the fact that these are diesel-electric submarines means there could still be a significant threat to unwary U.S. assets. After the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. Navy allowed its once prolific anti-submarine warfare capabilities to seriously atrophy, leading to a series of embarrassing exercises with friendly nation submarines in the early 2000s. However, since then, any hostilities seem more likely with China, and the U.S. has beefed up its ASW capabilities once more, even adopting fleets of drones to aid in the task of hunting down and tracking enemy subs. Killing a major American ship with an older and less technologically advanced sub is not impossible for Iran, but very difficult and extremely unlikely to happen more than once. Iran's surface fleet has only about 9 major combatants in the form of corvettes and frigates, the rest being fast attack boats and patrol boats. Iran's surface combatants would face 92 American destroyers and 22 corvettes, though likely it would be carrier-based aircraft who would destroy Iran's surface fleet before it can take much action against American ships. However, smaller patrol and torpedo boats could prove more difficult to target, and if employed in swarm tactics, could end up at least causing significant damage to large U.S. ships. The advantage is clearly on the U.S. side in almost every single category, with U.S. forces fielding far more capable equipment and having better trained troops. So, how would a war with Iran play out? A real war would be unlikely to include ground forces, as the U.S. would be very reluctant to get dragged into yet a third ground war in the Middle East. However, if removal of the regime was necessary for some reason, the U.S. would have to commit ground forces in the effort. First, American carrier-based aircraft, supported by the Air Force strike aircraft flying from nearby friendly airfields in Saudi Arabia, would launch a massive air assault against the nation. No doubt, Iran would immediately or even preemptively launch a large ballistic missile attack against these airfields and even U.S. vessels, but thanks to robust air defenses and the assistance of Saudi defenses, few of these missiles would cause significant damage. Iran has proven in multiple missile attacks against Israeli targets that its targeting capabilities are spotty at best, further reducing the threat posed by ballistic missiles. American Wild Weasel aircraft would first engage enemy air defenses, destroying either missile platforms themselves or their supporting radar. More mobile, shorter-range air defenses might threaten some U.S. aircraft, but it's unlikely that Iran would down a significant amount of U.S. planes. Traditionally, the U.S. is extremely good at neutralizing air defense networks, and while some air defenses may be mobile, their radars rarely ever are. Without radar, most air defense assets are practically useless. Iran could rely on actual anti-air artillery left over from the Cold War, but with U.S. planes flying so high, this is unlikely to achieve any results. Next, American planes would pummel missile sites, command and control nodes, logistics hubs, and even troop barracks, bringing devastation across the country from the air. Strikes would also take place against port facilities and major surface warships, while under the waves, U.S. attack submarines in cooperation with ASW aircraft work to pinpoint Iran's submarine fleet and neutralize it. However, even an overwhelming aerial campaign would be insufficient to bring Iran to heel. For that, the Americans would have to commit to a ground war. Invading through Iraq would be difficult, as it would mean passing through thick swamps that favor the defender and then running straight into the Zagros Mountains. Going in through Turkey would be incredibly unlikely. Turkey did not allow the U.S. to use it as a staging base for Iraq's invasion, and relations between the U.S. and Turkey have significantly soured since then. Going through Afghanistan in the east would mean traversing two deserts, which would put U.S. forces far from any strategically important targets. It's likely then that an amphibious assault would be necessary, and while the U.S. Navy and Marines are up to the task, amphibious assaults can be costly, dangerous affairs. However, once in country with a beachhead established, even with superior capabilities, actually defeating Iran would be difficult for the U.S. That's thanks to the sheer size of the country, which is larger than several European countries combined. A study in the late 2000s showed that the U.S. would need about 1.6 million troops to successfully occupy the entire country, meaning the U.S. would either have to initiate conscription or draw in partners for the invasion, something it might actually be able to do given tensions in the Middle East between Iran and many of its neighbors. If the invasion was reasonably justified, the U.S. could likely count on international support anyway. In all likelihood, Iran would try to make the U.S. bleed as much as possible with its conventional forces, but seek to defeat it through asymmetrical means like those employed in Afghanistan. Intelligence shows that today Iran is attempting to infiltrate a network of agents into the U.S. to target political figures such as former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who's now under guard 24/7. By turning to terrorist group allies, Iran could turn America's invasion into a second Afghanistan, and the U.S. public has little stomach for yet another two-decade war. However, the U.S. might be able to count on the Iranian people themselves to help them overthrow the current regime, especially if it keeps civilian casualties to a minimum. Many people in Iran are tired of living under sanctions and under the thumb of an oppressive Tehran regime, and it's likely that the U.S. would be welcomed as liberators across much of Iran. In this regard, Iran is different from either Iraq or Afghanistan, and a lack of popular support could hinder Iran's ability to launch a successful asymmetrical campaign against U.S. forces. Now go ahead and check out this video, or maybe this one instead.